Everybody. Later start, which has kind of been a thing on Fridays. I didn't quite plan for it to be that way, but I'm not quite sure how to say how I'm doing. Today wasn't a particularly bad day, but I definitely feel quite worn out, and I'll confess some of it is actually related to Book of Hours stuff. I think one good thing has been that there's quite a bit more attention to the channel. But unfortunately, and people who've been longtime viewers have actually commented on this, the level of sort of backseating and just, I'd say probably just overall disrespect has actually been really getting to me. And this is especially true of the YouTube videos. So I'm definitely getting a lot more liberal with the deleting, but it also feels like the more I explain, the worse it gets. So I'm really not sure what to do about this, but it has been taking a lot out of me lately. So I've definitely learned to recognize when I'm sort of quietly dreading, turning on the stream, and that's definitely not it. But I did want to take a bit of a rest. It was mostly just because I felt there was more that I needed to do today. And rather than just sort of save it all for after the stream, which usually results in me having a very late night, and of course if I wind up going late for this game, that closes me off from a number of other things that I can do. But I wanted to try and take a minute to catch up on some things. I'm not fully caught up, but I've got at least sort of a fighting chance to get the remainder done. And then I wanted to just sort of warn people, I will be taking a very small break fairly early in the stream. I've got my coffee and all of that, but yeah, I'm just gonna need to do something slightly time sensitive in 45 minutes or so. So yeah, I'm gonna try and not let it come across in terms of the broadcast. I know usually when I start late, it sort of translates to a quieter stream, but like I said, given the tone, I'm not entirely sure that's a bad thing all the time. I am, however, very delighted to see that there's a lot of people playing Book of Hours on Twitch right now, so that means good things as far as just overall attention and community for the game. So it's not all bad news. Now I believe the save file should be... Oh yes, that's right. I checked something. So I am going to load from the Twitch save as opposed to the autosave. There's nothing that's really changed in there, but I did want to send off something. And actually it did occur to me there was one thing that I wanted to do that I didn't, and I'm actually kind of annoyed at myself for doing this. So I actually set up to do it, which is why you've got an autosave about half an hour past where we were before. I meant to fill in a bunch of gaps in my my spreadsheet, and I didn't do that, and I feel like a little bit of a clown for not doing that. But I will make do. So let's think a little bit. I think I at the end of the last stream, because it was one that went long, I reviewed a lot in terms of what my next steps were going to be. I don't recall if we had the winter that we needed, but I believe it was the Elegiac Poet, which is going to be sort of the key to unlocking a lot of this stuff. We more or less have all of... Okay, so depending on when we get the Poet, as far as the rest of the stuff is concerned, we basically have everything we need to unlock everything but the sagging dock on our own terms. So I am definitely going to be interested in any moon visitors that stop by. But I think before I go too much further, I would like to clear out the texts that I have first. And I'm sort of changing around my reasoning on this, but it occurred to me that by clearing out the texts that I have, I'm going to be able to make some decisions. So for instance, if I feel like I've run out of text, I'd probably want to open up this room, the sealed cell, which has a picture of what I'm assuming is Julian Cosley. I can clear that out and presumably get some more books. And then, of course, we potentially avoid Numa and such as well. I will mention, too, just to try and improve my mood, I do have some coffee, which, of course, means a late night for me, just by virtue of its effects. But I think that was going to happen no matter what. So, just taking the 3 seconds in-game time to pour it out. Let's not put that right at the edge of the desk. That seems like the sort of thing that can cause tragedy. Okay. But yeah, so I think the angle I'm going to take for today is try to read the books. I'm still eager to follow up on some of the different crafting stations. And in fact, one of the big reasons for that was after seeing... So I kind of had a sneaking suspicion about this, but I got something sort of confirmed when it comes to the upper level pumps. So it wouldn't do anything until I filled up every single one of these slots. Now that's different from, say... well, actually the piano... Oh, no, actually the piano has a similar approach. Workbench, maybe? Yeah. So there's like little pluses here. So I have something of a feeling that... and this has kind of been true since I first played the game, but if you were to combine... Right, so you've got like crafting here, but I have a feeling that if you fill in every slot, that is going to produce a different kind of result. Apparently I've already used up my Faust for today, so I don't get... It's not as easy for me to work with, but let's do our best with what we've... So of course that was an example... Well, okay, hang on. Let's try and make it all lantern-oriented. Sky is an acceptable second. In fact... I think the hurricane lamp is sky. One sky, though. I don't know if there's such a thing as a sky candle, so the lamp might be my best bet. Okay. So yeah, it's it may be a little more specific than that. The other one that the game has been pointing me to pretty clearly is Tridisma Hyra. I don't really have an appropriate memory for that. So I think I'm kind of already... sunk on this. Apparently I'm expecting a very powerful moon. Oh, now that's interesting. So Moli does not count as a flower. Surely there's something here with a little more moon. I think I'm kind of sunk on the memory regardless, but... Well, this gets me up to 15. Ah, here we go. Reveal a treasure of the house. Make the proper invocations to the 3 and reveal a treasure of the house. And that, interestingly enough, that just required... that actually just required the... combination 2. You know what? I think we're going to experiment with this. So make the proper invocations to the 3 to reveal a treasure of the house. Now, interestingly enough, that didn't seem to have happened with the solar altar. The only other possibility I could imagine would be winter. Oh no, hang on. So it's not the intensity, it's the appropriate skill. So this is probably not the smartest way to do it, to sort of brute force each of the options here, but Watchman's Paradoxes may be appropriate. I think... There we go. Align shadows to invite the attention of a moth name, or for a scholar level recipe, align the shadows through glass and gather a lantern liquid. Huh. So that, I actually think, is a regular crafting recipe. Well, actually, hang on. Yeah, no, never mind. I don't think glass will work at the altar here. Yeah, unless it somehow counts as both, but I can't see that. I can't see that working. Yeah, that doesn't count as remembrance, although I can at least identify other glass. Oh, you know what? This is probably... I think I know what this is. I am curious, but yeah, so if there... Oop. Well, that makes it more complicated. Anyways, I'm kind of all over the map here. But yeah, so I don't think the combination that I found here was the one I was looking for. Oop. Watchman's Shrine. Although again, Watchman's Paradoxes would be would probably be more relevant here. And for that, we would want a... The only other thing I could think of would be to go back to my old logic of having all of the different elements. Okay, yeah, so Ichor Vitreous. Oh, interesting. We don't have that in the list yet. Okay. So again, I was trying to look for something a little bit like, I was trying to think about how we might investigate some of the other altars. Although again, the difference here is that sorry, one second. But yeah, so the behavior that I try to avoid is sort of brute forcing all of the cards into like some kind of a step. So obviously in the case of Tridisma Hira, we'd been told by multiple books, do this thing at an altar for the Sisterhood of the Knot, and I figured, hey, why not? That seemed like a worthwhile use of the, worthwhile use of the time. And I mean, obviously I was kind of out to lunch because I tried to put too many things inside, but if I had a guess based on how the rest of the game goes, 10 of the relevant aspect, unless it happens to be a Grail thing, but I don't think so. Sorry, I'm gonna just take a sip of my drink. So, hello, Digi Inferno. So, I have kind of two competing urges right now. So, like, obviously things like the church, particularly with all of its relevance to the solar hours, right? I've got a number of different shrines here, and right now I've just been treating them as crafting stations. But there has been, so first of all, there's the confirmation of the suspicion that there are in fact very specific things, and it's not just sort of guiding you in terms of crafting, but there are very specific things that at least some, or one in this case, of the stations will provide. And again, in this case, the hints came from the books. There may be others. So in this case here, it's no longer just sort of a lingering hunch in the back of my head, and certainly the one we wound up unlocking fairly early on is or not, sorry, fairly early. The one we've sort of been waiting on. This one isn't exactly a surprise, but it's in this case here, it's just sort of like, okay, something we kind of guessed turned out to be true. And the difficulty with that is once you have that one kind of confirmation, it makes it very easy to suddenly say, oh, you know what, I should probably go and, you know, try this with everything, right? You know, maybe there's a really special music that I can do. Maybe there's something at the altar here. And then, you know, it's like, okay, solar altar. There's, you know, any number of things that might be relevant here. And just because this is something that's kind of interesting, you learn about the new tool. It's like, well, what are the other things that I can do? And then I can just flip in all of the cards. But that never really sits right with me for the simple reason that it's, to me at least, kind of fun to just see where everything goes. So there is going to be some cause, I think, for rereading some of my texts. Obviously that takes up elements of the soul, but I figure what I can do here, I'm going to be doing a bunch of rereading while I read the relevant texts anyway. So I figure maybe we'll start with the Ascendant. So my main goal is still going to be reading the text and leveling up the relevant skills. I'm going to be keeping a closer eye on maybe some of the hints that the game is offering in terms of text. And I don't know, like, as one of the things I really like about the game, and it's again why I really dislike it when people try to tell me how to play, is that the more I play the Weather Factory games, the more I just kind of get a feeling about something. And it's sometimes hard to explain, usually after, you know, after I put the thing together. You know, I can kind of, you know, rationalize it after the fact. But it is the sort of thing that makes Cultist Simulator interesting. Also, I've been bad for this the last couple of days, so I need to get this out at the front. I am playing a copy of the game given to me by Weather Factory for promotional purposes, so buy a copy and then buy a backup in case you lose it, and then buy one for a friend. Obviously, this is a thing of value. I like the game very much, and I'm trying not to let that enthusiasm be undermined by failing to disclose the interest. Again, I think I'm probably going overboard in terms of the information, but the guideline is the guideline, so, or rule, or whatever it is. But yeah, so one of the things that I really enjoy about the, you know, Cultist Simulator in particular, although this is also happening with Book of Hours, is that a little bit like in the game, you just get a feeling about something, and you follow that, and it very often will reward you. And, you know, the kind of culture on the internet that just absolutely cannot abide anybody, not even just thinking differently, but, you know, God forbid they do it wrong, you know. How dare they play the video game the wrong way? You know, it's just this effort to remove any mystery and any interest from the game, and it completely destroys any effort to try and have those moments of delight, which Weather Factory is very good at delivering. And the other thing that's kind of fun about it is that it can exist with some neat mechanics. So one example that I would take here is that I very specifically avoided putting animals in the devotion slot because, you know, we could be facing sort of an Abraham and Isaac situation here, right? We could have the form of devotion is the sacrifice of a beloved pet, and the game doesn't have the little torch symbol to tell you you're going to be losing your pet if you put this in here. Actually, one thing I think I would like to try, though, is the marker, because I haven't quite found a use for markers yet. So that's, you know, this sort of exists alongside. So there's the tension that I have in terms of, oh, I wonder if I'm going to lose the pet. So, you know, similarly with the cage, you know, this is kind of a mean-looking cage. You wouldn't think, you know, the animal would be, you know, would be lost for it, but you never know, right? One experiment that I could have done actually would have been the, you know, the dog, because it seems that only one of them can exist. I would not be surprised if this, device, made you lose the pet, subject and mode. At least if you put the pet in as the subject, I'm gonna make a guess here that there will be consequences. And again, all of the hints have been left inside of the game, but when you open certain rooms, certain times, certain places, the context in which you start thinking about these things will be different. And so this is one of the reasons why on Wednesday's broadcast I wanted to try and start sort of leaning towards some of these altars, but I don't want to completely blow it in terms of like, again, it's still fun to have some mysteries. The mark in this case didn't seem to do what I wanted, but again, Sights and Sensations doesn't seem to be related to this particular altar here. This one's the solar altar, so I would have to sort of think, well, what do I think are relevant to the sun and rags? And actually, this is a tricky one for me because I'm trying to think if it would be like Snow Stories doesn't immediately scream at me Sun and Rags, but Ragged Crossroads would. But again, it sort of says, okay, well, you can make a bittersweet certainty. We've already gone past the 12. And at this point, I would sort of say, well, if I keep throwing the winter things in, maybe I'll find it. But I would like, if I can, to just permit myself the chance to find this stuff. But again, you find the new tool, the new thing. You want to follow up on it as much as you can. So I guess there's two main things that I've noticed, and actually I do need to take that small break. I said 45 minutes, but it turns out they're here early. So I did originally think, Momoko, hello, very good to see you. I'm actually going to be stepping away from the keys for a little bit, but it should only be a minute or two. And you, Johanna, good to see you too. I think you've seen Book of Hours before, but we're back to it. I know Kite was very fond, and it looks like a few of you were quite fond of the knowledge of Hushery, which is actually the only one that we've committed a skill to right now. So, or maybe it was because you were here that we decided to put something into Hushery. I can't remember. Anyways. But I am going to be stepping away for a little bit, and then you have me to the bitter end. Very wintry thing to say. But yeah, anyways, I'm not being very coherent right now anyway. So I am going to take a minute. I am going to run ads because it's nice when people come in, if they don't get hit with the pre-roll ads, that just makes me happier. And then I will be back. We'll actually start the playthrough in earnest at that when I get back. So again, sorry for the sprawling start, but I need to get myself sorted out. Okay, I am really sorry about the time that took. Not only I made the stupid mistake of looking at the YouTube comments, and okay, I am sorry to say this. So I'm sure most of you will not be on the YouTube group, but I am getting everything from people telling me to patch the game on videos that were recorded a week before, to people outright telling me, like, oh, you gotta put this bust here. And because it was in one of the books, it's okay to say. And I'm like, viewers are not the people who make those rules. I am the one who does. And the majority of people don't have a problem with this. There is a handful of people who are actually making it unpleasant to play this game. I always tell Weather Factory, you know, oh, are you tired, you know, when they say, are you tired of playing the game yet? The answer to that is always no. I am actually feeling tired of playing Book of Hours when I see these comments. I like playing the game. Playing it on broadcast is actually something that's really ruining the experience for me. And it sucks because, you know, Yu Momoko are here, and they're wonderful, right? There's the majority of people either don't say anything, or when they talk in chat, they're going to be, you know, they're going to be having a good time. But I don't know the best way to be more clear, and also to do it so that all of the people who are behaving like absolutely decent people are not getting affected by this. And again, I'm sorry, because I actually started the broadcast on it, but it's back. I told one of the developers of this game that Cultist Simulator was the game that took me from being very, very anxious when I read YouTube comments to one that made me like reading YouTube comments. And unfortunately, I'm back to feeling really anxious every time I look at YouTube comments. I'm miserable looking at them lately. So if you are someone who is telling me to play the game, and you are telling me to patch the game, or you are telling me basically what to do, know that you are ruining it for me, and you are ruining it for a lot of other people. And I would just ask you to think whether or not somebody playing a game differently from you is really worth that kind of cost. I know it doesn't cost anything to you to write stuff like that, but it costs a lot to me. And I think there's a majority of people here who would rather me continue playing this game, whatever imperfections in the playthrough there is. But anyways, I'm hopefully that's going to be the last I talk about it today, but I'm not going to lie. I just looked at the timer here and I'm like, I've got 2.5 hours more of this game. And it's the first time I've been like, I don't have it in me. So Yu and Momo, I'm sorry. It's always so nice to see you two, especially because you remind me of Kite, who I should take a minute here to do the shout out. And so I'm sorry that you caught me at such a bad time. But I am delighted that you are here, and I'm going to take your nice words and try and take that to bring me to a much better place. And maybe the lesson will be I won't look at YouTube comments over a break anymore. So the task ahead of us is the Ascendant. So I can't remember if this was one that I needed. I'm pretty sure I needed a memory for this. Oop, right, I gotta add the book first. I'm fairly certain I do. Actually, no, Auroral Contemplations has a very high edge value. No, it doesn't. Right. So we get six here. Hyksos is just the one, so we can add the Cucurbit Barrette, but because we don't have, well, even if we did have an Element of the Soul, it would have to be an upgraded one. But yeah, okay, that's fine. So I know I'm going to I'm going to have to read the book anyway. Yeah, for the most part, I try to keep that sort of stuff to myself, though. YouTube for a long time wasn't a very good place for comments, and then that changed in a positive way with that changed in a positive way with Cultist Simulator, which is the game before this one, and unfortunately, it's gone back to being something very difficult to work with. Ah, yes. Okay, so we're already working on the Wainscot history, so we're on track with where I wanted to be. And again, like part of it is, if you're going to do a broadcast, ideally you don't let the stuff that's been bugging you during the day, like, you try not to let that come into the broadcast. But I am also human, so. Okay, I am slightly tempted to brew some Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam. Well, I'm glad we're of the same mind. All right, so we're gonna make some tea. So Cater and Hero tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero. Oop. We do that at the fire. So I would love to be on brand and do it with the Shopped, but the Shopped, I need the Shopped for other things. So we will use whist here, brew over a fire, bring water to a boil, permit the potential here to express itself. Good description for tea. I need to leave the Faust off to the side for for actually reading the text. I think I originally said that I was going to take a bunch of elements of the soul and use them to level things up early. That obviously didn't turn out that way, so I will... I think if I recall correctly, I do need a memory to make the big Edict's Liminal item. We'll double check here. Yeah, so this is the Glassfinger Toxin. Wait a minute. It's a 15 level... Okay, now I'm trying to remember how I did this, because if I have a 2 memory here, surely I'm missing something very obvious, because I've made this successfully before, and yet I'm clearly short one item. So I suppose the first question for me would be my Nock flowers. Do I have any? Well, not one that I would consider for production. Okay, that's funny. So I know that I've been able to make... I know I've been able to make this once before. But when I take a look at what I actually need to make it, if I add the Shopped, which is 2, if I add the Edict's Liminal, which is what produces the object I'm trying to make, and I add the Glassfinger Toxin, which is required, and then I take a look at the memories that I need, the memory that I would add would be a 2 Nock. Unless there's a third that I'm missing. Yeah, so I guess the funny thing here is that if I want to make the Glassfinger toxin and I add a memory, I do need that keeper level. I would get 14 from the memory, which would imply that I need to add some kind of matter. And yet it is not at all clear to me that I have some kind of knock matter that would meet the requirements. So I'm going to take a minute here with the flowers just to... Actually, Shell might do the trick. Nope, that's scale. That's so weird that I was able to do it once before, but I'm completely stumped. I'm completely stumped by what I did. I know I actually I think I've already erased my notes, but yeah, I just put some stuff down for Ruby Wise Rune and that. Well, that's fine. I mean, again, I certainly don't mind working out some challenges and stuff. But it's a little funny that it's a little funny I don't remember it. The only thing I can say, like, my option would be to wait for a foggy day. Which would be a 3 knock memory. Also, but see, that's also 3 moon, and so I would maybe want to use that to unlock part of the house. And so, being able to resolve the actual trick that I did. And again, I'm reluctant to try out any VODs and things like that, because if I play the game, you know, like I don't think it's normal for people to record a playthrough and then consult it for later. So, oh, wait a minute. No, but that wouldn't work because it would that doesn't get accepted. Okay, well, that's not something I need to deal with right now anyway, but I am going to try and make the Glassfinger toxin. So with that, I don't even know if I have the tea. And then I suppose I could try gardening. I don't know if I have any blue crown left. Yeah, but Trumpeter's Lily, I think, is the new one I want the most. Or I could try the beekeeping. Good lord, I don't even remember what I was doing. Right, the tea. Okay. So yeah, it doesn't cost me anything to pour it, so we will serve the Caterer and Hero Second Flesh of Sam. We'll pour out a cup. That will give us 1 knock to work with. And then my hope is that I don't need a memory, because that will leave the health that'll leave the health open. But if it doesn't, yeah, if it doesn't work, I think I can learn to live with it. Okay, shaft. Edict's Liminal. So craft a secret threshold. So in this case, we're one knock short. This is one of these cases where you sort of wish something like the Hush House key was a tool. Of course, if it was a tool, it would be the most powerful tool in the game. So I suppose what this does, this returns me to the search for the relevant knock plants. Now I do notice that I don't have any moth orchid kicking around. But moth orchid kind of implies a certain aspect. Excuse me. So I'll live with I'll live with a little uncertainty in terms of how I did some of this stuff in the past, and I will just settle for generating a memory. I think advice on containment will give me a pattern. And again, I'm sure on a, probably even just on a different day. Thank you. I'm sure on a different day when I'm not, just dealing with all of the, all of the other stuff that we talked about before, I'll probably be in better form. But for now, we will just try and relearn a few steps. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. All right, so like I said, I wanted to try and start rereading these texts a little bit more. I do wind up using the same text over and over again, so I... Kim? Sorry, I think I might... that might have been for a different chat. But yeah, so what I'm going to try and do is maybe put a little bit more diversity in terms of the books that I was... in terms of the books that I'm reading. I don't expect too much out of it, but we'll see where these things go. So I've read, it was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understood the eruptions of barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. Gore does not mention the Mantis directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggest he had commerce with the unseen world. It was common in that time to speak... Wait a minute. Did I read the... Oh yeah, no, sorry, I did it in the wrong order. So subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. No worries, I'm not 100% sure what the last three words mean, Momoko, but I'm sorry. It's always fun to have you two here. I just wasn't sure what the message was. Gore does not mention the Mantis directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggest he had commerce with the unseen world. It was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understood the eruption of barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. Oh, gotcha. Happy holiday. Is it Kaze no Ban or K's? Anyways, in both cases, Kaze. Okay, great. If you would like, it's always fun to learn new things in the channel, so if you have a little bit of background about the holiday and what it's about, I would love to hear. And we did tie up the... we did tie up this desk, but it occurred to me that the memory contradiction... I always keep betraying myself doing this with the moon. Unfortunately, the reading room desk gets me out of it. Oh, that's right. Alright. So, we're up to 8. We'll use the Kukurbet Barrette, a vessel with an ambiguous history. The Ascendant. The edgelong Dardesh boasts of her victories over her brother enemy Tareg in the days of the Shadowless Empire. And here we'll use Hyksos. The Shepherd Kings brought this speech west from Canaan to use in their wards and snares. Had they never come to Egypt, they might never have found a way to write it, given its addictive qualities. That might have been for the best. So, this is our first of the tricky books to read. And once we finish reading the advice on containment, we'll build another glass figure toxin, but again, I need to figure out exactly where the extra knot comes from. I suspect so the workbench doesn't take liquids. Alright, advice on containment. Thyrza Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mantis things in it. Thyrza is irritatingly light on specifics, insisting above all that the duties of an adept are the duties of a host, and that a conjoined spirit should be kept in as luxurious a vessel as possible. Thyrza notes the similarities between the lantern-long habit of scrying, returning to the physical world despite their absence of a body by entering a mirror or light, and Pomander's techniques of confining Mantis Long to mirrors. She wonders whether Pomander himself might be lured to visit Hush House if provided with a sufficiently alluring scrying. Now, one thing that is kind of helpful with this idea of rereading the texts again and rereading them aloud is that there is sort of a universe of ideas sort of sitting around in my head. And, obviously I like to talk during the course of a broadcast, but it's not necessary and it's often not helpful to, say every single idea that's coming in at all times. So when we started getting into the nocturnal sections and we have, all of these devices, and in particular, we've got something in prison, but even here we've got these cells, right? This is definitely the sort of stuff that I have been thinking about. And in particular, when we have this idea of scrying and the need for a luxurious vessel, you can kind of see how the work that was being done by Nocturnal here is sort of an opposite of that. That there's containment, but it's not necessarily in the nicest of conditions. And this may be an indication, in terms of where the failures, came from. So again, I don't have a whole lot to go on with this. It's just more sort of here's the first touch in terms of the connection that I would make. And then from there, I would sort of build on that and see if I can get any more ideas that I can sort of hook onto these. So, and likewise, I haven't really thought too much about whether or not we can summon or contain spirits in this game. Oftentimes when we run into spirits, they're ones that come from an obstacle that we let a villager help us get through. So there is a smoothed hollow at the altar's foot, something coiled like a serpent, but stiller by far. And for this we have serpent root, a mass of rootstock, shiny with age, but somehow viable. Tiny spidery scratchings marked the embedded eggshell shards and code a cryptic message. This object houses a numen, a truth so powerful that perhaps it can believe itself. So written in Crack Track, and it is readable, but we don't have the ability to do so. But this does also introduce a fairly important idea here, which was the first numen that we found was from this book here, and that was just sort of sitting out waiting for us. Now we're starting to get this idea of, going a bit deeper into the house to find out what's happening. And Yeah, in this case, I do want to keep in mind, I suspect with the number of skills and, you know, the number of challenges that I might be facing, they may or may not use the same trick twice, but I would suspect that, I'm even just trying to think if I were to throw... Yeah, so this doesn't seem to do the same thing as before. That, or it was Grail-oriented, but I would have to imagine it was Moon. But yeah, so now that we know we've gotten a Newman from a crafting station, that's one of the potential rewards. This is the sort of thing that we want to keep an eye out for. Now, let's get that Glassfinger toxin built. One might question the use of turning a tea into a poison, but that's just how we roll at Hush House. All right, Glassfinger toxin. Brew a bright and lethal knock toxin. Edict's liminal with scholar level knock plus liquid creates a Glassfinger toxin. And what I'm going to do room by room. So apparently the desiccated witchworms. Well, those are interesting actually because those count as a remain, so that could be used as an input if I was so inclined. The water isn't quite what I want to do. It's just a more powerful, like, so the tea isn't unlimited, but it's not, it's also not it's not as precious as some of the other liquids I could give up. If I use a Mistkissed water, then I'm going to run into the potential problem of needing to use a health in Numa to to get that, whereas maybe I would want something else. So I'm going to avoid using that if I can. And looks like we're done reading already. So the Edgelong Dardesh boasts of her victories over her brother enemy Tareg in the days of the Shadowless Empire. Sweeter than wine, than nectar is the blood of my brother. We have raised up armies one against another. We have sated the Blackbone with the sinking of our ships. Dardesh's boasting at length turns melancholy, and Edgelong is half a dyad. She may not defeat her hated brother enemy without ending herself. She doesn't even want to, but she is aware, to her frustration, that she is a piece on the board, an axle on the ox cart, an essential part of the eternal engine of contention which the Lionsmith and Colonel use to sustain the world. So we have Edict's Marshal. That is a new one for us, and we've got another source of a contradiction. So Exile was a good source for making me interested in Edge a little bit more, but, you know, the idea of the dyad, the idea of, well, just a great number of the ideas present in some of the Edge material, I think is neat, but I may be very Lantern focused, but every once in a while there's something that comes up that catches my fancy in another aspect. Okay. So we will acquire the Edict's Marshal, use this lesson to acquire a new skill. And yeah, we don't have Edict's Marshal on our list anyway, so... Oh, lovely. I was wondering about this. So, Kaze no Bon means Bon Dance of the Wind. It is only about 300 years old. We wear matching kimonos, and it's mainly at night. The story is you, as the dancers, cover your face to hide from the wrath of the god we hope to appease. The original festival was held in order to appease typhoons and allow for a bountiful harvest of rice. Besides the dance, we also have games, trinkets, and a bunch of other traditional foods, stalls, and tiny shops all over the streets. You know, I actually think that's a lot of fun in the context. So first of all, thank you very much for sharing that. But one thing I really like about this too is that one of the things I enjoy about Book of Hours, and one of the things that I think is very interesting if you play either this game or Cultist Simulator or some of the others, there's a tabletop game called The Lady Afterwards, which I've not played, but I have attended the Locksmith Stream, the live event. And what's interesting is there's actually similar ideas. And of course, what's happening is, I suspect, either consciously or unconsciously, the authors of these experiences are sort of following from real life traditions. But you can kind of see, once you start playing these games enough, you can actually sort of start seeing the world in some of those lights. So for instance, in Book of Hours, you've probably noticed that there's the weather that pops up every once in a while, and so a sunny day has 2 lantern and 2 sky, but a storm has got 4 heart and 4 sky. So a storm can be a dangerous thing. It certainly was dangerous to us at the start of the game, where we washed up on the beach way back over here. But it can also be a time of great power if you're able to harness sort of that into the magic or to the work that you do. And then this idea of sort of appeasing gods, or the kinds of gods that you wouldn't be able to show your face to, even then there are a few sort of special ideas that come up in the context of these experiences. So the Locksmith's Dream is this really interesting experience which happens in an old house in the United Kingdom called Treowin. And one of the parts of that is at night, when the sun goes down and you finish dinner, everybody goes up to their rooms and there is a mask. And the rule is it's the house of the moon. And so this is a time when sort of the real world and the spirit world are very close to each other. And it's quite dangerous to go without a mask, except in 2 of the places which are, or 3 of the places which are protected, which is the room of the guest, the tavern, the Flint and Wheel pub, and then there's an office for the Suppression Bureau, and that is protected as well. And those are the 3 places where you can remove your mask. So, and again, in the case of this game, they're not necessarily gods, they're called hours, but there are sort of similar ideas here. There are ones where it very clearly says, you wouldn't necessarily want them to take notice of you. That would be the end of you, but you can see them from a distance. So it's kind of neat. In this case here, there's not a festival for Book of Hours, but what you've described, first of all, sounds very interesting. It sounds like a nice time. I don't know if I would ever, I don't think I would ever be wearing a kimono, but I would, it would be very, very fun to see, all of the celebration and all of the different, the dance, because of course there's the Thunderskin, which refers, in this case, the Thunderskin is very heart-oriented. And this, actually, I think we've got a picture of the Thunderskin. So you can sort of see just in the picture here, the people dancing around the heart. So he cannot be stilled, he demands the dance, he is beaten like a drum, he is heard in the wood beyond the world. And so if the Thunderskin is associated with storms, you can sort of see here, right? The storm, the people dancing around it. It's obviously there's no connection directly with the festival, but because this game is very well thought out, and because it has this very broad view of the world, and it gives you this framework for thinking about things. As soon as you started talking about a real world festival, I sort of start thinking, oh yeah, that reminds me of the Thunderskin, and that reminds me a little bit about Heart, and it's related to the Typhoon, and and such. So it's actually, I'm delighted that you shared that with me. I'm sorry to reduce it all down to the game, because of course I'm sure it's very interesting in its own right, and yet it's so interesting to be able to look at real world things through this lens. Every once in a while, this is something that I kind of do for myself anyway. I'll run into something in the real world, and I'll catch something that happens. People draw parallel. Yeah, exactly. And I've told this story before, but I don't think you two have been in the channel, so I can share it again. I didn't want the assistance. So tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest to gather my thoughts. In spring, the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. So, I ordered a book, and I know Kite has been very kind in terms of talking about my interest in history, and you've seen me play Old World. And Old World, so Glassfinger Toxin, what is within, without, what is without, within, a poison sacred to the votaries of the Meniscate. Now this one, I don't actually have any room for it, so we'll move that to the side here. That should make enough space for the toxin. But one of the ancient philosophies that was introduced in that game through the DLC, The Sacred and the Profane, was called Neoplatonism. And it was actually something that I wound up studying in school for a little bit. And it was one that wound up being influential even in the Middle Ages. But one way or the other, sorry, I'm just going to take a minute here to write down the note. The precepts of struggle and conflict which drive the cosmic engine of change, sometimes called the chorality. So, it's, if you study something in school and you see it come up again, it's always interesting to, to renew that interest, see what you can remember. And so I started reading a little bit of my, some of my old textbooks and going in, and I got a little bit more in depth with it. And so a person who was very influential in the, well, in fact, you would say he'd be the founder, although some people think another person with his teacher would count as that. But there's a man named Plotinus, who was the philosopher, the great thinker, who sort of founded this philosophy called Neoplatonism. And I decided that I liked the book that I had from school, but the book only had little fragments, and I thought I'd hit a point where it would be good to actually have all of the thing, like the full book that he wrote, just so that I could get a better understanding. It's quite complicated, and it's not even... it's not even all that exciting to read at any time, but sometimes, you just happen to be in the mood for something, and so you can take up a challenge like that. And what happened was, the book that I ordered a used book, and they sent me the wrong one. They sent me an old book. It was one of the first translations into English of that one, I believe. And it was by a man named Stephen McKenna. So it was a pure coincidence. I emailed the bookseller. To their credit, they were very good about it. They said, that was our mistake. Don't worry. You don't need to send it back. You can donate the book. You can keep it. You can do whatever you want with it. And they refunded me the money, which was good. But as it happens, when I started reading, I wanted to read some of this, so while I was waiting for the full book that I was looking for, I figured I would open it up and give it a quick look. And it turns out that the translator of that book wound up living a life that is very much like the kind of character that is in sort of this world of the secret histories, and possibly even the character in Cultist Simulator. He was a soldier for a little while. He worked as a banker. He connected with the works of Plotinus and felt a very strong connection with them. So strong that he essentially dedicated the rest of his life, once he got a certain amount of money, towards translating and presenting this to the wider world. And in fact, what he wound up doing was introducing Plotinus to figures like William Butler Yeats, who were also occultists themselves. There's a bit of a connection between occultism and Neoplatonism. So, while my original intention was just to follow up on something from my original intention was to follow up on something interesting that I had read in school, and it came up in a game that I liked. In this case here, by sheer coincidence, there wound up being a connection with this world of the secret histories. I'm glossing over a lot of the details on this, but it's already a very long story. And I think there's just something kind of fun that when you're playing a game about sort of magic and secret societies and, and hidden knowledge and that, every time you run into a coincidence and it winds up, allowing you to make those kinds of connections, whether it's running into Kaze no Ban or getting the wrong book in the mail and suddenly learning something about the world that you didn't know before. These always just feel a little bit more interesting because you have that special framework to think about. And this can work for just about anything. In the case of Darkest Dungeon, I know the development team, whenever a team member would get very stressed, they would also kind of talk about it in terms of the game. So, if somebody was getting stressed, they would kind of talk about how they got one of the mechanics that they put in, and that would be a way that everybody could sort of keep working on what was, potentially quite a difficult game because of the player reaction to some of the changes that they made. So it's one thing I appreciate about well thought out games, ones with a bit of a philosophy behind them. They're ones that sort of give you a framework for looking at the world that's often very interesting. And I think that's probably the great gift of Book of Hours and Cultist Simulator. I do at some point need to try The Lady Afterward, but okay. So it's another sunny day. I do have the second Faust, but I think we already did our investigation in terms of what I could expect from Auroral Contemplations. The last thing I can do here is the Remembrance. I could even get a third with the History Wax Candle. But in this case here, there are things that require a higher level of Lantern, but I'm content to say that it's not Auroral Contemplations. I really didn't want to brute force everything, but I am kind of curious about Inks of Revelation. And yeah, similar story there. So again, I don't want to brute force everything. We do have the Secret Colors and the 3 and the 3, the Vatican manuscript. So both of these are 14 moon texts, and I expect that I'm going to have a bit of work ahead of me to read this, but let's see exactly what we're up against. So we would use the Tryst here. Let's pretend that we don't have a memory. Okay, so we have 12. So in this case, we do need a two moon memory. So there's a number of different books that I can read to get the 2 moon. Usually it's a confounding parable that I go for, but I'm just taking a look at some of the titles here to see if there's something that might be particularly useful for me. I think I'll try 108 again. And then there's a very good chance that we can read a second text as well. It won't be a moon one, but we can probably read this edge one. When I say read this edge one, I of course mean watch the movie. And you know what? The funny thing is, under any other circumstance, I could have gotten by, so I can add the Hyksos. But I'm one short of being able to read the... Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's an 8, so I do need some kind of edge memory. So, that's a shame, but we'll get by. So let's use the Shapt... Yeah, I'll use the Shapt and the Whist. So, 108, Eva de Wolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it. The great hooded princes, the Nochlong who ascended under the mother of ants, but now, so Eva claims, honor the horned axe. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So that's going to get me my 2 moon. And then we do need more edge again. So I can get 1 edge, or I can get I can get something different. I think I'm going to try Honey the Comprehensive Guide, because I wasn't expecting that to have a contradiction, but it's written as such. So, Honey the Comprehensive Guide, Harvey Hattington, pilot, polymath, confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. So we're still in spring, so I suppose the question would be, what do I want to pick up from the garden? You know what, let's take a moth orchid, seeing as we don't have any. And if you'll excuse me, I'm just going to take a little bite of something. Okay. Haddington insists that all the primary aspects, nectar, scale, heart, lantern, moth, grail, are possessed by bees and expressed in honey. Clearly, he points out, there are only 6 primary aspects, as honeycomb has only 6 angles. Youghal ink is prepared with these techniques, but so is Skinshuck mead, and only Skinshuck requires honey. Just as any beverage or foodstuff can be improved with the addition of honey, so any garden is improved with the presence of bees, even those bloody Blomberend. And I'm trying to remember what skill I got out of that one, but I did take a note, so... And this was Eva de Wolf's discussion on the fifth history. The great hooded princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Eva has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that, though the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. So in a confounding parable, the moth, the grail, and the egg unhatching all tell different stories of the world's beginning. One of those stories is the oldest, but it may not be the first. Abbess Nona. All right, so we're ready to start reading some books now. So we will read this at Ava's desk. Feels appropriate given that we got the confounding parable from here. And I'm very interested in the 3 and the 3, but I'm going to do the Secret Colors first. The Secret Colors, Black Ellie, disgraced Damascene matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, wrote this while fleeing the agents of the duty. Oops. Oh yeah, sorry. We've already got the confounding parable. So here we add the relevant skill. And we need the lunar globe to be able to... I can master this mystery. All right, so the other thing that I would like to do is watch another one of Ilse Bischoff's films. So The Open Head, Ilse Bischoff's hallucinatory quasi-documentary notionally about the Greco-Turkish War of the previous decade. So even though it's a relatively modern film, it is in a language that doesn't exist. I almost got burned by my tendency to not to think about the secondary aspect of the memory that I draw, but we're okay here. All right, I can master this mystery, enough edge to match mystery edge. I wonder about the beekeeping. It does say, bees, like librarians, are not to be trifled with. All right, so I can apparently do that whenever I want. Does anybody here have opinions about bees? Well, there's the knock I needed. Excuse me. Yeah, the little insects that pollinate flowers. Moth orchid is soft as velvet to the touch, except when it changes. So, I'm going to be a bit late on this, but I think maybe we'll stock up on some moth orchid because that has the knock aspect. No opinions on these? Good for flowers, yeah. I didn't really think of them too much. I was respectful of the distance with them because they certainly have a capability to sting. Although I had been stung by a wasp rather than a bee, and I learned there is a difference between the two. Wasps are not quite as fun as bees. But as I got a bit older, I began to appreciate the qualities of bees much more. Oh, I have a bunch of moth orchid here. Just wasn't looking in the right spot. That's fine. We will probably be making quite a bit of use of this. But another thing I like about bees, I had one of the directors of photography that I used to work for he was a beekeeper, and he had a neighbor with blueberry fields. So obviously that was good for both of them because the neighbor's blueberry fields would be pollinated, but my director of photography had sort of a side business in terms of just selling the honey. And honey is a little bit like a number of other things. There's different sort of grades, and some's lighter, some's darker. It's like anything. You can see the different qualities, but that one, the one by the blueberry field in particular, was really nice because it did just have that slight hint. Like you could kind of tell which one came from where. So it was always a shame. I didn't always wind up working with him because, of course, I would be hired by somebody lower on the list. But I was always kind of eager to wind up working on his shows at certain times of the year because it would usually mean that I could get some pretty affordable honey that was better than anything that I could get inside of the store. So, and then from there, I just sort of became interested in bees. There is a bee-themed city builder I've talked about before for those of you who are interested called Hive Time, and that is a pay-what-you-want game. So if you like SimCity and you like bees, Hive Time is for you. All right, so let's see what Black Ellie has to say about the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Ellie writes of the secret colors of the sun, the blessed traces of error, weaknesses in sunlight, balancing principles in its reflection. A deeper account of these secret colors, Ellie reveals, was kept at a shrine to the 3 hours of the chancel at the Grey Rock in the sea, far from the intrigues of the sisterhood and church. It is hidden from the common eye, but can be revealed with the arts of sickle and eclipse. Okay, so that is the sort of thing that, I mean, as it happens, this may be something you could also put in a spreadsheet. But for me, this is the sort of thing I like to put in my personal handwriting notes are getting very, very messy now. Sorry, I've lost my pen. Is on the ground. This is definitely the sort of thing that I want to write down in the game. So a deeper account of these secret colors Ellie reveals was... well, let's start from the top. So secret colors of the sky... Ellie, writes of the secret colors of the sun, the blessed traces of error, weakness in sunlight, balancing principles in its reflection. So... A deeper account of these secret colors, Ellie reveals, was kept at a shrine to the 3 hours of the chancel at the Grey Rock in the sea, far from the intrigues of the sisterhood and church. It is hidden from the common eye, but can be revealed with the arts of sickle and eclipse. Now, I would make a guess here that we can't do the same trick as last time. I would not be surprised if this is sickle and eclipse, so... Did I not get a memory from this? I guess not. That's funny. So I'm just going to make a note of that. So it's not at all obvious that this is one I would... it's not at all obvious that this is the gray rock in the sea, let's say. I can give it a shot, but I would... If I had to make a guess, you know, we've got the pumps here, so we may wind up doing something similar to this in this region. But you know, I might give this a shot anyway. I will definitely need to invest more as far as the skills are concerned, though. And onto the open hand. Ilse Bischoff's hallucinatory quasi-documentary notionally about the Greco-Turkish War of the previous decade. A hammer-armed Turk and a sword-armed Greek pursue each other through the Pindus, setting traps for each other, robbing peasants, chalking insulting graffiti on walls. The tone is notionally anti-war, but any scholar of the invisible arts would recognize the Edge Hour subtext and the Hyksos messages in the graffiti. Oh, that's fun. Okay, so it is a traditional film, but the deeper meaning would be in... I like that idea a lot, actually. The sword wielder methodically fills a church with candles, lights each one, strips again to the waist to reveal his terrible scars. His chest somehow swings open like a cupboard door to reveal a blood-drenched book, and the film ends. Okay, so this is a pretty significant deal here when it talks about... So this is significant, right? Because it talks about getting a book from a church filled with candles. And we know that we were able to get a Newman doing something like this. So I'm going to want to pay particular attention to what skill comes out of this one. And sorry, it was the open head. I think I said open hand before. Okay, so disciplines the scar. And we get a revelation from that. Now we could, we're sort of stuck in terms of leveling up Sickle and Eclipse, but we do have a chance of getting Disciplines of the Scar leveled up. So let's see what we're up against here. We definitely have one level. We might be able to try for a second. So there's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting, and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. Now, we will need 2 memories to level it up here, as well as a second element of the soul, but I think we can pull that off. So I'm going to go to the Sweet Bones for some Faust first. Rest and refreshment. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So it is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilchard head poking cheekily through the hot crust. So we've got the sunny day. In this case, I just need a second. Memory. So we will. I actually probably shouldn't have gone for the Faust first. I probably should have. Well, that's fine, because I can just recover the other Faust here. But I'm willing to spend the money on it, because using the sunny day and the second memory, whatever it is, that will let me focus entirely on Sickle and Eclipse. And again, the aim behind that is if we get hit by a surprise Pneuma, which I'm not expecting to happen, but I didn't expect the one Pneuma that did come up to hit me, I'm just prepared, basically, is where I'm going with this. So in order to level this up again, we would take the effort, the understanding, and 2 memories. Okay, so we need to wrap up for the day soon. All right, so I'm getting a little tight on time. So what I'm going to do is I will renew another Faust, second slice of pie. And what I will do here is I'll use the lantern to read a book that will give me an appropriate memory. In this case, I'm going to try Fear, and we have a number of these, actually. So we've got a couple of DeWolf journals. Yeah, so Brian DeWolf isn't really mentioned. But True History of Valentine DeWolf. Also just gives me a chance to get familiar. So, written in the third person by Valentine de Wolf, rarely coherent, though it includes some useful footnotes on falconry and on exotic veterinary medicine. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So the idea here is that he is the 6th Baron Brandkrug. We know this one for sure. So Valentine de Wolf, 6th Baron Brandkrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, the inscription reads. The details I'm a little more interested in would be related to that revelation from the open head, but I will take whatever knowledge I can find. Now, Sickle and Eclipse, I'm expecting, will be a little bit of a challenge. It's not hard for us to get the Moth and the Edge, but we can basically only use that tryst once a day. So essentially, we're going to cross from spring to summer. In fact, we may already cross from spring to summer, but we've got 2 days ahead of us before we can really get the benefit. We will, however, level up our Disciplines of the Scar in time. Okay, better now. Valentine is obsessed with the meaning of the de Wolf coat of arms. On a field or a chevron in arched gules. Gules? Let me see what gules are. Throat? Interesting. Although it says red in heraldry. Yeah, animal's mouth, throat. Okay. The chevron encircled gules between 2 Corby heads, erased sable in chief, and wolf sergeant sable in base. I keep forgetting the heraldry terms. Long have the 2 birds pursued my blood, yet one is no crow, yet it is darker. Long has the wolf rolled itself in gold like a clovered cow, until its slobberings stain our thoughts. So I know there was a coat of arms in the Westcott room. But that's a Curia period, so I don't know if we'd see the de Wolf, if that would be the one for the de Wolf. There's a couple of comments on it, so there's a chevron referred to. Yeah, well, I mean, there's the. We probably should have kept the description up while I was on there. The other thing is that, so far as I can tell, it's the only coat of arms that we currently have in the immediate area. Although the one thing I do find kind of interesting is that we have the Curia symbol in here and the de Wolf coat of arms here. And obviously, much like ourselves, we're going to be moving items through the house, and so it's reasonable to expect that, different items are going to be moved throughout. But it's I wonder if the newspaper has rows. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to make any headway on the coat of arms, but I also don't think what was written there is irrelevant either. But what we do want to focus on is leveling up Disciplines of the Scar, so we can focus on Sickle and Eclipse, and perhaps read another book. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So we have one more sort of big book for us, which is guaranteed, and then these ones are going to be sort of targets of opportunity. One thing I haven't done is I haven't unlocked any rooms, which I think I was a little more eager to do earlier, but that was sort of before I went on my maximizing skill path, and then obviously getting a fairly special book is a the sort of thing that'll also throw me onto another path. All right. Now, as far as candlelit churches go, this seems to be the best. Well, okay, there's two potential options here: either the chancel or the nave. What's happening in the world beyond Brancrude? What visitors will the season bring? The affair of the unfinished lark. For 3 years, the sculptor adept Zuthamalim Zidane has labored at his masterpiece, an abstract sculpture that speaks with the voice of a desert lark. And now, puzzlingly, and suddenly, he is dead. Okay. So we're still in spring. I don't quite need to prioritize the moth orchid like I used to, but then I also don't really need to prioritize the blue crown either, so my health is available for anything. So maybe what I want to do now, if I want to level up Sickle and Eclipse, that would be 4 memories, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so a total of 5, one of which we take from the Sickle and Eclipse. The sunny day doesn't help us here. So we'd leave the tryst for studying. So what I think I'm going to do here, I'm going to do the usual trick I do with Reverend Timothy. I'm going to use him to get us some extra memories, and I'm just going to slowly file in one at a time. Actually, you know what? I don't even need to do it one at a time. I just need a minute. So it's a minute from the end of the day. Yeah, I guess this does mean that I don't wind up using the health, though. Okay, no, I'm going to use the health. I'm actually going to take care of the bees. So it's either nectar or scale. I do find it's interesting that it's nectar or scale as opposed to gardening, which only takes nectar. So leaves and thorns is my first. I think I'm actually going to do these I'm going to try sort of 2 of each. So gather in summer honey or beeswax, if I'm careful. And I'm not, counter to how I normally play, I'm actually not going to do anything with my skills until the end of the day. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. Add an element of the soul to enhance Reverend Timothy's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Unlike some assistants, Timothy can make use of candles. I think they've been adding a few guides in terms of some of the extra things that people can do, although I think that was true for Reverend Timothy a few patches ago. Sorry, I chose to eat right when the music stops. We have, is that Serena Blackwood? Yep. One-time librarian of Hush House, one-time librarian of the Invisible Serapeum in Alexandria, and currently what exactly? Serena is closed-mouthed, but I know that she has worked with the St. Ronwin Trust. One thing I do find kind of neat, so the Serapeum, I'm sure with Momoko and you, I'm sorry to be focused so much on you. I do realize there are other people watching, but the music in this game is very good. I almost thought you were just playing something. Yeah, it's actually a Canadian composer named Mary Beth Solomon, and she's composed music for this developer's other games, Sunless Sea as well as Cultist Simulator, but I really feel like this one in particular just goes above and beyond. They will be making the soundtrack available for sale, but I think there is they've got a lot that they've been doing lately, so it's not it's like I suspect it's gonna be a while, but it'll happen. Now I do recall in so one of the things that I sort of like, especially when it's people who don't have English as their first language, one thing that people kind of comment on for these games are the new words that you learn. And for me, I have words that I learn. I mean, obviously, I mispronounce a lot of things, but a big reason for that would be that a lot of these words that I'm encountering are ones that I've only ever seen in writing, and sometimes I'm actually seeing them for the very first time. But the other thing that's kind of fun about this game is that it also invents words. So, when we have the Tree of Wisdom, so far as I can tell, these are, well, Preservation obviously has a real world counterpart. But so far as I can tell, Nyctodromy or Horomachistry are not actual disciplines. And we talked a little bit about Horomachistry, we can talk about horology. The horo part would be a signal to you if you sort of know how some English words are formed. That will give you a hint as to its as to sort of the what the knowledge is about. And as it says here, right, the bright art dealing with the laws and contentions of the hours and their names. So one of the things that's sort of fun about this game is because it has such a very wide vocabulary, and because it also introduces words and concepts that don't exist, or it even sometimes has concepts that do exist but gives them new names. So in this game, if you have an hour of time, that would be lowercase hour. But if you are referring to an hour, uppercase, you are referring to a very specific and special thing. And it's not even necessarily that the two are not related to each other, but it's definitely a different way. It's a different way of thinking of these things. But then on the other hand, you have things like Arikepean. Arikepean is probably my favorite of the invented languages, a language of surpassing beauty and elusiveness, revealed through the ecstatic apprehensions of the Orphics, of the Eleusinians, and of the Sibyls of the Rhine. Arikepean, these mystics claimed, allowed for the elaboration of hues, sensations, and states of mind too subtle for the grosser tongues. So sort of this idea of, again, as it says, the mystics, right? People with this special connection with the divine have this special language that, actually, if you've ever played Mass Effect, I guess it's a little bit like the Elcor, where they talk about the subtlety of Elcor language is so great that humans can't detect it, and so you have, them saying, considerably, we are the ones with a very subtle language. But in any case, the Serapeum is not something that was invented for. That is not something that was invented for the game. Serapeum, I believe there was one at the Library of Alexandria, the famous ancient library, which, so far as I can tell, if I am not mistaken, there's the reference to sort of the destruction of the Library of Alexandria, and I think there's this idea that it was burned down. I don't ever think that actually happened. At least it's not this significant event that, we know this is the day in which the Library of Alexandria ceased to be this great wonder. There was a fire for sure. I actually think it was Caesar that was involved with this. But that's not the destruction of the library. Yeah, actually, I'm just going to take a second here to look up the Serapeum because I'm 99% sure it was at the Library of Alexandria. Oh, sorry, my apologies. So I actually just went to the Wikipedia page. So Present-day ruins of the Serapeum of Alexandria, where the Library of Alexandria moved part of its collection after it ran out of storage space in the main building. Interesting. I also kind of wonder about this because I get the impression that temples would have been places where you would keep written works anyway, because I know the pre-Socratic philosopher Heraclitus of Ephesus also put his work there. I'm pretty sure it was in the Temple of Artemis where he deposited his book. Yeah, so here's the entry on the Serapeum of Alexandria. The Serapeum of Alexandria in the Ptolemaic kingdom was an ancient Greek temple built by Ptolemy III Euergestes and dedicated to Serapis, who was made the protector of Alexandria, Egypt. There are also signs of Harpocrates. It has been referred to as the daughter of the Library of Alexandria. The site has been heavily plundered. Okay, so I was mistaken. I actually thought the Serapeum was part of the Library of Alexandria. It's more overflow space. The site is located on a rocky plateau overlooking land and sea. So there's something interesting about this, right, in terms of the placement of Hush House compared to the Serapeum. By all detailed accounts, the Serapeum was the largest and most magnificent of all temples in the Greek quarter of Alexandria. Besides the image of the god, the temple precinct housed an offshoot collection of the Library of Alexandria. The geographer Strabo tells that this stood in the west of the city. Nothing now remains above ground except the enormous Pompey's Pillar. According to Rowe and Rees, 1956, accounts of the Serapeum still standing buildings they saw there have been left by Aphthontius, the Greek rhetorician of Antioch, who visited it about AD 315, and Rufinus, a Christian who assisted in the destruction of it during the end of the 4th century. The pillar marks the Acropolis of the Serapeum in the account of Aphthonius, that is the upper part of the Great Serapeum area. Closure and destruction. The Serapeum of Alexandria was closed in July of 325 AD, likely on the orders of the Christian Emperor Constantine. Emperor Theodosius I gradually made pagan feasts into workdays, banned public sacrifices, and closed pagan temples. The decree promulgated in 391 declared that no one is to go to the sanctuaries or walk through the temples, which resulted in the abandonment of many temples throughout the empire. This set the stage for riots in Alexandria in 391, although the date is debated according to Wace. The Serapeum was the last stronghold of the pagans who fortified themselves in the temple and its enclosure. The sanctuary was stormed by the Christians. The pagans were driven out, the temple was sacked, and its contents were destroyed. The Serapeum was destroyed by Roman soldiers in 391 and not rebuilt. After the destruction, a monastery was established, a church built for St. John the Baptist, known as Angelium or Evangelium. However, the church fell into ruins around 600 AD, restored by Pope Isaac of Alexandria, 681 to 684 AD, and finally destroyed in the 10th century. By the 20th century, a Muslim cemetery, Bab Sidra, was located at the site. The destruction of the Serapeum was but the most spectacular of such conflicts, according to Peter Brown. Several other ancient and modern authors instead have interpreted the destruction of the Serapeum in Alexandria as representative of the triumph of Christianity and an example of the attitude of the Christians towards pagans. However, Brown frames it against a long-term backdrop of frequent mob violence in the city, where the Greek and Jewish quarters had fought for 400 years since the 1st century BC. Also, Eusebius mentioned street fighting in Alexandria between Christians and non-Christians occurring as early as 249. There is evidence that non-Christians had taken part in citywide struggles both for and against Athanasius of Alexandria in 341 and 356. Similar accounts are found in the writings of Socrates of Constantinople. R. McMullen further reports that in 363, almost 30 years later, George of Cappadocia was killed for his repeated acts of pointed outrage, insult, and pillage of the most sacred treasures of the city. There's actually quite a bit more here, but it seems to be a lot about the destruction, so I'm going to leave it there, although I want to read this on my own. But in any case, so the invisible Serapeum, so far as I can tell, is not a real thing. But what's nice is when you take the time to read these details, you can gain a little bit more of an appreciation. And again, these are things where I suspect there are very conscious connections being made, but even if you just allow yourself to fill in those gaps, this idea of the 7 libraries of the Watchman's Tree, of the fact that Hush House seems to be located in a very similar place to the Serapeum of Alexandria, and that the Serapeum of Alexandria wound up, being sort of this overflow space for the Library of Alexandria and its own store of knowledge, in addition to sort of a place of beauty itself. You can definitely see the connections to Hush House here. So these are the sorts of things that are worthwhile. And as far as I can tell, incidentally, the Lady Afterwards takes place in Alexandria, or at least has Alexandria as a heavy component. So. All right, I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. So here, I'm just going to keep talking with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Now, in the meantime, I am interested in the chancel. So the question here is, would I try to go for heavy? I guess I can't go for heavy edge here, so I would need... Lantern memory doesn't help me there. I'm 1 short, but I don't have the relevant memory. Hey, we've got the honey. The blood of the hour called malachite, also and furthermore wonderful on toast. So leaves and thorns, at least this time, wound up giving me some honey. So we'll see whether or not that happens again. For those of you who are fond of the music, if there is a favorite track that comes up, definitely feel free to mention it. I'll do the same for my own, but. I'm also feeling a little nervous about getting the the moon and the edge that we need. So in the worst case scenario, I wind up spending a little money at the Sweet Bones to move things up, but we still have plenty of the day to run by. And Serena Blackwood is waiting patiently for us, but in this case, I do want my conversations with Reverend Timothy to help me with Sickle and Eclipse first. Okay, Gossip doesn't help me either. Enjoy the sound of the sea. So this is the time I want to start thinking about locking in these elements of the soul. Alright, so we're coming up short on all of the memories so far. So I think what I might do when I hear the birds and the bells, I might recover the Faust just for safety. And then we'll take a crack at generating our own memories. Okay, so this is the time I want to start thinking about generating memories. Okay, so we got an intuition. You just know, you know? I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So that saved me the trip to the the sweet bones. We'll still talk with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. But I am going to take a minute here to generate the remaining moon and edge. And again, in this case, I'd like to use different books. So this time we're going to read the hunting journals of Brian DeWolf. Assuming I can find it. I think that's a scale text, but... There it is. Brian DeWolf, son of the third Baron Brandkrug, gives advice on hunting in the Bounds. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory, so that should give me fear. I think I'll read As the Sun is Coarse this time around, so that's going to be one that I use Faust for. Assuming I have it. Again, part of this is less about finding bits of lore again. There we go. Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometimes tollkeeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Achaemenids and his subsequent return to Macedonia. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So that's for a contradiction. And I think here I'm going to read The Moon's Egg if I have it. That's for the confounding parable. Although I'll be honest with you, I actually don't remember reading The Moon's Egg. There it is, the third and last volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So with luck, this will be everything that we need to get our first level of Sickle and Eclipse. Well, sorry, not first level, but our the next level up. So that'll eventually be level 6 skill for me. Thank you so much for hanging out, Momoko and Yu Hana. It's always a pleasure to have you two there. I know Kite is busy, but I get the feeling that you talk with him more than I do. So if you happen to run into him, please give him my best. I hope he is doing well, and more importantly, I hope the two of you enjoy the holiday, and thank you very much. I think you both know that you caught me at not a good time when you came in, and you made me a lot happier having both of you here, so have a lovely day. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Let's try and get one more memory out of him. You never know what's going to happen. I don't expect anything big to come out of this, but let's see how it goes. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So we've got 8 seconds. We'll use 30 seconds to level up Sickle and Eclipse. We are going to take the time to read the books again, just because this has been my opportunity to see some more details. So the Moon's Egg, I believe, is one that is specific to Book of Hours, and so may have more details than some of the old Cultist Simulator texts, but that is not a good assumption to run with, because some of the Cultist Simulator texts seem to have small changes as well. Abbot Thomas speaks of the coming death he hears in the sound of the waves, but rejoices that his blood will water the egg of the moon, by which he seems to mean the future. The last chapter was dictated, not written, by Abbot Thomas. When Thomas's old sword brother Trigreave returned to raid the abbey, Thomas had broken his monastic oaths and taken up arms to defend the abbey. The two had both been mortally wounded. Thomas's last words are, "The wheel turns, the moon sleeps." Wonderful. Thank you very much. And again, all the best to both of you. All right, as the sun his course, Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometimes tollkeeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Achaemenids and his subsequent return to Macedonia. Alexander meets at Issus with Darius, king of kings, for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, the two men trade threats. On the second, promises. On the third, secrets. Darius tells Alexander something so shattering that he retires to his tent to consider matters of strength and matters of mastery. At dawn on the 4th day, Alexander announces, "The sun has his course, upon which he returns, and so do I." He returns to Macedonia, executing 2 of his captains when they dispute his decision. He brings with him the names of a blind god and a rite of sacred betrayal, for Joel opines, without betrayal there would be an end to war. So there's the contradiction. And finally, the book we were most interested in, just because it's talking about the DeWolfs. Brian DeWolf, son of the 3rd Baron Brankrug, gives advice on hunting in the Bounds. It is clear from Brian's journals that he sought unorthodox trophies and put them to unorthodox uses. He was in fact hanged as a witch at the age of 24 and never inherited the estate. Brian describes how sky-inspired fife can be prepared using these fur and feathers techniques and the presence of greater sky aspect to make the winds good neighbors. It's a powerful technique to be described so casually. Brian's main interest seems to be ensuring good weather for his hunts. So I don't know if that's what got us on the fife, but certainly that was helpful. Interestingly enough, it does not specifically say, talks about the son of the 3rd Baron, but it didn't specifically mention a name. But as far as the DeWolfs are concerned, it doesn't give us a direct connection with Brian. Anyways, we are going to work with Sickle and Eclipse. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. So as far as the next day is concerned, I think I'm going to do a similar pattern with the elements of the soul. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I technically actually need all of them, so I maybe won't use the health again. Salt and silver, balance, necessity, and rebuke. And we got solace. Again, we're not going to use that here, but let's have a chat with Serena Blackwood before we miss out on anything. But yeah, I think the idea here is that we can reasonably expect Reverend Timothy will give me at least 1 moon or edge, and then we use the rest. And in the worst case scenario, if that doesn't turn out, we can always go back to the Sweet Bones. But it's always so very strange to be back. Thank you again for taking on the place. So, on the unfinished lark, Zidane is dead. It's a pity. The man was an artist, and it's concerning. I wonder if the death might not have something to do with his last work. Try book with Maturing Forge Mystery. Now, she's actually getting quite good at Forge, so we want to be a bit careful in terms of what we hand off. But let's see what we've got. And she understands Aramaic, Fusine, Latin, Greek, and Frisian. So the ideal, of course, would be, you know, a 5 Forge book, but I don't really think we have one of those. We do have a 6, so the Book of Cinders. He's already making use of some very unusual alloys, very unusual techniques. I'd like to use the collection to further develop some, to develop some theories further. I don't think it really matters which of these two. I'm trying to think if we even have like a low-level Forge book for me to try. Yeah. For this one, we will hand off the Book of Cinders. Ostensibly an 18th century fireworks manual, but with some exotic ingredients choices and a substantial section on tephromancy, divination from ashes. I think Zidane might have been using Ys metal in his work. That would upset quite a number of people, from the Bureau on down. Thank you, librarian. I hope I can always trust you to keep our conversations confidential. So another Spintria for my trouble. Now, one small inconvenience we have here is that we're talking with Serena through the night, so we're not going to be able to take advantage of Reverend Timothy right away. But that's fine. We'll still talk with him and do our best. So Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Another thing that's worth mentioning is that I actually don't know if I have Moon or Edge, but I do have the option to explore the house and get different memories. The drawback here, of course, is that I would be doing so in a way. There's, I think, 3 items in the house that I know the resulting memory for, whereas every book I do know the memory for. So in this case here, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for me to be messing around with it. It is a shame because I did start off at the very beginning with a fairly detailed accounting of all of the rooms, whereas some of these later ones I do a kind of a cursory glance and I haven't gone into detail. But this is where sort of the drawback is in terms of not committing so many things to the Tree of Wisdoms. It's a fun challenge. Obviously, we've gone very far. I suspect we could unlock the whole house without going any further. In terms of the Tree of Wisdoms, I mean. But, the drawback is that I do less exploration because I'm simply capable of doing less on any given day. But we've got bronze for our trouble. We'll collect the details and let's get chatting. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So it's the same story as last time. We will run things down to the wire. If I haven't gotten, so again, for Sickle and Eclipse, we can even put it into the consider verb. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I don't have at least one edge or moon memory after the conversation, or like basically, if we get to the point where the birds and bells come and we don't have at least one of the moon or edge memories, I'm going to renew something at the Sweet Bones. And I may need to take another small break, mostly just to refill a drink and such. So, but I'll try and run out the day. Overall doing well. In terms of the summer, so I love plants. Thank you very much for the follow. Very nectar-oriented name. So you will be pleased to know that we have the rights of the roots, herbs and infusions, leaves and thorns. And then if you happen to like things that interact with plants, we do also have insects and nectars. So you've come to the right place. Although we'll be doing less gardening because I'm collecting my memories at the moment. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Power plants? Well, we do have a generator for the pump. And I have some suspicions as to what might be kept inside here. So, but as you can sort of see from this room, okay, that is very funny. Please refrain from smoking. But yeah, I have a feeling that the relationship with power might be slightly more complex than the relationship between the plants that grow in gardens. Anyways, welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. All right, let's keep talking with Reverend Timothy. So in this case here, we know we don't need to renew the FOST unless I wanted to do something different with it. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. And we're just going to keep doing this again. We'll wait until we hear the sound of the birds and the bells, and whatever is left over, we can commit. Now, again, that doesn't leave me a whole lot of time to do other things, but I figure we can maybe... The first priority would be to use the health to get, flowers, nectar, something like, or not nectar, honey, something like that. And then afterwards, maybe Shapt for the different knock crafting. And you just kind of move down that list of priorities. Actually, it did occur to me there is something funny I can try with the fear. I don't think it's going to work, but... Okay, that storm technically doesn't do anything for me, but... With the moth orchid, I know I have what I need to, craft the... Actually, this may... No, I still need the memory to get to the higher level. I really wish I remembered what I did to get the super knock beverage. I guess another thing I should mention is that because I've been hiring Reverend Timothy, there's actually more than a couple of times I probably could have got him to open some of these lower level challenges. But again, I don't really want to mess around with that just because it does take time to talk to him. We're, for instance, almost at the end of the day, so I think I'll wait till the end of this round, and then we will crack open the books and start working. I believe I can't use my health. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So in less than 30 seconds, we wind up with a... Ooh, I'm going to be cutting this pretty close. I'm also just going to take a bite, so sorry, I'm going to be quiet for a bit. Okay. So that hindsight didn't give me anything, but... Sorry. I know it's not fun to eat while... particularly when there isn't a video. But I'm hungry. Let's do the Snare of the Tree this time. In terms of reading. Snare of the Tree, collected proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. Once in the wood we call a visit, twice in the wood we call a journey, thrice we call coming home. We'll do Victory of the Crowns this time for the contradiction, assuming I have it. Again, this is where I oh, here we go. Where I kind of regret not having a better organization system. Erratic accounts by Arun of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy assassins, published in the late 19th century. Okay, on to Faust and Whist. So I should just double check. Yeah, I've already kind of made a bit of a problem for myself, but we do have a couple lantern desks elsewhere, so we'll be fine. Okay. So I can't use fear. We've already tied that up. I'm curious. I seem to recall we had the collected Hush House lectures, but I haven't the slightest idea where I might find them. That might be one I'm willing to skip over just because, I don't know. I am interested in sort of reviewing most of the texts that I've... oh, here we go. In the 1800s, Dr. Aaron Peel was invited to give a series of lectures to the Curia. They combined his pithy view of the histories with his particular brand of unhelpfully ironical insight. Alright, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So we will go to the widely misunderstood and the true hero of the game, Governor Collar's desk. So got the impulse... Okay, I kind of messed up in terms of keeping track of things, so I think I'm going to go for Assault. Just to be safe, because that will give me the moon aspect that I need. So Journal of Thomas DeWolf will provide that. Thomas DeWolf, 2nd Baron Brankrug, was nicknamed Baron Silence of Castle Silence for his taciturn severity, most likely the origin eventually of the name Hush House. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So give this a minute. No reason not to talk with Reverend Timothy again. We don't have a visitor or anything, so Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. And we can see what happened with Serena Blackwood. So whatever Dr. Blackwood found at Hush House, it convinced her that Zidane had used Ys metal in his work. So I haven't really been following up on Ys. We see tons of references to it, and I believe it might have even been a reference that existed in Exile. But it's one really beyond just the reference. It's something that I sort of acknowledge and then just move on from. I don't have as clear of a grasp on that so much as, say, you know, the impression that is like, yeah, I should be doing special things at certain altars to try and achieve a certain effect. Which, speaking of, I am going to try something fancy. Okay, Solace is fine. I do want to be a bit careful in terms of the hour. We may lose our tryst overnight because of the time that it's taking, but it's for the greater good. All right. Let's read some history. The Snare of the Tree, collected proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. Once in the wood we call a visit, twice in the wood we call a journey, thrice we call coming home. Every timber has its knots, the straight and crooked both. Every weave is more absence than thread. You can't keep nowhere out any more than you can keep somewhere in. When the cuckoo learns of the nightingale's song, our sleep is sweeter than honey. All right. Moon. So this is Collected Hush House Lectures, the Peel work. 1776, the third history. Lewis declares the Mask of Masks and forbids mention of the great writhing within the walls of the Palace of Versailles. I suppose I should have said Louis. Although by that point, the worms are observed to move openly along the boulevards of Paris, sometimes even in daylight. The army is redeployed to defend the court. The mask lasts 1 lunar month and attracts several of the long abroad in Western Europe at the time, fleeing the worms or hoping to take advantage of the desperate Louis, or seeking access to the sealed mirrors of the palace, or just eager to attend the most inventive and desperate debauch of the century. Many espouse wormish sympathies. Let 100 histories flourish. Tear down the tyranny of eternity. To grow long is, usually, to cast off these sympathies. There would be no immortality without eternity, and eternity, we often seem to decide, is only tyranny as long as we are not eternal. There is something interesting out of this. I don't think I mentioned it the first time I read it, but there is an interesting possible interpretation of this, and I don't want to put my foot down on it, but there is this idea that there are the 6 histories, and when it talks about wormish sympathies, let 100 histories flourish. This is okay. So one funny thing about let 100 histories flourish. At work, we had this presentation of sort of like a big strategic vision. And for those of you who work at a certain type of workplace, you know that you tend to go through one of these things every year, and they wind up kind of contradicting each other, and nothing really changes. So this one was determined to say, we really mean it this time, where things are going to be different. And of course, the appropriate answer there is I'll believe it when I see it. But what I loved in particular was they said, let 1,000 flowers bloom. And this is a misquote. This actually has a historic origin. I don't know how many people would be familiar, but the Chairman Mao was the one to say this. And the original phrase in translation was let 100 flowers blossom. So in the case of Book of Hours, it's a little bit closer to the original text. Or the original quote. What's funny about this one, though, is that in the context of a workplace, particularly some of the challenges that I've run into in this workplace, the story about that program, if I recall correctly, the idea was essentially to deal with sort of the dissatisfaction with kind of the direction China had gone among sort of the intelligentsia, right? And what it was, the intention, the 100 flowers were these ideas, contradictory ideas, and ones that were even specifically critical of the regime. So, and apparently at some point they actually needed to like actually encourage people to offer criticism, because I suspect I need not elaborate why. But the destiny of this program was essentially for it to be cut short, because in the end, the demand, I think it was demands for more even sharing of power and such, and that proved to be a bit too much for the government. So I do think that there's something rather amusing when, the 2 things that I loved about this was, one, they talked about soliciting feedback, and that was the first that I'd ever heard for the feedback, because it was actually related to something that I was both knowledgeable of and felt that I had some material to contribute. So obviously I wasn't included in the original consultation, But of course, given the context of it being a program that ultimately did not adopt the recommendations and in fact closed down earlier, it's just one of these things where if you use a phrase like that, it's nice to know its origins. But so I do actually think that's a very good phrase to use in my workplace. I just don't think it's a good phrase to use for the reasons they think it is. But in any case, so there is this interesting idea here of the bird versus worm factions. And there is this interesting idea that it's the hours that are keeping some sort of constraint on history. And of course, as the librarian, we're presumably making recommendations to the hours. That at least seems to be where this is going. And so this idea comes up in different forms of fiction. The most recent book that I read that dealt with this, and I thought dealt with it in a really interesting way, was Neil Stephenson's Anthem. Hellbit 101. I sadly cannot take credit for the music, but when the soundtrack is available, this is Sun's Splendor, which is by Maribeth Solomon, and definitely very fond of this composer. Weather Factory worked with them for Cultist Simulator, and the previous work was Sunless Sea for same developer but different. Same creative lead, different developer. That was Failbetter, and then Weather Factory now. But yeah, beautiful soundtrack, and they will be making that available for sale. Not part of the Perpetual Edition, unfortunately, but that is because composers need to eat too. But yeah, where I was going with the Division. So I liked Anathem, and this one definitely dealt with sort of the idea of multiple histories. Obviously, ideas of sort of like multiverses and things like that are big in various media now too. But there is this interesting idea that without the influence of the hours, that apparently there would be more than just the 5 histories, and it is actually their presence and their role in terms of dealing with the contradictions and sort of ironing everything out that actually keeps this multiplicity of histories coming out, which I think is a very interesting idea if it winds up being that. Another show that actually did a good job of this, I thought, was the TV series Devs. It is not entirely clear how far they go with it until the very end, so I can't go into too much detail. But for those of you that like the idea of sort of multiple histories and also the potential influence that people will have over them, definitely that's a good one to watch. Also sort of the movie Primer, but Primer is very difficult to understand. All right, The Victory of the Crowns. Erratic accounts by Aaron of the hunting and consumption of the supposed immortals by shadowy assassins, published in the late 19th century. The assassins are, according to Aaron, the agents of power called the Coronal, or a soldier of the secret masters. The accounts date back to Roman times. Aaron's scholarship is dubious, but she writes pithily. Incidents of sudden and violent death are interspersed with aphorisms. Hours don't dream, long try not to. I always wondered if this is supposed to be Aaron Peel, but we'll find out. Maybe I can try and give Victory of the Crowns to Aaron Peel when they visit next time. Anyways, I guess I have one more book to read, and then we can commit to improving Sickle and Eclipse. Journal of Thomas de Wolfe. Thomas de Wolfe, 2nd Baron Brandkrug, was nicknamed Baron Silence of Castle Silence for his taciturn severity, most likely the origin, eventually, of the name Hush House. There are very few personal details here. Thomas, a talented astronomer and ornoscopist, dispassionately details his observations and the building of the observatory atop the Watchman's Tower. As he records the passing of the Great Comet in 1576, the tone finally becomes more animated, but also more obscure. Thomas cites his dawn period namesake, Abbot Thomas, as an authority on wind, moon, and shell in the heavens inferior. He observes, "My predecessor knew this truth. 3 blossom hath the watchman's tree, paper, ink, and flame. The great comet, I now aver, is that flame." Okay, let's take our considerations. We will Sickle and Eclipse, Trist. At last, I am something of an authority in this. Oh, nuts. There was one thing I wanted to try and do, which was I wanted to try and fill the chancel with edge. Yeah, we're short on the tryst today, but that's fine because we don't have any special books to read. Yeah, same, definitely same creator here. There is actually also Storm, but Storm in much more of the tradition. Well, I mean, Storm, I guess, is Storm in this case, but yeah, no, there's definitely a connection there for sure. The Book of Thrones, a legend of the Shadowless Empire, transcribed by Alexander Peterhans from the annals of the secret of at a secret shrine in Anatolia. I could have sworn we had this already, but it's a two tally cost, so I'm happy with that. Oriflammes, thanks you for your custom. We'll see what the weather brings. And when it comes to Sickle and Eclipse, so there were two things that I wanted to try. So Disciplines of the Scar in a Candlelit Church, and then there was the Secret Colors of the Sun revealed with the arts of Sickle and Eclipse at the Grey Rock near the sea. So I would be surprised if I could just get away doing this at the Altar of the Knot again. I also don't think I have what it takes. Oh yeah, especially with... wait, this Rhyme and Remembrance. So I'm really reaching if I think... Well, there's a couple things I can do. So for the Stimfling, we'll bring it up to 9. And if I had my Tryst, there wouldn't be a question, but I'm sure I can find Moon in one of my flowers. I have the worst luck on these things. There we go. Okay, so perhaps... I mean, there's a number... Oh yeah, but we don't have a Element of the Soul yet, so... Yeah, so... Again, maybe I would need a Tryst. This isn't the last word of it, but it's... I'd say it's reasonable to... I'd say it's reasonable to believe that I will probably want to do that combination, but I will want to do that combination somewhere else for it to work. And we have a cloudy day. So let's see what we can do with that. I have a few different options available to me. So if I would like, I can take a crack at the 26 Enticements, 7 Torments, or Medusa's Lament. Medusa's Lament is probably the better of the two options for me to work with, because the fact of the matter is I'm not going to have any... Oh, actually, hang on. Is there Trumpeter's Lily? Yeah, Trumpeter's Lily's a summer thing. Well, all the more reason for me to get the scale stuff out of the way, I suppose. Trumpeter's Lilies wound up saving us a few times. So, when it comes to Medusa's Lament, here's basically the story. So we can add the text here. We would add the health. The best scale that we've got right now is Hill and Hollow, and we can add the Serpent Style Glass. So with that, we've got 8 of the 14. On top of that, there is actually a 5-scale memory that I can generate. So that'll probably be a good use for the Faust, let's say. Now the drawback is that I still need to get scale from somewhere else. I'm not able to get it from a follower now. But yeah, I think I actually kind of know how the day is going to shape up. So let's start by... I'm going to start by getting that... that special memory. That's kind of a given. God, I can never remember where the librarian's chamber is. Well, that's the prison. Am I going nuts? I've gotten completely disoriented in the house. Right here. What is this? All right, so the Shapt I kind of want to keep aside. I can't see a reason to use the Faust. So I'm going to use that to check out the Sweet Bones and see if we can get a special hireling. What visitors might be passing through. Again, the health is going to be used to read the text, so that one should move down here. So really it's the wisp that we have to play with. I'm going to leave that aside because if we get, you know, the poet, let's say, that may... Oh, elegant symbols, some teasingly like Greek letters. Sometimes when I trace them with my fingers, I think I can hear distant silvery bells, but I can't read it. I always keep forgetting that I need to add Ericapan. Here we go. Imagining the taxes on that house. Well, hopefully St. Ronwin's takes care of it. I still have no idea what... I mean, so the thing that's kind of interesting about Nocturnal is it does have a symbol of the crown on it, and it does feel that the Suppression Bureau is something of like an official faction. So I don't know if this is the same... if we got the same deal here. At the beginning of the 20th century, an unwise librarian's enthusiasms had brought Hush House to penury. Nocturnal Branch, later the Suppression Bureau, stepped in to offer an arrangement. Hush House received funding, but submitted to yearly inspections and also surrendered a portion of the aisle for the branch's prison. The other thing that I think is kind of fun, which has nothing to do with the game, but one of the things I've noticed is that the various government offices in the UK seem to be moving outside of London. And that is so the justification that the ministers are usually giving is something along the lines of, you know, something more representative of the, you know, of the country or some such. And like to a minor extent, I can sort of get it. In Canada, we definitely have fairly dispersed government services, so you know, and for practical reasons too. Like it's a big country, so there's some Canada Revenue sections in the prairies. I believe the Mint, like there's the Mint in Ottawa, but there's also fairly considerable operations in Western Canada as well. And I mean also just beyond the like, you know, necessity. So clearly with military bases, you want to have those placed in certain areas based on what you need to do. But of course the real reason is that the rents are just so expensive. You know, land is incredibly valuable in London. And so as a result, I think the not the Bureau of Labor Statistics is the US, the ONS, I think is... Actually, when did that happen? I'm curious now. It's actually a relatively new department because it was the Central Statistical Office and the Office of Population Censuses and Surveys. Even Londoners can't afford to live in London. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'd heard something. I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently the deal is that there's a bunch of people potentially leaving the agency because it's moving and they would rather not. They would rather not move, but I don't know if that is actually a thing. Okay, yeah, former headquarters. The London Pimlico office was head office until April 2006, when the corporate headquarters was moved to Newport, following the Leon Review of the on public sector relocation. Since May 2011, the London office has been located on the second floor of the former Drummond Gate headquarters and houses the Methodology Consultancy Service, the Virtual Microdata Laboratory, and media briefings. Gradual move of functions to South Wales. Yeah, definitely. So it's definitely an older shift than I thought about. For some reason, someone had talked about. But I know, like, GCHQ isn't in London, and I don't know the reason why. I don't know if it was always like that or not, but separate conversation for another time. Let's take a minute here and see if there's something that I can do with the Surrealist Painter. So we sort of know our plan for the cells. Moon's the big one that I want to go for, both for the riddling stair and the sagging dock. But there was the silent hall. Oh, okay, so it was just the silent hall. So I think this was one of those cases where I was willing to use the Skin Shuck Mead. We may not have enough time in the day, but let me just sketch this out. So, whoa. So for Moth, hang on. So we start with 4. We could use Trist to get up to 2, so that's 6. As far as memory go, oh, actually, for memories, I believe I have a name day riddle. I just need to double check. Yeah, so I can get... Okay, so with everything working in my favor for Moth, Trist, Moon, and Tool, so 4, 2 is 6, 6 and 3 is 9, so we start with 10. Technically, we could get by without the 3. Right, we did this yesterday. Now, I can do a whole song and dance in terms of finding the right combination of Moth drinks and, and other factors. But honestly, if Skin Shuck Mead provides 6 Moth, I think that is sufficient. So I guess I know what I'm using the whist for. I'm going to do Ascite Supplications just because I want to know what the contents of that book is. It should be one of the higher ones. Hello, Takri. How are you doing? Unless I don't have it. No, here it is. Prayers addressed to the Horned Axe by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. I was too sleepy to do today, so I skipped it entirely. Oh, broadcast, you mean? By the way, I think on Steam it said that you played this game for the first time recently, or I only just saw my list recently. Or being awake, gotcha. So did you actually get a chance to play this now, and do you have opinions? Because I know you've been watching the stream, and I've been delighted that you've been a viewer, but I kind of want to know if you've been enjoying the experience yourself. Okay, so I do need to spend some money at the Sweet Bones. Well, I mean, I could also pour a glass of water, but in this case, I have quite a bit of money. So tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. And here we will meet their price. I'll hire this one for a day. You played a little, but I've been so focused on your avatar that it's hard to do anything else. I chose Fett and Whist, and that's about how far you got. All right. I don't want to out you as a Book of Hours enjoyer anyway. I think how you spend your time with your games is completely up to you. But obviously you've been such a dedicated and enjoyable viewer for Cultist Simulator, and I know you've been looking forward to Book of Hours, that I am curious, because I don't know, for me it was, well, we both got to play the demo, but when I first played the demo, that was a very very fond memory. And obviously just being able to explore Hush House and spend the time is something that I think is worth it, and I'm hoping that the people who are looking forward to it are delighted by it. So what painter worth their pigments wouldn't want to spend a day at Hush House? So I've got to wait for the memory. I've got to wait for the... I actually have to wait for a lot of things, but... Oh, here we go. Techniques for perception and analysis which permit invidious and apocalyptic conclusions. Probably the most assiduously suppressed book in history. The entire run was destroyed. Even the presses were melted and dispersed, but the manuscript edition has survived. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal, but Coseley proposes and describes confinement inescapable, aesthetic and optical techniques which might contain even an hour, profoundly disrupting the order of the Mansus. He presents this as his own work, but there are hints here and there that he received inspiration or even assistance from the nowhere hour named Snow. Well, I'm happy to hear that, but I would never want to become a substitute for enjoying the game. Obviously, I think... I suppose you've already got your copy, so there's not the question of whether or not the sale has happened, but I just feel like it's a game that's worth experiencing, and my hope would be that people get as much out of it as I have. Hopefully more. Alright, scale. Buried? Perhaps. You've provided scale, but not enough to match mystery scale. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So it's about as good as we're going to get in terms of a chance to read this. In the meantime, let's boost up the Surrealist Painter, starting with a tool. We can give her the shears of the Sisterhood, black iron shears marked with the Sisterhood's triple knot. I can lend my assistants something to help, increasing their abilities. Oh, have you not tried the game Bit 101? I'm sorry, for some reason I just assumed that you were you were already into the game. I'm obviously quite far. I am playing this game differently from what would be considered a standard playthrough. There is this very cool tree of wisdoms, and sort of the idea here is that you will commit... Oh, that's wonderful. Have you ever played Cultist Simulator? Because, I mean, if you know about Sunless Sea, presumably you've at least heard of Cultist Simulator, but... As is true for... Oh, okay, not yet, but it sounds like you're familiar. But yeah, the one weird thing about indies is that even for like the really, really popular ones, so like, I don't know, Braid or Super Meat Boy or something like that, there's always going to be more people who have never heard of it than who have played it. So it's easy to assume these sorts of things, but it's actually a very bad assumption on my part. But if you have been sort of on the fence about Cultist Simulator, because it does ask a lot of you, and I naturally never want to get to a point where the comparison is something that, like, I think of this specifically in terms of like gaming YouTube, but very often the whole deal is like, you know, define an out group, and it's like, those are the bad people and I'm one of the good ones and you can all like me, and it's like, it's basically the cheat code for making a quote-unquote community, but essentially it's a community founded entirely on disliking something, which is not... I mean, again, it's a very effective technique. It's one that's been used all throughout history, but it's definitely one that I'm not entirely sure is the strongest foundation. I hate it when yeah, exactly. How dare people dislike things, those monsters. But likewise, even for things that you really enjoy, and I feel that this is the big challenge for Cultist Simulator, in our efforts to talk about the merits of Book of Hours, there's a real danger that we wind up focusing only on quote-unquote flaws for Cultist Simulator, where in fact it's a question of difference. I think Cultist Simulator is a wonderful game, but it is a game I also appreciate, asks a lot of people, and it might ask a bit more than what people think is worth of their time. And that's completely fine, right? So in the case of Cultist Simulator, it's more of a roguelike. It's one of these things that will, you know, it does not hurt. It does not have any problem killing you off. And it has a really interesting story that it tells, and sort of those mechanics of permadeath and starvation, I think, reinforce the themes of the game. But again, you know, you don't, some people are like, oh yes, you know, I love this artistry, you know, what a brilliant game. And some people are like, I'm very mad that I keep starving and I don't get to hear about this cool, you know, this cool secret world, you know, in the background because I can't pay rent. So in this case, Book of Hours is the game for people who have felt that. There are few, if any. I suspect there are no involuntary endings, but the game does occasionally say, hey, if you have a malady, there's going to be bad consequences if you don't deal with it. And I was like, that could mean anything. So, but yeah, so far as I can tell, it is a much more relaxed approach to than Cultist Simulator. And as a result, it means that people not only can take their time, but even people who are veterans from Cultist Simulator can actually go into quite a bit of depth into the secret histories. And of course, because I'm familiar from Cultist Simulator, I have some familiarity with the various texts and such, but I have now actually found a couple of streamers who have gotten into Cultist Simulator off of Book of Hours. In fact, they have arguably spent more time in Cultist Simulator than Book of Hours. This would actually be Anexes, so I'll give them a quick shout out. I get the impression that they're a new streamer, but it has been quite fun to stop by their channel and watch them get into Cultist Simulator. But anyways, two different perspectives on a very interesting setting, and one of the things I just wanted to take the minute to give an indication in terms of the fact that I'm playing this a little bit differently, because you have this fascinating tree of wisdoms, and the idea is that you'll commit these skills that you have. They'll be associated with one of two branches of the tree of wisdoms. They lead to these potential, well, often contradictory results. So we've got the light, the night, the wood, or the first among feasts. They'll give me more of these elements of the soul. And because I've wanted to see how far I could get into Hush House without committing too much to the Tree of Wisdoms, I've been working with a small number of elements of the soul, which people never tire of reminding me that, you know, you can commit something to the Tree of Wisdoms to get an element of the soul, but there are actually other things that you can do in this game, and it's been kind of fun to see how far I can go. So just wanted to, because you mentioned that this was something that you might be interested in. I did want to give the impression here that sort of the grind of waiting so many days to go and use these elements of the soul, that's basically a consequence of a choice that I've made in terms of the playthrough. It's not necessarily a challenge run. Like if it was a challenge run, I'd probably commit nothing to the Tree of Wisdoms, but I was a participant in the beta, so you spend more time analyzing games than actually playing them. Okay, if that is a subject of interest for you, 100% you will want to spend some time with Cultist Simulator or Book of Hours. It is definitely a game with a lot to go in, and even just from a gameplay point of view, I really love the way that it represents the world in terms of the cards, and all the meaning that comes out of that. Okay, I normally save the consumables for last, but I'm gonna give them the Skinchuck Mead now, so I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. That'll bring them up to 11. I will give them a memory and and the tryst within the next minute, and then we can get them to open another room. I would like to find a way to make the Skin Shuck mead, but I'm okay using that because, you know, a 15 moth challenge, especially when Rose is the alternative. I think that's a resource well spent. Better now. So we'll use that tryst to level up the... Oh yeah, I haven't been using the shaft either. Alright, so there's still a chance. We've got art, it's educational, so we've definitely got this. Ubisunt and Duende. Down to the Grecians, this has boosted their aspects appropriately. So we'll have a conversation about Tryst. Secret sorrows may join our strengths. Boosts Moth and Moon, so 2 Moth. And then... Ascite supplications, prayers addressed to the Horned Axe by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. If we should pass not, let our enemies pass unto their deserved end. One prayer describes how sufficient moon aspect can be used with Tridisma Hyra and almost any egg to hatch the stone's children, the sky's daughters, the sea's sons. Let me just double check that I have that written down. I feel like I already do. Yes. It's actually at the top of the sheet of paper. Okay, now I don't want to lose the opportunity. If I don't use the scale, then it's basically up to fate. Okay, wall art. Take a moment to look at something here. Increase relevant aspects by referencing a piece of wall art. And I think it was the donkey one. Yeah, the Tattered Outlaw. Thyrza Blake, 7th Librarian of Hush House, liked painting donkeys. No one else liked her donkey paintings, but Thyrza never much cared for what other people liked. So that gets us our 14. Rest my eyes, take a moment to look at something here. And again, that's we did that ahead of time so that I could use my heart, theoretically at least, to harvest some flowers. The first part of the poem describes the ambush of the 7 coils by a warrior scarred all over by the traitor gods, scarred even unto his eyes, so that the sight of the great coils would not destroy him. The battle rages on until the 7 coils drowns in its own blood, at which point the narrative turns mystical and elusive. A 7-titled goddess arises from the foam of its blood. She is an armored queen, a serpent daughter, a key, a healer, a murderess, an oracle. The 7th title is not to be revealed. So I'm curious if the title actually is Mother of Ants, or if that's just the, if that's something separate. Okay, so that gives us fear. I believe Medusa's Lament is from Cultist Simulator, but... Okay, more horns and ivories for me to work with. So we'll add this one to the pile of red books. That's very lucky. Or it would be very lucky if I had the knock and the scale to drive this up, but I don't see how I can get... Well, I've got 2. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep talking with the Surrealist Painter. And then if we get close to the end of the day without the relevant Ooh, actually, yeah, scale memories, I think, are just fear. It's a very remote chance, but we'll see. What comes, neither of us knows yet, but we will. You didn't realize that you own Cultist Simulator? I believe it was in a Humble Bundle as well as part of Humble Monthly. And then I think there was also a... Oh yes, actually I see you've got the Turbo, so I know that was also one that Twitch gave as part of its promotional efforts. So that's probably... Well, no, but then I guess you wouldn't have gotten it through Steam if you got it through the Twitch thing, so... Anyways, it's a bit of a... It's a tricky one, but I think it's worth it. So... Okay, I can discuss this memory with my assistant. So again, what I'm going to do here, normally I would have sent them to work on the Silent Hall right away. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to talk to them and see if they can give me 2 more of the Horns and Ivories memories. I do have the option of going back to the Sweet Bones and trying to bring these... I do have the money for it. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. In summer, I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. And Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. So that's another book for us to work with. This should be a pretty easy... Actually, it may not be. So 6 from A Royal Contemplations, 2 from Memories, 8, 9... Yeah, so actually it took some effort on my part to read a 10, so that one's going to be a stretch goal. And I don't have a problem with that, just I need to be realistic about what I can accomplish. Alright, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So, under normal circumstances, I would set them to work on the room, but I do actually want to start generating some memories here, so... you might own it. Do the 2 games share the same setting? Yes, so the setting, I think it was kind of named after the success of Cultist Simulator, but the setting is called Secret Histories. So, as far as I can tell, the order of events would be... Exile, which is a very large DLC. I would almost kind of argue it's like Cultist Simulator 1.5. So I think the chronological order for the stories go Exile, Cultist Simulator, and Book of Hours takes place after the events of those 2 games. There are also 2 other related products. So Weather Factory has a tabletop experience called The Lady Afterwards. So I don't know if it's officially described as a role-playing game or if it's definitely different from other tabletop style experiences. So think less sort of like Dungeons & Dragons or Traveller, where you're going to be developing your own stories in a setting, and more sort of like an evening murder mystery kind of party, one of those sort of box sets. It's something that you kind of play once and you make it a special affair. So they've got like, I think it was like black opium candles for the invisible Serapeum and such. But that takes place in the Secret History setting. And then there's a little bit of an unusual experience because it's not actually from Weather Factory. It's from a separate company called Tricuspid Limited. But it's called The Locksmith's Dream. So this is an actual physical event that takes place in Treowyn, which is, I don't know if it's actually in Wales or in England. I think it is actually in Wales, but it's sort of like right in the border between the two. But this is a live event where basically you stay in an old manor. I think it's 200 or 300 years old, and it takes place in the Secret History setting. So it's an overnight thing. You stay in this old house and you sort of solve mysteries. You're a member of one of several factions. So Oriflammes is a faction in that. But so is the Kerisham Review and a number of things. So I do know that the writer on this, Alexis Kennedy, did do some writing for The Locksmith's Dream. I also think Jonas Karatis, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but the Greek writer who worked on Talos Principle and Phoenix Point alongside some of his own games, did some writing for that as well. But that is not an official Weather Factory product, although Treowin and the wheel locks and all of the things in that experience are mentioned. So it's kind of like a luxury getaway by way of, escape room, by way of... It's a difficult one to describe, but it's a fascinating experience. Yeah, The Lady Afterwards does have a PDF version as well. So I know definitely the deluxe one is a pretty magnificent, like it's expensive, but like it's a fairly magnificent physical artifact. But if you're looking for the rules, those are available as a PDF for sure. But yeah, anyways, but it would be fair to say the Locksmith's Dream, I don't know if it would count as what's called a Sixth History product or not, but the developers Weather Factory actually have the Sixth History now, because there's a lot of people who are very interested in this setting and they want to do their own projects in it. And so essentially they have opened up the IP to people who want to do their own sort of games and their own work. The real restrictions are things like, don't rip the game's files and put them on the internet. I mean, that's obviously happened with the music here. It sucks. I mean, these are people who are basically making money off of Mickey Mars' work and have done literally nothing to earn it. But, people like the soundtrack, so obviously there's going to be demand for that. But yeah, I mean, I think there's an effort to do a tabletop product. And I think the restriction to it is that if the revenues go past a certain amount, that's when there has to be sort of a formal discussion in terms of like a licensing agreement. But in terms of people wanting to do their own experiences, even if they wanted to do their own video game in the Secret Histories, so far as I can tell, the Sixth Histories license is intended to allow people to do just that. And the reason that they call it the Sixth History is that in this setting here, there are 5 histories with contradictory events. So one big event would be in one of the histories, Alexander has a meeting with King Darius, and he turns away and goes back to Greece, which is quite different from how history turned out. So that's one example. And in this case, the Sixth History is essentially the fan history, so that things can happen in the Sixth History which completely contradict what the official setting is. And it's fine because you're playing a Sixth History product, but it's allowing people to do their own things. So anyway, sorry, I'm rambling on about all of this stuff. I will say this doesn't count as Sixth History, but I do need to toot my own horn. So I know some of you are going to get really sick of me linking this thing, but inside the game, all of the files are just JSON files. So it's basically like a big database. So if you are particularly inclined, if you're inclined to a particular kind of nerdery, you can link it all together and do an analysis. So this is a network analysis that I did of the elements in Cultist Simulator. I suspect the article will not make any sense if you haven't played the game, but just to give you an idea in terms of how far people can go in terms of the things that have been made available and what they can create out of them, that's something that I personally did. So, oh great, yeah. So I mean, keep in mind that I use that as an excuse to basically teach myself network analysis. So like I was aware of the concept of centrality, but I'd never really had to like work through the different types of centrality and how they would be calculated and such. So I'm sure I've probably made some fairly basic errors in that one, but I think it, I don't know, I feel like it was sufficiently interested to the people who are into the game, and I learned something doing it that it felt worth sharing. But yeah, if you like network graphs, there's a really big version of it. It's like, I don't know, 20 megabytes or something like that. 20 gigabytes was the size of the recording on the Steam page. But yeah, no, it's definitely a Definitely something I had a lot of fun doing, and I can probably still answer questions on. But it has been a couple of years since I did that. Yeah, I mean, if you have any questions, Ether Dragon, or if you want to talk about it, I'm happy to, because obviously I keep referencing it in the stream. All right, I could encourage my assistant, work with them, or for a little while exalt them, or just listen to whatever they might have to say. So I think I'm probably going to wind up wasting the money at the Sweet Bones, but I think it's worth trying to get a head start on the Horns and Ivories. We only have one more book that's not like a real, we have to do this one, so I feel getting the early start is worth it. And who knows, we might get lucky with the artist. Better now. All right. So I think I probably wind up losing my shaft for tomorrow if I do this, but I'm going for it. So let's think about, for Horns and Ivories, let's think about a knock that I can get that I wouldn't get from the Surrealist Painter. Well, knock or scale. Oh, that's right, I already have the Earth sign, so sorry, I need to take a second here and make sure that I'm... Okay, so I've already taken the Earth sign into account. Well, the one that I'm guaranteed not to get from the hireling, it's killing a fly with an anvil, but it will save me trouble later. And I am a little over my usual streaming time. I don't mind going a bit later, especially because I was feeling really gloomy at the start. But I am probably going to take a break to refresh my drink and just get a little bit of a stretch and whatnot in. Okay, so Solace doesn't really help me, but we'll still keep talking. Again, we keep the shop open so that we can level up Horns and Ivories. I suspect we will finish at the Sweet Bones just before nightfall. Well, Satisfaction's useful in its own way, just not right now. I've learned something, or perhaps just remembered it. So one last try with the Surrealist Painter. Okay. Better now. So yeah, we're cutting it right down to the wire in terms of leveling this stuff up. So I've already got the fear. I think I'll just take the Stolen Secret from Gospel of Zacchaeus. No, actually, I don't get patterns from people. So by their marks ye shall know them. I'm gonna have to be really quick on the space bar for this to work, I think. A monster hunting monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, provides advice on finding weak spots of Long. Oh, good. I'm glad that you chose to hang out with me while you're working on your videos. Although it does make me feel a bit self-conscious about the editing work I need to do over the weekend myself. Okay, so that doesn't help me in terms of what I needed from Horns and Ivories. Silent Hall. The hearth is cold. The floor is thick with dust. The walls streaked with niter. Old invocations and forbiddings squeak and whisper like rats. So again, I want to be really careful about this. We've got 35 seconds, and we need to make sure that we do this before dawn. Otherwise, we lose all our memories. Ooh. All right. Little Sophia observes dryly, one should desire to slay an immortal. It is most practical to do so before they become... Sorry, should one desire to slay an immortal, it is most practical to do so before they become immortal entirely. She details the marks, the changes that the Long undergo as they abandon their mortal condition. The Lantern Long begin to abandon its flesh. Its skin becomes loose, its bones soften. The sixth mark is observed thus, when the flesh between the finger and the thumb can be pulled to the final finger joint. Okay, let's get this thing leveled up. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. We had less than 0.7 seconds to get that in. That's a good day's work. So we'll see what the season brings. Okay, it's a sunny day, so there's not a whole lot that changes in terms of our leveling up. I am going to focus on Horns and Ivories, but in this case, I am going to bring in Reverend Timothy. So Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. So that leaves us with 4 elements of the soul, which means I am going to need to spend money to restore one of them. That's probably going to be at the Sweet Bones, but that's also because my shop is already spoken for. And then afterwards, I do think I am going to make the effort with the 3 and the 3. All right, and more books to catalog. So the Hall of Voices. Here, the higher initiates of the threefold mysteries would meet to manage the affairs of the Black Dove and to resolve its disputes. Here, they voted to blind and expel the Chorates of the Thunderskin, who had trespassed in the inner chambers and spied on the mysteries. From that time on, the rites of the Thunderskin were not permitted on the Isle, and the sacred drums fell silent. But the waves still beat in the bones of the rock, even now that slow pulse comes. It's another mortar and pestle. We have got a black sapphire wash, so that's a 6 moon pigment. The Hearth, Hall of Voices. Here the priestesses prepared those meals which they would not or could not entrust to their servants. I am curious about something.
I would never want to belong to
Well,
any
thank you very
club
much for the
or
follow,
have
Bit.
someone like me for a member.
Well, it's a start. Actually, the the Mistkissed Water might help. Okay. I was thinking it was an outside chance, but the guideline for the Secret Colors of the Sun, the gray rock in the sea. I was thinking, well, it did make reference to the Thunderskin and the waves and whatnot. So I was like, we can take a look. So these I'm going to catalog at some point. Lethe Lees, Dark Aftermath of a Dark Drink, and the Lambreg Broselande. Broselande. Distilled from apples of the oldest forest of the western continent. I'm going to leave all of that. I am curious about what the red forbidding is. So 14 Grail, 14 Nectar. I'm not sure I have a good strategy for this, but I'll have to think about it. And it does seem like this would have other text. So these are a nice to have. I think reading the existing texts I have are the current priority. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. But yeah, let's work with what we already have. So we're going to try and boost up Horns and Ivories by the end of the day. If Reverend Timothy helps us get our knock and scale, so much the better. If he doesn't, then we spend the points. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. Add an element to the soul. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that. But because I am going a little bit later, I'm going to take another small break, and that's just going to be to... that's really just going to be so that I can get something to drink and otherwise clear my head and such. So I am hoping you all stick around, but I am going to run ads for a little bit. So if you would like to get up and take a stretch and otherwise take care of yourselves, now would be a good time to do so. We'll see you in a little bit. thank you very much for the kind words on the article, Bit 101. I do plan on doing more in that vein, but that's obviously not the normal thing I write. But honestly, like, maybe for those of you who are interested in doing stuff like that, there is an important line to draw in terms of, like, my view with data, and sometimes at work this is a minority view, which always scares the living daylights out of me. And by the way, thank you everybody for hanging out. I always keep forgetting that if I fill the kettle, it takes longer to boil the water, so I always underestimate the time it takes me to get some tea. Sorry. But yeah, so there is an important step in terms of making sure that, you know, the type of learning that you're... So, like, especially for data stuff, I notice there is a very strong tendency for people to sort of throw some numbers into an estimation method. So, like, you know, lasso, or, you know, you learn about deep learning and you put it into some sort of neural network and just, like, see the results and sort of claim that you found the truth. I see this happens a lot, actually, with stock market stuff, and it's like, it's a little more complicated than that. Not saying it can't be done, it's just you really actually do need to know what you're doing for that sort of stuff, because even among practitioners, there can be some very deceptive result. Well, like, the results are fine, but, like, the interpretation of the results, there are some very easy pitfalls to fall into. So with all of that in mind, like, I think it's really important not to just sort of take a position of, like, anything goes. But with that in mind, in my own view, one of the absolute best ways to learn new things, particularly with regards to data and essentially anything of an applied nature, is to... Okay, thank you, Digi Inferno. Sorry, I almost said hey, but I know you were here earlier, so... if you are off to bed, I hope you have a good rest. But yeah, it's even with that caveat in mind, I do really think one of the best ways to learn this sort of stuff is to find a project. So in general, if you're interested in learning something, chances are there's a reason why. And very oftentimes, in order to do, like, useful work, so, like, you can read a textbook. There's plenty of really good textbooks on just about any subject that you would want to learn available for free whenever it comes to any kind of data analysis or anything along these lines. But one of the big drawbacks about the exercises in books like that is that they are trying to teach you a very specific set of things, and when you are trying to teach those, you don't want to burden the text with a bunch of sort of side work. And a really good example of that side work would be things like cleaning data, or like taking something from the real world and transforming it into something that you can work with. But that, of course, is a very important part of the job. And in fact, doing that can often provide you some information about the problem that you're working with. You know, ideally, if you're doing that kind of cleaning, you're getting your hands dirty, you're actually looking at the data, and when you have a question, you know, what does this weird variable mean? You look into it and you verify that it is exactly what you needed. And the reason I'm saying all of this is that, you know, I didn't know that much about network analysis, and I wound up actually getting a sociology textbook. I own it now. Like, I picked it up at a sale from the Princeton University Press, by the way. Usually at the end of summer has a really good sale on textbooks. So for those of you who are, like, nerds, that may be coming up soon. I actually broke and bought some of the stuff I was going to this year early, so they gave me a deal early on. So, but yeah, in any case, the big thing though is that you will learn so much more by following an interest and actually doing an applied project. Even if you wind up making mistakes, just the thing you want to do is make sure that you register those mistakes and understand sort of how they were made, what maybe misunderstanding led to that mistake, and correct it. You don't want it to just sort of be a mistake and then sit there forever. But honestly, like doing applied projects like that, I find are considerably more useful for learning. And again, like that doesn't mean you don't read textbooks. You read textbooks alongside them, or specifically we read textbooks to overcome some of the problems you run into that. But that was essentially how I taught myself some basics in terms of network analysis. And I'm sure the next time I do something like that, I will have a sort of a higher level that I'm starting from, and then I will be learning more and more about the different methods. So for instance, I don't think I used eigenvalue centrality in that article, even though I, in a bunch of the reading, it's one that I became more and more convinced of its uses. But I mean, again, the other thing too is there's only so much space in an article as well. I have a tendency to write articles that are too long, so I don't think it's bad that I didn't use every measure of centrality that I had available to me. But it's still Book of Hours, so we'll see where that goes. I was delighted, by the way. I noticed I'm not great at, and I will get back into the game on this, but just I like talking about the article when I can. I noticed in the Discord for Cultist Simulator, somebody actually mentioned the article and wondering whether or not I would do, whether or not I would do something similar for Book of Hours. And my intention very much is to. But the thing is that, number one, I would like to, first of all, I would like to do, I'd like to finish the game. I think that's a fair assessment, because I mean, I'd played so much Cultist Simulator at the time that I did the graph. In fact, I started off with a different project in mind when I started the what became that article, and there was an early version of that I actually got to show one of the designers because they were in Montreal and I was in Montreal at the same time, so we got a chance to meet and talk, which is very nice. They also bought me lunch, so thank you, thank you for the lunch so many years ago. But what was kind of funny, so I'm very bad at checking the Cultist Simulator Discord, so I'm sure most of the stuff I wind up missing. But I did say that my plan was to do another article like that, but again, conditional on a few things. So number one, I'd like to finish the game, and ideally I like to go through the game a couple of times, right? Just get a level of familiarity that I had sort of equivalent to well, maybe not equivalent to Cultist Simulator, but something within the realm of comfort that I had, let's say. And then the other thing is that I think it's useful to actually sit down and think about what you're trying to do. Like, what is the question you're trying to answer? Because if you don't do that, then what you do wind up doing is sort of sitting down and applying a bunch of estimators, and sometimes it's fun to just explore, right? There's nothing wrong with doing that, but the best analysis usually is guided by a question that you're trying to answer. That question may change. That question, you may realize that it wasn't a very good question at the start, but it's still very helpful to start somewhere and use that as sort of the spine for your work. And the reason why I said that, and one of the things that I found kind of funny about this, and it's tricky because it's the sort of thing that really does sort of rub me the wrong way, although I try where I can to appreciate where it's coming from. But the immediate response to that was a bunch of recommendations in terms of things that I should do for the you know, for the analysis. And it's a little bit like, I guess the analogy I like to draw for that, and again, I don't mean to like put the person on blast. I'm absolutely not mentioning the name, but I kind of think it's a little bit like what you will sometimes see on Reddit when somebody's like, I've got an idea for a video game. All I need is someone to like program and do some art. And then I also need somebody who's good at making music. And I'll give you the idea. And it's like, well, you know, ideas are the easy part. Like, so for me, it's like there's about, 10,000 different questions that I can ask of the, the Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours corpus. Not all of those are interesting questions, but like there's no shortage of things that I can sort of interrogate the game about. But getting the data in place and doing it in a way that, or putting it together in a way that, can produce interesting questions and analysis is some more of the tougher work there. But the thing is that those sorts of ones, I don't mind as much as people telling me like, oh, you should patch the game. It's got a good, UI improvement on a video that was recorded a week before that patch, came out. That thing isn't necessarily premised on me not knowing what I'm doing. It's more premised on the idea of, hey, here are some cool ideas that you can work with. And I'm like, yeah, I don't disagree. Those are cool ideas, but I kind of have my own cool ideas that I want to work with before the ones that, that other people would want to do, which is, of course, why I'm usually quite open in terms of the methods that I use, because, the more literate people are in terms of these types of methods and these types of articles, then that just means that you're growing the audience for your stuff. But yeah, that's kind of the dilemma I'm running into now, is that I clearly it's nice to have people want to see a similar work. But on the other hand, I also know that I have things I want to do before I commit to that. So anyways, and Bit1 says, I'm used to working with fuzziness. Most of what I stare at is qualitative and difficult to quantify, but there are a lot of similarities to the subject matter. Yeah, for sure. I mean, my background's economics, so it's one of these ones where I know people tend to get mad at economists for like trying to quantify the stuff that people feel can't be quantified. But I always thought the most interesting questions were the ones where, it was the sort of thing where people, I always love the ones where people are like, you can't measure that, or you can't do that. Because, we've developed these tools specifically to be able to try and gain more insight into the world. The most interesting questions usually are the ones that don't have this nice, tidy shape, right? What you do then, like if they are the easy problems, if they're the ones that, follow very straightforward behaviors, so like, any social science, it doesn't have to be economics, is very interesting because people do not behave like particles. I know the whole thing, obviously at the quantum level, things are, unpredictable in that, but like just generally physics, you have this, when you look at physics papers, you have this much not that I spend my time reading physics papers, but the standard for a statistically significant result is so much higher than in the social sciences, because generally there is a very good idea about how these things should be behaving. They are well, they behave in a very predictable and understandable way. And then, of course, you get to like the frontier of physics, and then it's like, no, nothing makes sense at all. Reality isn't real. But I'm definitely nowhere near the frontier on that. So, but in the case of the social sciences, we would have a much less interesting world if people behaved in these specific predictable ways. Generally for like group behavior, insurance is kind of predicated on the idea that there are tendencies in the population and such. It doesn't mean that it's, completely unknowable. But, some of the fun of working in the social sciences is looking at all the techniques that have been developed to deal with the fact that people are autonomous and they will behave in, what might seem like strange ways if you're used to dealing with the kinds of problems that don't involve people who are sort of making decisions based on different sets of rules which may change over the course of the time that the data is being collected. And you need to make sure you're doing the right work. Like, it doesn't excuse you for not using the appropriate tools. Like, again, if you have very well-behaved observations, chances are you can use the sorts of things that you'll learn in introductory textbooks. It's usually once you start dealing with all the complications of the real world that you need to start adding in all of that weird stuff that you learn in your advanced classes. But again, the search is a very big part of it, and I certainly am preaching to the choir here, I suspect. But the a lot of the fun is just being able to kind of put boundaries around the problem. Like, even something as simple as saying, like, I want to try and understand, like, I'm not able to establish an equality between these things, but what if I just say that I know this thing should be smaller than this other one? Like, in my opinion, inequalities are vastly underrated in terms of like just the tools of analysis. Because again, what do we learn in school most of the time? Well, usually we do some sort of algebra, and we try and put like the x on one side, and then we try and get some result on the right hand side and simplify it to its smallest form. But you can actually open up a whole other branch of investigation once you establish a relationship that says these things may not be equal, but I at least know one is larger than the other one. And then at that point, it's a different type of analysis, but you sort of go from there and see if you can get close to the answer that you were looking for. Because obviously some results in mathematics tell you that there cannot be an answer to this certain problem, and so you need to phrase it in a slightly different way so that you can get into something for which there is in fact an answer. This is inflation's a big topic, so the ideal formulation for the sort of price index that would tell you exactly what you want to know, that one, it's a fairly famous result. That index cannot exist, and so everything that we're working with is sort of the second best, which winds up getting us exactly where we wanted to go anyway. But the first pass on it, if you were to sort of sit down and sort of naively think, okay, what would be the perfect index to work with? If you read a little bit further in the textbook, it basically says, and this is impossible. So anyways, I guess before I unpause, oh yeah, that's right. We were going to talk with Reverend Timothy over and over again to try and get some knock and scale. We shouldn't expect much in terms of knock and scale. So I probably want to start refreshing the FOST early. In fact, I'll get the SHAP. I might as well get the SHAP right away. I'm not that cheap. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. But as far as tasks, I think maybe the 3 and 3 is the first priority, I'd say. If we get a rainy day, I'll try to read the 26 Enticements, 7 Torments. It actually occurred to me if we get hail, the Book of Thrones may be an option for us. But for now, we'll just, again, we'll try our luck with Reverend Timothy. If it doesn't turn out, no big deal. So we're going to try and turn this into a 6 when the time comes. I think I'll hold off on upgrading restoring the FOST for now. I might get lucky still. Yeah, so we throw in Shapt, Horns and Ivories, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I guess the one thing I can do is I can get the big. So again, it's a question of getting the memories that I know Reverend Timothy's not going to generate. So we can get the big one. As for the rest, again, we'll see what chance brings us. Knock and Scale are not the easiest to find, so I don't have quite the same confidence that I did when we were trying to upgrade Sickle and Eclipse. I'm sure I could sort of sit down, like there's different types of analysis that I can do in a game, and I don't actually even think that it's bad to do this. So I was playing on my lunch break. I was playing the Proxy Studios game Gladius. Sorry, Warhammer 40k Gladius. So it's, I'd say, a bit of a military-focused 4X game. So like, there's no diplomacy at all, and there's certainly a lot of units to battle with each other. And in fact, they have a rather good demo for their next game, Zephon, which I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly. It's Type of Angel, I think, is the origin of that name. But they definitely have an interesting take on the 4X genre. I don't like 100% agree with all the directions that they take, but it's, you know, as with anything, right? I would be satisfied with less perfection so long as people are kind of going out and doing interesting things. So, you know, I would much rather have sort of a flawed and innovative game than a perfectly executed, you know, minor improvement over something, you know, that I enjoy, you know, even a lot. So like, Civilization's a perfect example for this. Like, if you see the release of a new Civilization game, everybody talks about how it's a step down, and the old Civilization game, like, usually outperforms the new one on the Steam charts. But inevitably, especially after like 1 or 2 expansions, it overtakes it, and it's basically the same story every single time, right? I know a lot of people really like Civ 4. Civ 4 is a fine game, but then when Civ 6 came out, all of a sudden everybody's talking about how Civ 5 was the best one, and then I'm sure when Civ 7 comes out, everybody's going to be talking about how great Civ 6 was. So, and I think this is definitely a result of the game, you know, making interesting choices, and I should double check to make sure I actually have what it takes to level up. So I think, you know what, 14 seconds isn't going to make that big of a difference, but I think I'm going to need to bring all my Elements of the Soul in terms of reading. Okay, well, we can still talk with Timothy, but we're not going to rely on Timothy. So I've got 1 of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, I'm going to have to renew one of my Elements of the Soul. That's actually going to put us behind, but that's fine. I'll live with that. And just to remind myself, it is Scale and Knock. Oh, I forgot to get an Earth Sign. That was an obvious step. I should have done that much earlier. So that's one we can get with Wrapped in the King. I hate that I can never remember where I put it. Here we go. What's the core objective of this game? I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Assuming you're talking about Book of Hours, so there's a number of different things that you can do in the game. The best way for me to introduce this is that when you wash up on the beach after a shipwreck, and you have a journal in your hand, or you have a book in your hand, which later turns out to be your journal. And there are different sort of legacies in the game. So in this case here, I have the Amberfleck Journal. I am the Twiceborn Librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. Twiceborn's third choice might be life as the librarian, or it might be something more radical, but you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom. And Memories the Twiceborn, I remember that I once walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now if I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as librarian would be one such choice, but there might be something more. So, as it says, and it also says here, this third choice might be life as a librarian, might be something more radical. You complete the game recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom. The Illumination Wisdom is right up the middle here. You can even see a description of it. The brightest and fiercest of the bright arts. So that's what the game gives you. It doesn't even give you that, actually. You actually have to finish the opening stages of the game before you even get that much information. But technically, we do not know where the game's going yet, but I have some impressions. So for instance, we've got here the Newman, the inescapable confinement. Everything ultimately comes down to a choice between eternity and history. There's only one place you're safe from both, and it's not a place anyone would want to be. It's a prison that can only exist in certain histories. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the prodigal and the archaeologist can win a particular victory. There is another type of ending here, the Earl's Yew. Since the conquest, this has been waiting for you. The irreverent might even call it a yew tree. So, I could put my Faustin here, stand before the tree, here it stands, what else will abide? Establish history and bring it to the Earl's Yew. So if I bring my unadorned journal, Hush House lives again, perhaps that's all I want. Some of the very best librarians have worked well, lived quietly, left the world a better place. This will end your game. Ambitious librarians might prefer to keep looking for another victory. Contented librarians understand that to restore the house and find the tree is victory enough. Or, of course, you could choose this ending anytime you like and begin again with another librarian. So you can kind of see that the game's a bit coy about its endings, but so far as I can tell, because again, I don't mind, I like unpacking some of the subtleties in terms of the game, but I do feel like I owe people. You mentioned falling behind. No, sorry. When I say falling behind, I really just mean in terms of there's no time pressure in this. Definitely there is in Cultist Simulator, but this game, all you're really competing with is the end of the day when all of your memories go away. So as long as you don't run into that constraint, you're fine. But yeah, just a heads up, because I know you've got Cultist Simulator. If you get stressed out by timers, that is one that is much more willing to kill you for not doing things in time. But yeah, anyways, so again, I wanted to sort of highlight the fact that the game doesn't tell you where it's going right away. It gives you a hint based on your legacy. And as you continue to explore Hush House and see what's going on, you get a closer idea. But the best that I can figure out for myself, and I'm feeling reasonably confident in this, is that essentially the role of the librarian at these special libraries, known as the seven branches of the Watchman's Tree, I think is the title. They have a very special role in sort of making recommendations to the Hours, these sort of godlike creatures, in terms of resolving the conflicts or contradictions between the various histories. And so these are sort of particularly privileged individuals who happen to have a role in terms of shaping reality, I guess, would be my best approximation for it. And so to do so, you need to find certain items. So for instance, one of the reasons why I have the impression that that that's where the game is going is because I made Nillikant, the Incastum Terminale of the third history. It's the bleak white-blue of winter. It has spawned an itinerant order of secret celebrants who regard worms as semi-gods and who are sometimes called on to celebrate difficult funerals. Use an Incastum ink with your journal to make determinations and record histories. If the hours listen, the world changes. And in Incastum Terminale, history will be kind to me, for I intend to write it. Churchill. Use Incastum inks to make resolutions which can have far-reaching consequences. I've only played a little Sunless Sea, so I couldn't say with certainty, but it would not surprise me at all to find similarities between the games. But yeah, so that's roughly where we're at. But as you can see, it's a little bit like Cultist Simulator in the sense that Cultist Simulator, even a starvation ending is an ending to the game. You may not find it the most interesting ending to the game, but the one practical side effect of certain endings is that they guarantee you a certain legacy when you play the next time around. And so even then, it can be kind of a fun way to engage, just because it means that you have, how do I put it? Like, you have, this kind of ongoing chain of characters, some with positive endings, some with less positive endings. And it also keeps things fresh in terms of making sure that you have lots of different legacies available to you, which I think is kind of neat. Anyway, sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. So I am going to go for Fear. I don't think I have Black Nephrite. So I will do my good old-fashioned Exorcism for Girls here. Now, it did occur to me that hindsight actually helps. I think I'll read On Imperfections for the pattern, because I haven't seen Timothy give me a pattern yet. Although, again, because I keep looking for books I don't normally look for. Nope, that's not it. Again, it's nice to get a little more familiar with my larger library, but it does it does sometimes make it a little more complicated. Okay, so we're enjoying a snack at the Sweet Bones. We're getting close to the end of the day. We probably have at least one more chat with Timothy for us. I'm going to keep the shaft open because we want to crash into Horns and I. We may kind of get it at the last second again, like last time, but we'll see. If I can start reading the last text before night, I'll feel a bit better. Okay, the revelation doesn't do that much for me. But he keeps all the candle wax at the end, so it's a deep sacrifice. Alright, close, but no one else can understand such arcane technology, indeed. Okay, so there's a very real possibility that we won't have the memories we need in time. The big worry I have is, okay, so we got the Earth sign from Rapton the King. Exorcism for girls is a fear. Let's do ablations in iron. I found that one a little bit before. So that should give me hindsight, which has scale. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Also, I should have actually read the text of Wrapped in the King. That's my bad. Okay. On imperfections, Pomander, Lightsmith, and Lantern Long describes the process of transinhabitation, which he calls a manifestation of imperfection. Lantern Long lack bodies, and so cannot normally leave the Mansis, but they can steady glint in the physical world by establishing a road of glass. Pomander notes with disgust that the order of Long called the Obliviates refer to it as scrying, which he considers a debased term. Pomander explains the benefits of transinhabitation, that a Lantern Long can affect the senses through and thoughts of those nearby, and that they can even enter their spirits, and that they can employ the senses of those inhabited to experience again the scent of blossom and season. This seems to be what interests him the most. He insists that a Lantern Long should only ever inhabit a mirror of silver, not silvered glass, but he declines to explain why. So that's a pattern. For Exorcism for Girls, simple but forceful techniques for rousting unbefitting spirits, written in straightforward and colorful language. Blake seems uncertain on points whether the techniques are intended for use by or on girls. She clearly regards children as a nuisance. And Thyrsa's advice on shapeless wood things known as raw prophets is typically practical. 1. Discourage them with buckets of water as close as possible to freezing and with the smoke of dried lemongrass. 2. Under no circumstances kiss them or receive kisses from them. And 3. An effective formula is provided for laundering clothes stained with prophet slime. Alright, I'm just going to take stock, because again, we're going to be really close to the wire here. We've got Shapt, we've got our understanding, fear, pattern, earth sign, inescapable confinement. None of these existing ones will work. So in 59.3 seconds, we will get a hindsight, which we will use, and possibly Reverend Timothy will get us what we need, which would make me very, very happy, but clearly I can't bank on that. And again, this is one where I want to be really quick with the spacebar if I don't get what I need from Timothy. I think I was actually going to read the Gospel of Zacchaeus. This was it, so I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. I definitely feel a strong alignment with Reverend Timothy. Now, if I was particularly bold, I could wait the 29 seconds and not lose the earth sign, but at this point I just say bird in the hand. Like, there's no benefit to risking that. Although I am curious if we could have made it in time for the dawn. So we'll see whether or not Reverend Timothy is I don't know, MMVP or just MVP. Yep, we would have blown it. So Reverend Timothy just saved the whole run. Unfortunately, we are down 2 elements of the soul. So Monster Hunting Initiate of the Hour, named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, records the exhibits she has rendered to the Worm Museum in the Mansis. Little Sophia has never visited the Worm Museum or even the Mansis in person, and evidently has no desire to do so. She mixes ink, which incorporates the remains of her prey, writes her records in that ink, and then burns them before the Colonel's altar. It is essential, however, to permit no drop of the ink thereby obtained to enter any portal of the body, even a break in the barrier of the skin. Should any fragment of the worm remain viable, it might enter thereby, and the hunt's ultimate conclusion be melancholy indeed. So the skill is now level 6. Its power aspects have also increased. So I believe we're up to, yep, an even higher plateau with regards to scale, which is good. Now, we're not going to apply that towards a book. We're already, we're kind of already at the max there. But I think the time has come to read the 3 and the 3. So that's going to involve Tridisma Hyra, the Trist, a Moon Memory. Well, before we go too crazy, let's just... Cloudy Day. Okay. Yeah, so I can't get away with just the clouds. I need both a memory. So Fost for the memory, Whist for the... Okay, Whist is going to be free, and then I'm going to use my health to get Trumpeter's Lily. Because Trumpeter's Lily is super helpful, but I just haven't had the time. Gather in summer. In summer, Trumpeter's Lily flourishes like a shout. So we'll read the Devoured... oh, wait a minute. I don't think I have the Devoured Tantra. I have the Watchful. Locksmith's Dream and Cursus. Oh, it was the 5th. Okay. The 5th and final volume of Teresa Galmier's notorious work, which began as an examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but became an account of her own occult journey. This volume was never published, nor apparently ever written. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with Cultist Simulator, this is a fun one. So this existed in the files of Cultist Simulator, but I do not believe it was a book that you could ever actually get in the game without modifying your save somehow. So there's a console that you could use. Actually, I think some people accidentally discovered the console in some cases, so that caused... I think that caused the command to be they bound it to a different key. But oh, nice. This was involved with a thing called Enigma, which is sadly done and will not be returning. But yeah, so the idea was that you could modify the game to get this book, and you could in fact, so it's possible to meet Teresa in the game, and then you could basically give it to her to sign, and she's like, "Where'd you get this?" And it was, again, part of a larger puzzle. But in this case here, this mystery text actually does exist in Hush House. So when it says this volume was never published nor apparently ever written, this is actually this is sort of a sly reference to the fact that and this was the same text that it had in Cultist Simulator. When it was added to the game, it was basically because you could never get it unless you did something, did something extra. So there's a little history for you. I'm not quite sure what I want to do with the Fost here, because most of the other elements of the soul are spoken for. I don't know. I could try and make something. I could, oh no, I know, catalog. There's actually a lot of things I can do with elements of the soul. No, wait, before I do that, there is one other thing I wanted to do. This didn't seem to give me a memory, so I want to verify that that's true. So Moon the Cycle, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So if this doesn't give a memory, I do want to put it in a different area. Oh, out of curiosity, bit, just because I reacted to what you said, but I probably didn't actually see the quote, or at least I didn't register. What was the quote that you were referring to? I'm also gonna sneak another bite. Sorry about that. Like I said, I'm hungry, so. I've had plenty of tea, but shortened version, Bacon's, some books. Oh yeah, no, that's a wonderful quote. I love it. But you providing the full one, which I think is worth quoting well, it's worth quoting in full. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. That is, some books are to be read only in parts, others to be read, but not curiously, and some few are to be read wholly and with diligence and attention. Okay, we might as well read the text again. It does look like we do have a memory, so Black Ellie, disgraced Damascene matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, wrote this while fleeing the agents of the Duty. Ellie writes of the secret colors of the sun, the blessed traces of error, weaknesses in sunlight, balancing principles in its reflection. A deeper account of these secret colors, Ellie reveals, was kept at the shrine to the 3 hours of the chancel. Oh. Ah! This is why it's important for me to reread texts. To the 3 hours of the chancel at the Grey Rock and the sea, far from the intrigues of the Sisterhood of the Church. It is hidden from the common eye, but can be revealed with the arts of sickle and eclipse. Ah, this gives revelation. Okay. So I don't think I have elements of the soul to throw at this now, but that's good for future use. Not quite reduced down to one shelf of too difficult, but. All right, the locksmith stream and cursus. The law goes back all the way to the law goes all the way back to stone. The keys cannot be held or owned. This had, I believe, the unexpected consequence that those outside the law may hold and own them. Excuse me, but even they cannot keep them. And of course, a key is no more physical than a spirit. But a spirit may be housed in a body, and I have touched a key with my own hands. So the Legions hold the keys, and I thought the Legions only old and powerful transgressors of the crime of the sky. But I began to understand that the crime of the sky is more even than it seems, and why a twin, who unite what is not to be divided, might accept Elysian as her name. Alright, so there's the moon aspect that I needed. So when it talked about all the candles, so I suspect that where I need to use the disciplines of the scar. Where the hell is the disciplines of the scar? Oh, wow. So I rather suspect that if I'm going to use it anywhere, it would actually be in, it would be in the nave of the Abbey Church. It was the references to the candles that made me sort of second guess myself there. I don't think I can. Yeah, not with Trist. But yeah, in terms of the chancel, it's an outside chance. Let's maybe just see if I can do something silly here. So we take Sickle and Eclipse. So that is Edge and Moon. So I don't even need that much. It really is a question of just using the right element of the soul. Very interesting. Are the recipes like these inferred from the lore? Yes, generally. So there are different types of, when it talks about the treasures of the house, so at the very start of the stream, the game had sort of been pointing me to this idea of using Tridesma Hyra with an altar for the Sisterhood of the Knot. And obviously, like, reading all the different details inside of the game kind of point out that this is the space where you want to go. But basically, I was just sort of messing around with it, and I got an item which says, reveal a treasure of the house, and I wound up getting this book here, which I expect will be a very powerful book once I'm able to read Crack Track. So in one of the books that I had read, in fact, it was the book that I just reread, it talked about Sickle and Eclipse, and what I hadn't paid attention to was the Hours of the Chancel previously. So I was thinking of like the stone and the sea, and I'm like, well, it doesn't really make sense that it would be the same altar again. This is sort of doing the same puzzle, and maybe this one because they sort of made references to the waves and that. But as soon as I saw the chancel, I'm like, oh, hang on. We've had the altar to the chancel, the shrine to the chancel. And sure enough, as soon as we did that... Now again, we're not working it this time because I want to use my Tryst for something different. But now that I know, I'm going to bring it in. In this case, the book more or less told me, use Sickle and Eclipse, use it with something related to the chancel, and it's basically me just reading the descriptions of things to make that final connection. But the more common use of a recipe or a skill would actually be to craft something. So let me just find a moon station. You can never get these right. I could use a desk, but it's actually slightly more useful for me to try and remember where moon stuff works. There we go. The Nocturne. Constructed by Thyrza for her own murky purposes, maintained by the Suppression Bureau for its murkier ones, and available now for mine. So any crafting that you do, and this one, there will sometimes be hints inside of the books, and sometimes you just experiment. But in this case, I'll take Tryst. Tryst has the relevant aspect, so moon, and we'll try and find something else with moon. So Sickle and Eclipse is a good example. And there's 5 levels of challenge. So there's the Prentice level challenge. The simplest techniques require skill alone. For basic recipes, provide 5 degrees of the relevant aspect. Scholar level challenges. More advanced techniques require power as well as significant skill. For more challenging recipes, provide 10 degrees of the relevant aspect. Every scholar level recipe also needs an ingredient with a specific aspect. So I'll try and give an example of that, but I do that's a little more complicated. And then finally, there's the keeper level challenges, available only to the wise, the great, or the most fortunate of idiots. For the most challenging recipes, provide 15 degrees of the relevant aspect. Every keeper level recipe also needs a very specific ingredient. The perfect ingredient may even mean you need less aspect. And these ones are particularly interesting because I'll give you an example. Let's take Sickle and Eclipse. So Tryst gives me 1 moon. Sickle and Eclipse has 6 moon already. I've leveled this up quite a bit. So we're already past the 5 mark. So focus my own and local resources to create a small quantity of a stable edge ingredient. Sickle and Eclipse with Prentice level edge creates Lebitic tincture. So actually this is funny. In this case it seemed to override the moon and it went for the edge recipe instead. So now we'll add moon memory. So we've got the confounding parable, The Moth, the Grail, and the Egg Unhatching all tell different stories of the world's beginning. One of those stories is the oldest, but may not be the first. Abbess Nana. And this has 2 moon, 2 rose, and 2 sky. So we'll add that. And then if we add either a substance, which can be an element of the soul, wood, pigment, or an omen, and shadow, memory, liquid, remains, or an omen, then we can go ahead. Now, because the shadow takes a memory, and because clouds count as a memory in addition to weather, and that has moon, we can actually get to the level 10. So craft Catwink. Brew an ink that will keep beetles at bay. Or, for a scholar level recipe, if I use this on remains, I can render something darkly leathery and chillingly powerful. Now, this won't accept remains, so I would need to have, I don't think there's such a thing as, wood remains or whatever. So in this case here, the Catwink is the apprentice level challenge. The scholar level one, I've got the 10, but it says you have to give me some remains. So for instance, I could take, the Yethhound horn. Oh, sorry, that's a carcass. That's not remains. So I think ashes might count as remain. Yeah, here we go. An urn of ashes. So again, if it would have accepted the item, we could put the urn of ashes inside of it, and I could create a more powerful item out of that. But if I were to try and do this with a keeper level challenge, which I don't think I would be able to do offhand. I think I could get close with sights and sensations, but one way or the other, the main thing that we need to... Actually, I might be able to give an example of this. I'll try with one really quick. No, it won't let me put a element of the soul in. But one way or the other, if you were to get 15 and you didn't have the items that were required, it wouldn't actually give you guidance on how to make the keeper recipe. The only way you can find out the keeper recipes is by drawing it out of the texts that you read. Anyways, I have put it off long enough. Let us read the 3 and the 3 Vatican manuscript, a church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the chancel and the calyptra, 2 triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine. So, of course, we may ask the question, which church? Oh yes, and I mean, I think to a certain extent the librarian angle even goes to sort of the real world, because I have a notebook where I'm writing down physical notes, and those are usually the ones that are related to the lore, and sometimes they wind up having mechanical relevance in terms of being able to solve certain puzzles. But I am also maintaining a spreadsheet in terms of what certain books give me what things, so I'm also taking on the role of a librarian in more ways than one. But yes, this definitely is a librarian sim, and it's wonderful for it. All right, I can master this mystery. Enough moon to match mystery moon. So I expect that we're going to get a few memories out of this, which will require some effort on our part, but that is the name of the game. I'm trying to decide if I should take a flyer on these, and honestly, I think waiting for hail and a rainy day would be good, especially because it may turn out that these Dawn Period books are pretty easy for us. But all of this, again, it's kind of academic until we see what comes out of the reading. And where I can, I'd like to be using my health to be getting some Trumpeter's Lily, because man, that has been carrying its weight. Trumpeter's Lily, a glorious efflorescence of sunset orange. I won't ask about the physics of that. The deepest knowledge is forbidden to all mortals except those who seek it beneath the Watchman's tree. it is Calyptra that planted that tree, but it is the chancel, the cruciate, that has elected Calyptra. Who then elected the cruciate? Or is this, as the saying goes, a matter of Janus? So I actually didn't talk about the chancel, so here we go. The Church of the Unconquered Sun acknowledges only a handful of hours: the sun in rags, or splendor, the Menascate, the Madrigad, the Watchman, and reluctantly the Wolf Divided. Any other so-called hours must be lesser powers, wicked impostors, or superstitions. So the Church denies 2 of the 3 hours of the chancel, and yet it's the chancel who are said to determine which of their peers qualify as hours. That's theology for you. Abbot Geoffrey decreed that all 3 should be venerated in this holiest of rooms. To avoid actual heresy, he would not permit any of the 3 to be named. That's theology too. So this is actually quite interesting. This involves quite a bit of the lore in the game, so I don't want to go into too much detail, but there was the greatest of hours, the sun in splendor, and you can kind of get some like the sun always keeps coming up. It refers to, you've got the Sol Invictus symbol here, up here. You also have it sort of lining along the bottom. Elagabalus comes up as a character, the emperor who first. So I always thought Sol Invictus was more of an Aurelian thing, but turns out that Elagabalus was actually the one to sort of introduce or at least some kind of a sun god. Didn't seem to take on. Excuse me. Didn't seem to take on though. But the eternal symbol of the unconquered sun, all the way back to the Shadowless Empire, even through the wild heresies of the Intercalate. So what is the Intercalate? So this is a fairly significant event in the sort of the lore of the game, where the sun in splendor was divided, and so when it refers to the Church of the Unconquered Sun acknowledges only a handful of hours, the sun in rags or splendor, the Menascate, the Madrigad, the Watchman, and reluctantly the Wolf Divided. So sun in rags, the Menascate, Madrigad, Watchman, so 4. I also think it's kind of significant that you have this division into 4 here. Those are the sort of the divided sun in this case. And these are also what are known as the solar hours. And the Wolf Divided, I believe, is the wound of the divided sun. So this is, of course, why they're reluctant to wish it. And I also think it's meaningful when it says sun in rags as opposed to sun in splendor. In this case here, they're sort of allowing for that difference between the intact sun and the divided sun. So that's kind of what's going on here. The Church of the Unconquered Sun acknowledges only a handful of hours: the sun in rags or splendor, the Menascate, the Madrigad, the Watchman, and reluctantly the Wolf Divided. Any other so-called hours must be lesser powers, wicked impostors, or superstitions. So this reflects, you find out about the Intercalate and the associated information through a few different places, but because it's the Church of the Unconquered Sun, they're going to be interested in the solar hours, and this is giving you some specific ideas in terms of what they think the status of the other hours are. So the sun denies 2 of the 3 hours of the chancel, and yet it's the chancel who are said to determine which of their peers qualify as hours. That's theology for you. So with that in mind, it says, all right, so of the hours in the game, I think there's 30? There may be... Pretty sure it's 30. There's actually a book that gives numbers to these things. But and then 6 of them are gone in one way or another. But so in this case here, we can start figuring out sort of the identities of the chancel. So the Church denies 2 of the 3 hours of the chancel. So in this case, we know one of the hours of the solar hours, sun in rags. I should probably allow for the sun in splendor, but we'll skip over that. So we'd say sun in rags, Menascate, Madrigad, Watchman, or Wolf Divided. One of these would be on the chancel, and then we know that if we were to identify the one, we would know that the others are not members of the chancel. And then Abbot Geoffrey decreed that all three should be venerated in this holiest of rooms. To avoid actual heresy, he would not permit any of the three to be named. That's theology too. So what you would do is you would sort of derive from the shrine. So we do not name these hours, but we acknowledge that together they are the chancel, the cruciate, and the road. So in this case, what we would do is we would sort of make an inference based on the fact that it has moth, winter, and edge. And then, if you wanted to try and narrow it down to one of the solar hours, you would you'd work your connections there, and then alternatively you'd consider sort of winter and edge, moth, winter, and edge aspects for the other two as well. But this is definitely a fairly deep lore question to puzzle, and it's not necessary for you to be able to figure it all out. Right, I wasn't actually trying to do anything with this, but... we finished the text. So I'm going to read this again. So the church-authorized version, the 3 and the 3 Vatican manuscript, a church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the chancel and the calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine. The deepest knowledge is forbidden to all mortals except those who seek it beneath the watchman's tree. It is Calyptra that planted that tree, but it is the chancel, the cruciate, that has elected Calyptra, who then elected the cruciate. Or is this, as the saying goes, a matter of Janus? The sister and witch is cruciate, but the witch and sister is not. Even those powers that demand a conjunction are not always conjoined. When the sister is nowhere, does this mean nowhere sits in crucium? So, who are the witch and sister and the sister and witch? Witch and sister, the witch and sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated, she cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. And that is distinct from the witch and sister, in this case, and that is distinct from the sister and witch. The sister and witch brings together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon, at the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched, she cannot be separated. So, according to the 3 and 3 Vatican manuscript, which again has been reworked to fit church doctrine, the sister and witch is cruciate, but the witch and sister is not. So, not is. All right, we got an intuition out of that. I feel like I should make some notes here, so... because that's going to be one for me to dwell on. Sorry, that was a very detailed note I had to write for myself. And 2 edicts inviolable. I feel like that is something we have a realistic chance of being able to level up. So if we took the clouds, the intuition, so we really just need... Yeah, so it's a heart and a moon. The real dilemma here is getting the two... Actually, here's what I'm... I'm going to be cutting it really close. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to serve some water. Serve appropriately, pour out. I'm also going to go to the Sweet Bones to renew my tryst. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal. In summer, I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. All right, poured out. So I'm going to see if we can get my health back. So a quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So that's going to take 90 seconds. That's definitely cutting it close. But the good news is that if I pull this off, it means that I am that much closer to... Actually, this is going to be level 5 when all is said and done. But yeah, if I can knock this out today, that just means I'm that much closer to sort of fulfilling all of my tasks. One of which, incidentally, is going to be to read these darn books. Okay, so that's the hurry up sound. So I'm going to grab the memory for this right away. As much as I want to reread the texts, I think I'm going to just read 108 again. And all this kind of oh yeah, 28 seconds, we're fine. We should have everything back in time. Alright, so after my cheese and bread and nap, 18 seconds to finish rereading 108, and I will be able to boost up Edicts Inviolable. We only need 30 seconds to be able to level this up, and it's about a minute from between dusk and dawn, so even though we had to give up a little bit of time here, we should have plenty of time to level up the skill. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. And given that that's at level 5, so I've got a number of sort of high-level skills here, but particularly when it comes to something like Edicts Inviolable, given the amount of heart that it gives me, actually weaving and not working has already occupied that, so there's nothing... I can actually already tell that it's not going to give me anything that I don't already have. The weaving and not working is 6, so that's already at level 5, and then we can't get higher than 10 moon. That's as high as that's ever going to go for a skill. Still, I'm happy to have it. I'm happy to have more. I'm happy to have more skills at higher levels because that'll just mean more things that we can make when it comes time to craft. So I'm probably going to need to get my ducks in a row as far as the plans for tomorrow go. So we're going to want 4 heart or moon memories. And then we need to leave an element of the soul aside. So you know what? I'm going to take a bit of a flyer on this. I'm going to bring in Reverend Timothy. So Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Probably shouldn't have done that before the weather, but... Rain. Okay, yeah. So this would actually be a day I would normally want to try and read 26 Enticements, 7 Torments. And you know what? We are going to do that. I'm making life a little hard for myself, but not catastrophic. So maybe, but I'm gonna have it both ways. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So I'm gonna be occupying 2 elements of the soul through things that are not relevant to the current studying. But yeah, I have a plan. So Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So here we're going to talk with him right away. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So here's the game plan. So again, Edicts Inviolable. We always have to have one of these lessons in here, and we have to have either Trist or Health. So what we need to generate is 4 memories. Right now we have 3. And of course, I'm going to be using up 1 to read the Grail text. So first thing I'm going to do here is do the rest in the refreshment. And the main reason for me wanting to do that is in the end, if I have a spare element of the soul left over, I just catalog a book. But in fact, I'm going to get even more reckless than that. I'm going to go and I'm going to harvest Trumpeter's Lily because I cannot have enough of that. So gather in summer, Trumpeter's Lily flourishes like a shout. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep talking with Reverend Timothy, and the hope here is that I wind up with some kind of heart or moon element of the soul. But I also know that I'm going to be able to go to the Sweet Bones and renew my elements of the soul. So I want to make sure that I at least have enough in the tank that if I need to, I can level up Edicts Inviolable. And that means that I need to have either the Trist or the Heart built up. But after that, the big idea here is that I'm seeing if I can get the Grail text handled, and I'll explain why today is a good time to do the Grail text. But I also know that I can get the 4 elements of the soul set aside in time for the last sort of minute and a half that I need to make things happen. So this is me getting a little greedy, but it's mostly because I was kind of already committed to doing this. Oh, I also forgot to put this on the shelves. Okay, so the gossip doesn't really help. Well, actually, the gossip winds up being helpful in its own way, but Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. And as always, I do, after all of this leveling up, I do want to do some kind of an audit of my 2 difficult piles. It's usually all secret histories at this point. Or sorry, rows, not secret histories. But, it never hurts to take a peek. Okay, so I got my Faust back. So that's my 4 elements of the soul that I need to make the whole enterprise work. So Fekri's Herbery, the early wisdom of Eshin Fekri, at that point a traveling healer, much later the secretary solvent of the Curia of the Isle. So I originally got this for its satisfaction. I'm still going to use it for that. But now is the time for me to try reading the difficult book. I don't think I want to use... Well, I can't use Trist for this, but I do need to find... Okay, Whist. The fork and the knife always seems so sinister. Some appetites are easier to satisfy than others. I'm sure the text doesn't help. Actually, there is one I really like in terms of its description. I need to find something that has chandlery. Almost certainly insects and nectars. Yeah. So the description for chandlery, I'll read it twice. So the first says, a skill that can be used with suitable ingredients to make candles. The most likely ingredients are beeswax and herbs, but to confound villagers and visitors, leave a meaningful pause before the word suitable. A skill that can be used with suitable ingredients to make candles. Alright, so we'll use the Whist because that can be used at Ava's desk. We will take the Satisfaction, add that as a memory. We're trying to read the 26 Enticements, 7 Torments. The painter Niels Friedrich Malsker notoriously attempted a series of paintings based on the torments. By the 5th torment, the demands of the painting had grown so dire that he died of blood loss. The diagrams in this text are thankfully less detailed. So we will use our highest skill, Grail, which is... I can't even remember offhand, because these have all changed. Oh yeah, it is Trides Mahara. This is also written in Fusine, so we'll add that. So we are at 11. So the last step is to add the spice scales, redolent of decades of piquant passage. So that's as far as we can get in terms of reading this text, and we're at 12 Grail instead of 14. But the reason I have done this... Now, if I had the Element of the Soul Arab, and I can get it, it's just I'm being stubborn in terms of not committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms, because I just like annoying people on YouTube. They're the people who need to be annoyed the most. Basically... when you are short on a, when you're short on a skill, or the aspects that you need to read a book. I'm glad you like that, Ether Dragon. It'll draw 3 random chances to be able to read the thing. Now, one of those random chances is to have the right weather, but another one of those random chances is also going to be a memory. So the rain has 2 Grail, enough for me to be able to solve it, and it counts both as weather and a memory. So when it's a rainy day, if you need Grail or Nectar, or a sunny day if you need like Lantern or Sky, basically days with weather that match the... kind of the mystery of your text, those are usually the best days to do this sort of thing, because you just have one more potential point of assistance. These things are never guaranteed, but in this case I definitely feel like it's worth the effort. So Grail, Frustration, or Temptation, perhaps. You've provided Grail, but not enough to match Mystery Grail. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So it'll take a minute. Now, the one challenge I run into on these is if I get too far into another set of tasks. So, for instance, I could get this tryst renewed at the Sweet Bones. If I get distracted, I miss the list of things that I need. The first rule of Chandlerly Club is don't talk about Chandlerly Club. So we'll see what Reverend Timothy gives me, and then we'll move on. Alright, Solace. That's Heart, so that is actually something we can use. So technically you only need 3 elements of the soul now, but again, the more bit... So the tryst I needed anyway, just because of the... Oh, hang on. Yeah, because of the moon. I'm trying to get an idea of the different song names that I like. The easy answer is all of them, but... Okay, so comfort, relevant furniture, a possible inspiration from relevant furniture or other comforts. So we could get one grail from the lingering repose. I actually don't remember if there are two grail comfort. Oh yeah, the cat. The pet cat. Oh, you were hoping to work on that desk? We could apply a memory, or we could use a soul. So I think in this case I'm going to skip the comfort. Well, if I do the comfort, I'll make sure that I add the Gospel of the Rain. It's basically just I can avoid feeding the cat a mackerel if I go for the furniture or the memory. The memory would be sufficient because of the rain, but we don't need to go in the weeds on it. Okay, so we won't worry about soul. We already know that we have what we need for edicts inviolable, so in this case we're just waiting to see what else we can do with the day. Still a chance. All right, and as fun as it would be to like take advantage of both, we'll just throw the rain in here. I don't have a particular need for the grail at this point, so we add the 2, we call it a day, and that does mean we're going to have some more memories to work with, but hey, this is why we read books. Still a chance. The enticements of the Grail outnumber its torments, but its torments are its final nature. Birth is the first torment, and thirst the 7th. Through the enumeration of the Grail's enticements and torments winds the sorrowful history of the witches of the dry land, the ordeal of birth from 2 wombs, their struggle from and supplication of the Grail, the yearning for union which drives them all. So we got an impulse from that. Resurgences and emergences, so that is going to be a bit of a challenge. We're now up to 151 texts. All right. So it's Grail and Moth. Because this is at 5, I'm going to need 5. I'm going to need 5 memories plus a Moth element of the soul. So unless I want to get my Tryst back again, we're not going to be able to level this up. But again, we read this stuff so that we can get a... Basically just so that we can get a grip on... You know, the skill. Actually, you know, this isn't even necessarily a skill that I really need. We've already got quite a bit of Moth from Edict's Liminal, and we've got lots of Grail from Tridesma Hyra. But as always, you know, just being able to get things even higher just makes it easier in the future. And it also means that we can put it to higher levels on the Tree of Wisdoms if we ever actually decide to do that. Why you'd want to do that, I have no idea. I literally see no benefit whatsoever. If somebody could please explain in excruciating detail in a comment, preferably all capitals, I'm sure it would be very educational for me. Please don't do that. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. think this is not quite enough, but let's experiment. Trying to remember if I have any marks that have edge. Don't think so. In fact, overall, my edge kind of sucks. Well, in terms of things for this altar. I don't know. I feel like I had the beginnings of something there, but I'm going to make a guess that the disciplines of the scar may refer to something else in terms of the treasures. So, something for me to think about later. We need to keep talking with Timothy, though. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. So if it comes down to it, if Reverend Timothy gave me every single... No. So I was going to say, if he gives me every single item I need for Edicts Inviolable, I would probably be able to also level up Resurgences and Emergences, but I would have to also get the Trist back. Trist back, and I would also need to renew it for use. And so yeah, we should pick one or the other. Alright, and that's... We're getting close to the end of the day. Stolen Secret helps, so I'm going... Because I'm getting to that hour where I've taken my stupid pills, I'm going to actually lock this stuff in and make sure that I have what I need. Yeah, so I only need 2. So we can still talk with Reverend Timothy, but there's nothing too special happening here. And I'm kind of focused on a particular set of things, so I'm going to skip, as fun as it is, I'm going to skip the temptation to read new text. I'm just going to go for Apollo and Marsyas, because I know that gives me a heart. And with the remaining Faust, I think it is high time... No! Oh wait, I might still be able to get away with this. There we go. Reveal a treasure of the house. Make the long forbidden invocations to the 3 and reveal a treasure of the house. So once we finish reading the books, we'll take 30 seconds to move up Edicts Inviolable. We'll have 2 days where we're improving Resurgences and Emergences. Unless we wind up with Hail, I don't think we're going to try and read the Book of Thrones. And like I said, we do have 3 Dawn Period books that, if I'm honest, they are a priority, but they're a priority that exists alongside all the other stuff that I'm working with, so... So I don't feel bad that I read the 26 Enticement, 7 Torments. That was an opportunity brought on by the weather. I don't mind that I got the treasure from the house, because that can have a shape on my... Like, that can wind up shaping my next few turns. It can also potentially give me access to a very powerful memory. For the rest of it, though... Alright, here we go. There is a narrow dark beneath the lip of the altar's top, something waiting for me. The sun disfigured, a scroll of anthropoderm parchment written in the golden ink called Uzalt. This book houses a numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. All right, let's get some skills in. But yeah, so, if it wasn't written in Crack Track, I potentially would get something very powerful out of that, and that may wind up shaping how I play the rest of the, the rest of the game. So those are the sorts of things I'm happy to set aside cataloging for. But I think the main focus is, like I said, resurgences and emergences primarily, and if an opportunity comes up, we kind of angle it towards doing some of these extra activities. So I would like to try and figure out what's going on with that special with that information that we learned from the open head. I feel like the church here is what it was supposed to be, but clearly I was wrong. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so we'll probably do something similar with Reverend Timothy. If we're moving up to 5, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of these is going to have to be used to level it up, so that's the Tryst. So I figure we'll use a Faust, assuming that Reverend Timothy is going to give us at least one of the lessons that we need. And then as we start filing in more lessons that we need, I can start using things like Heart to do gardening. Although we're probably going to cross over into another season. All right, another event. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? And it is fall, or autumn, the Elegies season. So let's start bringing in Reverend Timothy. It's never guaranteed, but I think it's worth the shot. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. I said I was going to go for this if it was hailing. I might... Alright, let's think about this. So I can move it up to 9 based on the memory, 10 with the barrette. I think it's worth it. So we'll reread the Wainscot histories for the memory. Because I've got my work cut out for me, I'll talk with Reverend Timothy right away, and I'm going to recover the Faust. This is the nice thing about having a lot of money. I can afford to, to mail. I can kind of afford to mess around with some of the stuff. So, it is autumn when the leaves rustle, and the silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. The logic behind the Book of Thrones is basically the same as the logic behind 26 Enticement, 7 Torments. It's just one of these things where you don't know when the weather's coming up, so you take the opportunities you can. It's a little crummy that I wound up with a rain and a hail straight, one after the other, but it's also not, like, I'm not too worried about where all this winds up going. In fact, if I'm looking for Grail and Moth, I know I can get a Beguiling Melody right off the bat. That's from the Morphe Codex. I've never gotten a Beguiling Melody from Reverend Timothy, so I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay. It's also occurring to me that resurgences and emergences, I think the last time I tried to do this, I realized how difficult it is to try and find certain aspects, so I might have just signed myself up for a world of hurt with that one. But we're still going to do our best. Also, I can't remember if I am still allowed to get Trumpeter's Lily. In autumn, before the real chill comes, Trumpeter's Lily still flourishes. Okay, hindsight doesn't help me. You know what? Sorry, I'm going to take a second here and write out the memories that I need. It's Grail and Moth. It is D-Pain. Very good to see you. How are you doing? What were you playing? Or were you doing... No, you do cooking on the weekends, right? I'm sure you were playing Starfield. Tell us all about it. Oh, Baldur's Gate. Excellent. The other RPG. This, of course, is the main RPG with a B in the title that was released in August. For those of you not familiar, It is D-Pain is somebody who very kindly invited me twice on a podcast that he hosts with Apocalypse, the Pointless Discourse podcast. A big fan of science fiction, and in fact, we were talking about Blade Runner and how people like to say that they've read Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep and yet only talk about things that are in the movie and never mention things that are exclusive to the book. It is D-Pain is one of the few people who does not fit that description. It is D-Pain actually knows little things like Deckard's wife and, you know, the other animals that are not actually referred to by characters in Blade Runner. So, but yeah, It is D-Pain is a lot of fun to have some conversations with. I am playing Book of Hours, which is an absolutely wonderful and very relaxed crafting RPG, and it's by a company called Weather Factory, who makes some games I think are really interested. They're the same people who did Cultist Simulator, and one of the reasons I point this out is that I have been given a copy of this game for promotional purposes, and I have appeared on their Steam page to sort of promote the game. I also wound up interviewing the developers on the GOG channel the same week of release. So my enthusiasm for the game is genuine, but I have been paid to talk up the game, and it's good to disclose that sort of stuff, particularly when there's new people coming in. But for those of you who are stopping by off of It is D-Pain's raid, I know I'm a very different broadcaster from him. Some may not think that my broadcast is an improvement over his. So I would probably assess that myself, as a matter of fact. So I completely understand if you want to go elsewhere for your needs. But my hope would be that at the very least you check out another Book of Hours stream, because I think this is a very special and unique game, and it's one that I hope that more people find out about. I've been delighted to see more broadcasters have been covering it lately. You might be contacting me soon for another episode if I'm able to fit it in. You'll send you the Oh, wonderful. Thank you. If nothing else, it'd be really nice to catch up with Apocalypse, because I know I don't get to see you all that much, but I don't feel like I've even talked to or said hi to Apocalypse in so long. I think I've wound up saying hello to Hop like through Strider Owens more often than actually in person. But so long as you don't mind somebody blowing out the runtime with strong opinions on just about every topic, I would be delighted to work out whatever you've got in mind. But thank you again for the host, by the way. I guess I can actually do the real streamer thing and use the shoutout command, huh? Okay. But yeah, for those of you, so I also wanted to introduce Book of Hours because this is a game where I have a spreadsheet keeping track of some of the things that I found in the books. I have my tablet, which I just take sort of quick notes on that I would wind up erasing. But I actually also have a notebook where I'm writing like bits of lore in fountain pen. So I now have 3 different documents that I'm maintaining. And because I'm trying to level up a skill here, I'm specifically writing out what I need, because I have a feeling that I'm going to have some more difficulty trying to level this up than I previously thought. All right, well that's good to know that I'm not the only one. But yeah, so I'm going to be consulting a spreadsheet, which I realize is not the most exciting thing to see when you are when you're running a camless broadcast. But as a broad description about what's going on, I like the way that this game handles sort of the acquisition of knowledge. So this is a skill that I have. There's no experience points in this game. So resurgences and emergences, birth and death are only directions. Between the two, we find a crossroads. And of course, I've used this as an example. So you can imagine, I suspect, birth and death, the choice between Bossk and preservation probably are that's probably what's causing the difference between preservation or renewal and consumption. But I do need to keep track of where I can get Grail and Moth aspect. So when you want to level up a skill, again, birth and death are only directions. Between the two, we find a crossroads. I need to add an element of the soul that has either the Grail or Moth aspect. I only have one element of the soul with the Moth aspect, so that one's going to go in here. I always need to have a lesson. And of the remainder, I need to have 5 memories that have either Grail or Moth aspect. But the tricky part in this game is that memories are unique, so you can only have one of each type of memory in your inventory. There are some exceptions, so Hail would be an exception, but you only get one weather card every day, so it's not a meaningful difference. So what I'm doing right now is just going through the text that I've already read, and I'm writing down what memories will give me Grail and Moth. Okay, Gossip gives me a Grail. I forgot that. Impulse. That's in one of the first books you can read. Now this is very interesting. So if I take a look at my Grail and Moth inventory, so there's the Beguiling Melody, and I know that Reverend Timothy's not going to give me that. But Beguiling Melody, Gossip, Impulse, Satisfaction. So I've only got 4 that I can work with there. Now the good news is that I know with Taste I can also get Grail. Oh, I'm sorry, Bit. I didn't see your... I didn't see your earlier message. I saw your hail to thee, but I didn't see the thing that you wrote before. Yes, I said there's usually a certain hour in a broadcast where I wind up taking my stupid pills, and it's just little things like I read a difficult text and then I completely forget to follow up and see what the 3 random tests are. I've actually wound up with a malady on one of my elements of the soul for failing to check that. So we're definitely at the hour where I've taken my stupid pills, and I want to make sure that I'm double checking things. So with that in mind, I actually want to double check all of the memories again. Oh yeah, no, there are no actual stupid pills in the game. Yeah, so I'm going to do I'm actually going to say specifically what the memories that I've recorded are to make sure that I'm not missing out on things. So there's Storm, which is 2 heart, 2 sky, not relevant. Stolen Secrets, 1 knock, 1 moon, not relevant. Solace, 2 heart, 1 sky, not relevant. Secret Threshold, 2 knock, 1 rose, not relevant. Now, I've noticed that there was a text here called Singlefoot Songs, and it said, I've got a note here that says Savage, which apparently gave 2 scale, 2 sky. Now, that was from the beta, so that book may not actually exist. That memory may not exist either. Satisfaction, so that's 2 Grail, 1 heart. That's all on the list. Salt, 1 knock, 1 moon, 1 winter, not relevant. Revelation, 2 lantern, not relevant. Regret, 2 winter, 1 forge, and not relevant. Pattern, 2 knock, 1 forge, not relevant. There's a Newman, which I have access to. 5 knock, 5 scale, 5 winter, not relevant. Intuition, 2 moon, 2 rose, not relevant. Impulse, 2 moth, 1 nectar. We've got that. Ah! Sorry, I dropped my pen. We've got that in the list as well because of the moth. Hindsight, 2 winter, 1 scale, not relevant. Gossip, 2 rose, 1 grail. That was the one that surprised me, so we've got that on the list. Foresight, 2 forge, 1 lantern, not relevant. Fear, 2 scale, 1 edge, not relevant. Earth sign, 2 nectar, 2 scale. I do want that at some point, but we can do that later. Not relevant. Contradiction, 2 edge, 1 moon. Not relevant here, but we are getting one of those for the other text. Confounding parable, 2 moon, 2 rose, 2 sky. Not relevant. Cheerful ditty, 2 heart, 1 sky. Not relevant. Bittersweet certainty, 2 winter, 1 lantern. Not relevant. And beguiling melody, 2 grail, 2 sky. That is relevant, and that's in the list. So that leaves me short 1 memory. Now, one of the memories that I can get is from drinking something. So if I drink water, I get a memory taste, and that gives me 1 grail. Unfortunately, I don't know if we can get one of those for moon. We only have 2 other senses. I suspect sight would be lantern. So the question would be, is there an argument for saying that scent would be moth or grail? Well, we already have a grail sense, so probably not. And then moth, I knew a man who captured bonds in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them 1 by 1 to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. Hard to see how scent necessarily aligns with chaos and yearning, whereas grail, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of grail honors both the birth and the feast. This probably seems reasonably aligned with grail. So it's a bit of a leap that you make in terms of that logic, but I think the reasoning is sound. So the last hope that I have here is to consult my recipes. So again, we're looking for memories here. Now, I think my basic memories just are the same that I can get from books, so that's not as exciting. But I do know that with Edict's Liminal, I should be able to convert a memory into a name day riddle, which is a different... Yeah. That's going to take a lot out of me, but I'm going to use that for the level 6. And then the Ascendant Harmony is a 2-lantern for Sky, so that's not quite what I need. Although I am curious about that heart. Hang on. The Thunderskins Paean also has, or Paean, I never know how to pronounce that correctly. That is another one that I can boost up. Now that's going to require 10 heart, which is not the easiest thing for me to get from 5. Oh, Jesus Christ. Storm... Okay, so the heart element of the soul, or health element of the soul gives me 1 heart, so that's 6. Storm gives me 2. I don't think anything else gives me 2 heart, though. No, Solace does. It's the Sky that it doesn't. Okay, in a pinch I can... Is it? It might also be because I'm looking... occasionally I'm looking over at my spreadsheet, so I think if I speak more directly into the mic, that's probably a bit... This is probably clearer to hear, right? Yeah, okay. As a last resort, I can try and upgrade some stuff through drums and dances, but first things first, let's drink a glass of water. Serve appropriately. Pour out. Pour it out. So I will consider a glass of water. Drink the stuff. This will consume the beverage. If it's a whole bottle, consider serving it so you won't drink the whole thing. Madame Olympie Bichet, essayist, illustrator, critic, editor of the Carisham Review. So we will take care of Madame Bichet when we can, but I have other priorities to handle right now. I think we're done chowing down at the sweet bones. And here's the contradiction. So we're going to read that right away. Hopefully without me completely blowing it on the added challenges. Okay, so... Oh, wait, but I can't use Auroral Contemplations on this. So we use our ever-trusty reading room desk. Auroral Contemplations for the edge. Contradiction for the edge. We add... The Book of Thrones, a legend of the Shadowless Empire, transcribed by Alexander Peterhans from the Annals at a secret shrine in Anatolia. And to give us a little bit of help, we will add the Kukurbit Beret, a vessel with an ambiguous history. So we're up to 9 edge. We need 12. Wow. I'm really reaching on this. This Still, now is the time to try it. It's very likely I'm going to fail this, though. I need a memory, a weather, or I need two of the like chances to turn my way. I am also going to renew my tryst. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. What have I learnt? Taste. Every sweet has its sour. Emerson. Alright, so this is actually the first of 5 that we need for resurgences and emergences. So again, I'm a little bit behind in terms of where I want to be, but that's also kind of by design at this point. Alright, so here's our beguiling melody. That's 2 of 5. So the remaining 3 we can get from conversation with Reverend Timothy if we're lucky. So edge of contention, perhaps you provided edge, but not enough to match mystery edge. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. And in this case, if we're very lucky. So we have the right sky's weather. Hallelujah. All right, so that's going to mean we've got a huge to-do list in terms of... Actually, we also got memory as well. But yeah, the weather is the thing that we're looking for here. Again, I've been pretty lucky between the specialists who visit Brandkrug and the... I need 3 more, and I have to use Tryst to level things up. So yes, we are still going back to the Sweet Bones. More pie! Starting to get a nice little stack of Trumpeter's Lily, but there is no limit to how much of that I need. It is by far one of the most useful. Alright, I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So, if I wind up with a storm after this, in fact, I might be willing to just read... Nah, that's overkill, but if I were to get a solace on a future run, I would definitely use that to craft a special song. We may still do something like that, but we still have plenty of time left in the day. Okay, so the right sky is weather, we add the hail. So this is different from a memory. So hail counts, again, both as a weather and a memory. So this is the reason why when the rain came up and now when the hail came up, I specifically tried to read these books because it's another chance to be able to successfully read the book. And now twice in a row, this has allowed me to read something that I wouldn't normally have been able to. The Grail one, if I'd used an element of the soul to generate a satisfaction, let's say, that would have worked as well. But in this case, I didn't have to do anything to get the weather, so I'm still ahead. With all these rooms you got here, I would say that you would make a mean Fallout shelter. I have played that a little bit, but this definitely looks very Fallout. Want to know what happened in here? Well, there's a reason it says, please refrain from smoking. If you want to know what happened in here, play the game. Okay, so Legend of the Shadowless Empire, transcribed by Alexander Peterhans from the Annals of a Secret Shrine in Anatolia. In the first and greatest history, a subject of the shadowless empire of Persia travels to the west, to the kingdom of the Persids. There he becomes a protege of the tutelary Persid dynasty, the scarred man who lives in the dark. He returns after 7 years to put his skills at the service of the shadowless empire, becoming their golden general. After many years of peace, the heirs of the Persids move against the King of Kings and the Shadowless Empire. The Golden General will not take arms against the blood of his mentor until the King of Kings whispers a great secret of betrayal in his ear. He breaks his sword, forswears his oath to both the Empire and the Scarred Man, and enters the temple behind the world, leaving his life behind. That is a fairly significant bit of lore with regards to... Oh, man. Okay, I love that I've got Auroral Contemplations. But this is... I've got all my work ahead of me. Whew. And we get a contradiction from that. You're just going to say it's a normal dentist visit? Is your dentist name Collars by any chance? So yeah, very, very happy to see Auroral Contemplations go up higher, but man, this is not going to be easy. I think again we'll wait for the traditional sound of the kind of the bells and the intuition doesn't help me. The bells and the birds. Off to bed, probably tune into my YouTube series, so good luck. So good and relaxing. Thank you very much for saying so, Ether Dragon. I don't want to make too big of a deal of it, but definitely at the start of the stream I was feeling really crappy just because of the comments lately. I've gotten a lot more liberal with deleting stuff, but I've been delighted that Book of Hours has done so well, and that has obviously helped the channel in terms of getting attention. But it's been a struggle. So I try not to sound too needy on this stuff, but like hearing a kind word every once in a while on this stuff really does make the difference right now. It's just one of those things where, you know, sometimes somebody says the right thing at the nice, right moment, and it really helps. And yeah, in that case, thank you for that, because I was actually really close to just kind of doing 3 hours and saying, okay, that's it. That's all I need to do today. And clearly I've gone longer, so this sort of stuff really does help. Thank you. All right, like I said, I've been taking my stupid pills today, so let's just double check what I can get away with. We need Moth and Moon, and I don't think any of these satisfy it. Yep, so I need 3 more. I currently have 2 elements of the soul, so I definitely need to recover at least 1 more. And again, you can see these poor Dawn Period books not getting worked on, but this is the price I pay for not committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, Revelation didn't do too much for me, but that's fine. Alright, so that's usually the get a move on sound. I'll wait the 40 seconds, but I'm going to feel bad about it. So again, we needed 5. I've got 2 in the bag. I need to get 3 through other means. So I don't need anything else, and if I do anything else, it would go into cataloging a book. But I'm going to use my consider verb to level up my skills. So in this case, we're just going to cool it as far as recovering goes. Okay, great, impulse. So that saves me. This is great. So essentially what this does with the impulse, that's a moth. So that's something on my list. So we've got a beguiling melody, an impulse, taste. So I need either satisfaction, name day riddle, or gossip. Name day riddle is going to be tough to get, so let's go for the gossip and satisfaction. Fekri's Herbery gives me satisfaction. And I can't remember what book gives me gossip. I actually should probably double check that there is one that gives me that. So the Carisham Portolan. And we have a minute, so I'm going to use my FOST to catalog the Dawn Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn Period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. We do also have a chance to be able to talk with Reverend Timothy again. Not that it's going to change anything, but... Night has fallen, dawn will come soon, so we're going to talk with Madame Bichet. One catch here is that talking with Madame Bichet is going, at this point, is going to cause her to cross over into the next day, so we get a slower start talking with Reverend Timothy. But, you know, choices have consequences. All right, the focus of Amber. Omar the Blaze spent 7 years manning a lighthouse in Tyre in atonement for the extinguishing of a sacred flame. By the end of his stint, he was so terrified of fire that he could not stand to share a room with a candle. This work was written in partial penance. This room's getting quite full. Apparently, I need to come up with a better filing system. Not changing it right now, but... Okay, so we still have 30 seconds before we have the memories we need. I'm really hoping we don't lose the tryst for tomorrow, because we sort of need all hands on deck as far as elements of the soul go. Okay, regret doesn't really get me anything, but that's fine. Let's chat with Madame Bichet about her needs right away. So just a reminder, we are on the Affair of the Unfinished Lark. For 3 years, the sculptor adept Zuthimalim Zidane has labored at his masterpiece, an abstract sculpture that speaks with the voice of the desert lark. And now, puzzlingly and suddenly, he is dead. You've heard about poor Zuthi's death. I knew him in Algiers long ago. He was so sweet, and even then I knew that he would be a very great talent. Try a book with as much mystery forge as their forge interest. They're at 5. Now she also understands Frisian, so I think I can give her... Oh wait, but she doesn't understand Aramaic though. So Book of Cinders. This may be enough. I hope that will be enough. Thank you, librarian. Okay, 9 seconds. Moment of truth. There we go. At last, I'm something of an authority in this. Improve the skill to level 6. So tomorrow I may have to skip. Skipping would be a bit of a weak move. But I am going to have to use my health to drop some water. Alternatively, I could taste some of the existing tea here, but I do actually want this for its knock aspect. Right, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So unfortunately, it's 30 seconds with Madame Bichet. We gotta get the tryst back. What does knock do? As in, like, knock the aspect? So in this case, there's a special recipe to make Glassfinger Toxin, which is a powerful knock poison, basically. So Glassfinger Toxin, what is within, without, what is without, within, a poison sacred to the votaries of the Menascate. Now, as it happens, if you use Glassfinger Toxin and an even more powerful recipe, and this is one of those keeper-level recipes I was talking about that you have to figure out either through tremendous luck, a lot of trial and error, or most likely through understanding the lore reasonably well. But you can actually elevate the Glassfinger Toxin back into something drinkable. The Sacrament Asite, back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the Rites of the Horned Axe. So this is a 6-knock beverage. So one of the things that's nice about beverages, and I can't remember if you were in the stream the last time I did this, but basically with those assistants, right now I've been using the assistant to have conversations with and generate memories. But very often you need to use an assistant to be able to open up different rooms of the house. And in the case of Knock, we have a few. So this is sort of the nocturnal side of the house. It used to be a prison. And in this case here, we've got a 12 knock challenge. We've got a 13 knock challenge. And a 15 knock challenge. My shot gives us 2 knock. Fair enough. Well, it doesn't always have to be knock. It just happens that in this case, I've got 3 rooms that I can unlock using knock. Reverend Timothy has knock. There are also other characters that have knock. But basically, a beverage that gives you 6 of any given aspect is very powerful. And so in this case here, the way that so essentially it's kind of 2 steps removed. So in order to make a Glassfinger Toxin, I need the specific recipe is a 10 level of knock and a liquid. It could be any liquid, but generally a liquid. So in this case, one thing that is helpful, because I'm just shy of what I need to be able to pull that off, what I normally do is, and actually it just occurred to me, I think I remember. I think I remember a trick that no, that doesn't make sense. Okay, anyways, doesn't matter. But as it happens, basically, if I use this tea, it gives me 1 edge or 1 knock, but because this is a tea, it's a liquid, and it has a knock, what I use is I use the Cateran Hero Second Flush of Sam. I turn that into the Glassfinger Toxin, what is within, without, what is without, within, a poison sacred to the votaries of the Menascate. And then from there, I use this Glassfinger Toxin, I make it drinkable again, but it's refined now to that 6 knock beverage, and so as a result, it's a very powerful thing to feed to my my followers. And there's usually one of those for, well, there's one of those for a few aspects. The Rubywise Ruin is for Grail, so that's slightly higher. But you can get the Sacrament Callicite, which is supposed to be Grail, but there was a bug, so they basically made the Collector's Edition, which has both Grail and Heart, but it's supposed to be a Grail item. But similar idea, right? A six beverage to make it, make it quite easy to get into certain rooms, or do whatever you want with them, really. And then Skin Shuck Mead would be another example of that, but I think I drank the last one that I had. Although I did learn that you can make it using honey, so that's nice. But yeah, basically, the reason why I'm particularly interested in Nock is just because I have a number of challenges that can be passed with Nock, and the fact that I'm able to make one of those means that I have about 3 rooms that I can unlock whenever I feel like it. Okay, I have a lot to do today, so first things first, we're going to draw up some water from the well. That's going to take 90 seconds. I think right out of the gate, I'm going to get the Beguiling Melody. Actually, I'm going to do a couple things. So, yes to Beguiling Melody. And I'm also going to use Apollo and Marsyas to get a storm. So we'll see if Reverend Timothy winds up giving me a solace out of that fog. Ah, darn it. I'm going to run some numbers really quick. So fog is a rather good... Okay. So Reverend Timothy starts with knock 1. Fog is knock 3. So the Newman gives me 5. Oh, that's right. Yeah, fog actually isn't as important as it used to be. So the table stakes are 8. There should be a better way for me to be able to get him to something like 12. Now, theoretically, if I got a visitor with Moon... Jeez. So I can get a visitor up to 9 without using any consumables. But how on earth do I get 5 moon? And as it turns out, the nun is the one with both the knock and the moon. So I think the way for me to think about visitors right now, sorry, not the visitors who want to use the library, but the visitors who give me like special aspects. It's a 1 in 6 chance of me getting the one that I want, so I shouldn't bank on it. I need to see what I would need to see what the nun needs to Actually, I feel like I've studied this before. So the mackerel gives us 2. So the pickled pilchards. I don't think there was a wine that gave us 2 moon, though. It's probably easier if I just mouse over moon on something. I suspect I am missing a rather obvious... Oh, well, there's a Mistkissed Water, which gives us 2 moon. Okay. So... So I guess on a foggy day, the table stakes are either... Okay, so foggy day, I won't even say table stakes, but like... If we get a moon visitor, we know we can knock out 12. What's not clear to me, though, is that we're going to be... like, the room that I really want is the sagging dock. And it's not so clear to me that I have what it takes to get there, because for that I would need either... something else, so like maybe the nun takes a candle, like Reverend Timothy, and in that case we just need to find a candle that has moon aspect. Alright, no worries. Thank you very much for the host. It is D-Pain, and I appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, I don't know. I suspect that's a really good argument for me to start looking at other recipes. Okay, as far as the rest goes... Doing skeleton songs. You know what? I'm gonna take a flyer on the Solace. I just need to make sure I get a Faust back soon. So... I think that's Traveling at Night Volume 2. Yep. So the logic behind that one is I'm going to turn that into a... Oh, Jesus, that means I need to use my heart again. I'm committing myself to a lot of... activity here. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. I can probably make this all work, but I'm not... Right now, I'm not really setting myself up for an easy time of it. It's going to be an expensive day, at minimum. All right. At Hush House, Madame Bichet learnt enough, she hoped, to persuade a wealthy patroness to purchase the unfinished lark and save it from being sold for scrap by the authorities. Got a bronze spintra for our trouble and a free talk verb to bring Reverend Timothy's wisdom. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. I think there's a very real chance that we blow it for the day, but we are starting early, and I just need to be a little smarter about where I put my elements of the soul. So I definitely need... Actually, I don't need the Faust, I need the heart. I originally thought I needed the Faust because of the... Okay, Beguiling Melody is good. Because of the song, but I actually need heart for that. For reasons that will be clear in just a minute. So if memory serves, we go to the music room, we take the hallowed drum, we go drums and dances, we add a storm, we add a solace. Oh no, that brings us up to 10. Okay, cool. So in 22 seconds, I will be able to commit the heart, so we lose a little bit of time at the sweet bones, but that's fine. So that tryst is going to be technically going to be used to bring back the... first thing I'm going to do is actually get it to give me taste. Okay, hindsight doesn't help me, but I'm happy that it's not something like a solace or that. I mean, it's a sunk cost at this point, so I shouldn't worry as much about getting duplicates, but it just makes me feel like a bit of a clown. And again, I can make my life easier by committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms, but it's fun. So, we go to the Sweet Bones to recover my health. In autumn, when the leaves rustle, the silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. I'm going to take the time to... I'm going to serve the water twice, once to taste it, and then once to rest. Pour it out. Groundwater. Drink the stuff. Okay, we'll recover... Oops, that's wrong bed. So 90 seconds to recover a Faust. That's kind of to give me a last-minute grail if I need it. The majority of recovery is going to be spent at the Sweet Bones. So we should be up a Beguiling Melody, and... yeah, we should be up the Beguiling Melody and the... Thunderskin's Paean. Darn it! Alright, there's the taste. So we're up 2. We'll be up 3 in a little bit, so we're at the halfway point of the day, and we are at the halfway point for our memories. But I do have my work cut out for me. I can bring in the tryst last. Okay, so the heart we're going to use to make the other music. So again, the main focus has been to create things that Reverend Timothy can't get me through conversation. So drum up a heart music. I'm a little worried I'm not going to have enough elements of the soul to generate the last few bits that I need. But maybe I can convert the fog into something I can use. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to recover the tryst now. I guess I have to use a cup of tea for that. Maybe... I gotta have something. Dandelion wine? Dandelion wine. So this is going to be the one that I commit to the skill. Now, it's not going to be easy given what I've got here, but if I take Edict's Liminal, trying to think if there's a clever way that I can somehow get the necessary moth. Yeah, so if I do something like this, so we take Edict's Liminal, so that gives me 7 moth right away. And then I could try and throw in... you know, the Catwing might do the trick, actually. No, because Catwing's not moth. Oh, I think it's Yugal Ink that's maybe what I was looking for. Alright, I'm going to try a different approach. Unfortunately, this is the wrong kind of material. You would think with all this wood lying around that something would be related to moth, but holiest hemolyph. I feel like I might be taking leave of my senses with some of this stuff. So let's just take a second and reflect on what I actually have available to me. So if I take resurgences and emergences, I add the lesson learned. We say we take the tryst for granted. So right now I've got a beguiling melody and I've got a taste. From that, we are going to need 4 more of the memories. So one of them we're already working on with heart. So realistically, it's the satisfaction, impulse, and gossip. Okay, so satisfaction, impulse, and gossip. Possibly something I get from Reverend Timothy, but maybe something that I need to get on my own. So 3 books that need to be read before the end of the day. I've got 19 seconds left, so I've got 1 element of the soul back already. I'll have a second back within a minute, and then the shaft will be ready shortly after that. So it probably won't be daylight. But what I'm looking at right here tells me that even without Reverend Timothy, I'm coming in just under the wire. I'm not going to be happy about it. It's going to be kind of hair-raising. But we're going to be able to make this. So in this case, I'm going to stay the course. I'm going to hope that Timothy delivers something that we need. And if he doesn't, we're just going to have a big panic reading session at the last minute. I do, however, want to be really careful in terms of generating... Oh yeah, actually, no, hang on. So if I've got 2 elements of the soul, yeah, this is a piece of cake. So just get the wisp back, we'll pay the shilling, and we'll have our 3rd Faust even before sundown. And we got a gossip. Great. Okay, so we'll probably wind up cataloging a book now. Yeah, so this is what I get for freaking out. I think I wasn't properly accounting for the music here. So this is why I try to hold off committing. I also maybe need to start drinking something other than dandelion wine because we're starting to get low. Okay, so that's the kind of get on with it sound. So Thunderskin. So we have probably 2 more chats with Reverend Timothy before the day's done. Okay, that solace doesn't get me anything that I need. So let's just take a minute here and think about what we've got. Again, it's nice to actually look at what I have in the hand. Okay, so 2 elements of the soul, which we will now get with my Faust. And then the remaining element that I get here, I will use the consider verb to catalog a book with. And by then, we will have my tryst to level up the skill. Cool. So Fekri's Herbery for the satisfaction. believe it's Traveling at Night Volume 1? Yeah, Traveling at Night Volume 1 for the Impulse. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Now, in a perfect world, right, we take the 45 seconds with Reverend Timothy and say, hey, let's see what we can get here. But honestly, let's just keep it simple. The worst that happens is I miss out on cataloging both Dawn Period books, and that is a perfectly reasonable price to pay. I'm already up the one, so I'm happy with that. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn Period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Alright, so that's my tryst. We have a few seconds before we're going to be able to use that. And tomorrow, I think with the heart, as much as I want to get to work on Auroral Contemplations, I'm probably going to draw up some water. It's really more of an investment in the next day's work more than anything. Alright, Isaac of Karth's History of the Shadowless Kings, a true and accurate history of the Shadowless Kings by Isaac of Karth. Isaac describes the 1,000-year ascendancy of the Shadowless Empire. Cool book, 14 rows. Not, not the easiest book I've got. Okay, so 18 seconds before the rest. So this was another gossip. Nothing. We didn't get or gain or lose anything out of that. And again, the hope here is that this doesn't take up the tryst, but it's going to be close. So, moment of truth. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Now we get to redo all of this fun for Auroral Contemplation. So what I'm going to do while that runs, I'm going to do a similar list, a similar wish list. This may mean that my voice gets a little quiet as I'm just consulting the screen. I'll try and speak as directly into the mic as I can, but again, I'm consulting more than one document here. Lantern and Edge, Beguiling Melody. Oop. So Beguiling Melody doesn't help. Bittersweet Certainty has Lantern, though, so... Cheerful Ditty doesn't do anything. Confounding Parable doesn't help us. Contradiction does. Earth Sign doesn't help us. Fear does. Foresight does because of its lantern. Gossip doesn't help. Hindsight doesn't. Impulse doesn't. Intuition doesn't. The only Newman I have right now doesn't help. Pattern doesn't help. Revelation does. Salt doesn't help. Satisfaction doesn't help. Secret Threshold doesn't help. Solace doesn't help. Stolen Secret doesn't help. Storm doesn't help. Okay. So we can add to that site. And with sufficient sky, the Ascendant Harmony. Which is good, because I'm actually going to need all 7. Also a sunny day. So, I've got my work cut out for me, for sure. But it's clear that I can get Auroral Contemplations to where I need it. Alright, an offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes established 1776, Sense Signs Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase The Most Sorrowful End of Lady Nonna, an unauthorized account of the death of Abbess Nonna, written by Eusebia, one of the 2 sisters accused of having murdered Nonna through poisoning and arts unsanctioned. Eusebia, awaiting execution, intends to hide this account in her cell, written in Kernwek Henevek, a forgotten language. It's expensive and I can't read it, so obviously this is one of the ones we want to buy. I am going to speak with Reverend Timothy. Again, we've relied on him in the past, and I think it's going to be all hands on deck on getting this stuff working. Oh, Torg's Cleansing is another thing that I didn't keep in mind. So yes, Torg's Cleansing will probably help me as well. Okay. The storm is very welcome here. So maybe Applebright, but I kind of hope for something better. Strings and songs, the same deal really, but... Okay, so let's go for piano because I like pianos. Wait. I don't do this at a piano, I do this with a fife at the desk. So we get a cheerful ditty, we're not quite ready for that, so now we add the fife. Oh, fife is more than enough. Alright, conjure bright sky music. Strings and songs with scholar level plus instrument creates an ascendant harmony. So that's the first one that I am looking for. I think for simplicity too, let's just take the shaft to consider the Thyrza Blake painting, investigate this object. This should hopefully give me lantern. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company, so we're going to keep talking with him. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So notice that, again, it's the same strategy as before. I have been focusing on generating the memories that I know Reverend Timothy can't get me. And then anything extra is just that, something extra. The one thing I did blunder on was I did want to draw up some water. And turns out the Ugal ink doesn't have moth after all. Alright, for some reason this donkey has human eyes. There is also a cigarette holder with no cigarette sticking coyly out of the corner of its mouth. And that did indeed give me sight. We've got 4 of the 5 senses accounted for. I do regret that I haven't been spending more time looking at the items in the house, but again, it's just a question in terms of me. Very often I need a guaranteed result in terms of the type of studying that I'm doing, so when I have more elements of the soul or when I have a little bit more relaxation, I'm happy to go through each of the items. Alright, Revelation, perfect. So I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So we are up to 3 actually of the 6 that we need, and we're not even at... Oh, we are at morning now. So the 3rd hour when the office of terse once was sung. Watch as the day opens like a door. Better now. Alright. I think I will bring back the shap. Hang on. It's just easier if I lock this all in. 2, 3, 4. Okay. I may be able to get by with that, but I will go back to the sweet bones just for some insurance. Alright, an ascended harmony, a bright and ringing music which evokes the blue sweep of the lower heavens. So that's a 2 lantern for sky memory. So again, just a reminder, we need 6 lantern memories. We've got 3 of them right now, and 3 of them are ones that we can generate. I'm actually going to take a second to... Actually, a bittersweet certainty is something that I wouldn't get from... Bittersweet certainty isn't something I would get from Timothy. So I can get that from Musgrave's sketches. So I'll use Whist on that one because if I have a leftover tryst, I can use that either to catalog the book or go beachcombing, which I haven't for a while. Alright, Musgrave's sketches. Musgrave, 4th Baron Brandkrug, was widely mocked as the Bleating Baron, but these sketches reveal a complex, somber inner life. By the way, I never realized this was a snake around Ava de Wolf's neck. I always thought it was a scarf. Alright, Solace doesn't do much for me, but we've had a pretty good time with Reverend Timothy already, so not everything needs to be a winner. Alright, a little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. We'll just keep this in my inventory. I don't see any need to... use it for renewing elements of the soul. I think we're at a tin spintra, so we may not succeed on our next auction, but we would be able to learn a language if the Affair of the Unfinished Lark finishes. Okay, again, I want to take stock. So we've got 3, we're about to get a 4th, so we need 2 more, which we have. Alright, we're good. I don't need to renew anything else. Actually, better still, there's another one that I can get. I don't believe Reverend Timothy generates a contradiction, so we'll get Shap to generate that as well. So I think I can use the Ascendant for that. Ah, wrong language. I'll use Wayne Scott Histories. All right. It's another in the tricky pile. I should probably just find a bigger room with these at this point. What would my... Well, I mean, we could rearrange the flower shop at this point. It would still be nice to have them all in one place. Actually, given that I've cleared out these books, let's say... Alright, so it's not exactly where I want it, but that seems to have a little bit more sense. In fact, if I really want, I can stick that one there. Yeah, we'll settle for that for now. Okay, so got a contradiction on the way. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of 6. Wait a minute. If that's true, I still have a chance to save this if I blew. Okay, I need 2 more. I've got 1. No, we used the Tryst, right. Sorry, I missed the, which was the Blake quote? Actually, no, whenever I submitted bug reports. Oh, sight. I didn't even check. The eyes see more than the heart knows. One thing I liked was every time I submitted a bug report, usually the response from the developer would be Blake. Although it didn't have this one at least lets me know where it's from. You needed to be familiar for the ones in the email. Alright, so the question now is, do I want to try and save the Tryst, or do I... You know what? Cataloging's nice, but it's not that important. So I'll go for fear, I guess. That's mostly just because I know Exorcism for Girls is easy to find. I am starting to feel the effects of the late stream, so I might... I don't know if I want to wrap it up today or if I want to try and get the level 7 Auroral Contemplations, but I'm definitely going to need to think about wrapping it up soon. Alright, so we already had the revelation. We can still talk with Reverend Timothy, but at this point it's more of a formality. He likes talking, I like talking. Nothing to complain about there. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. As long as we have everything in before sunrise, I'm happy. Okay, so Auroral Contemplations. We will use Faust to level it up. We'll use our lesson, Sight, Revelation, Bittersweet Certainty, and Ascendant Harmony, Contradiction, and Fear. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Improve the skill to level 7. And he got us another hindsight, so it's good that we didn't wait. Cool. To see what will pass and what has passed, the practitioners of this discipline see endings and beginnings, passages and transitions in the same mode as dawn and sunset. So, we'll at least cross over to the next day. But I don't know if I have it in me to go the distance. Maybe if it's a sunny day I might try, but... I can at least sort of plan out how it's going to work. Well, before we do anything, we'll definitely talk with Reverend Timothy. Okay, fog. So that doesn't really mean a whole lot, except for maybe if I wanted to try and get a traveler at the Sweet Bones. But again, prior. You know what? Let's go. Let's try and make the. Let's try and make the. The 7th Auroral Contemplations happen. So. So the first thing I want to do here, I want to be a little bit more intelligent about how I want to try and be a little more intelligent about how I use my elements of the soul, because to get an Ascendant Harmony I'm basically using 2 elements of the soul to generate the memories and then a third to generate the actual Ascendant Harmony itself. And I actually have 7 other memories that I can use. So as a start, maybe we go for Bittersweet Certainty right off the top. So also take the contradiction. Sight. Oh, but before I do that, okay, this is gonna get tricky. Maybe not. So Winter with Disciplines of the Scar. So we take the Kukurbet Barrette. That should give me Torg's Cleansing. Yep. Purge myself of harmonious resonances, accruing some personal edge. It won't be pleasant. Okay. That's 3, and then we will use the Tryst to actually... Reveline Summer, a dry spell in a still place. That's Sight spoken for, so that's 4 of 7, so the remaining ones that I need are Fear, Foresight, and Revelation. So I'm going to need a Faust back to... In fact, we will serve some water to get the Faust ready to go, because I'm not going to need that for the better part of the day. Pour it out. So I'm just prepping this to be able to make something of my Faust when the time comes. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So this first one I'm going to pay for the Sweet Bones, and that's just because it's the only thing that's currently available to be restored. So the idea here is that I need a Faust and 3 elements of the soul, or alternatively 2 more, to be able to get the Fear, Foresight, and Revelation. And then, of course, I free up those elements of the soul to do other things when... Okay, this is signed Brulot, but dated 1902, long after the librarian of that name left Hush House. She did come from a family of painters. Yeah, basically any lantern memory that Reverend Timothy gives me is just an opportunity to use another element of the soul to do something else. So first priority is cataloging the book, second priority is to pick flowers, third priority is to go beachcombing, fourth priority is to go walk on the moor. Okay, Solace probably isn't going to help me, but if I get the Storm as well, then I can use one of the Faust to... Oh, actually. I poured the drink to specifically do this. Alright, there's Torg's Cleansing. The librarian, Natalia Brulot, oh, that's a fun coincidence, learned this powerful if unpleasant technique from the priest and edgelong Reverend Torg. Cleansing has left my skin burning, my teeth throbbing. The chorality rumbles beneath the membranous surfaces of the waking world. All right. So again, 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. 3 of the 7 that we need right now. Wait a minute, if I've got 3 of the 7, then what? Oh, right. 4 of the 7. So again, if Reverend Timothy could get me something like a revelation or a fear, I'd be happy just so I can get that book cataloged. But this is the last trip that I need to make to the Sweet Bones. Unless I really want to do another cataloging, but generally I don't want to spend money on that because I shouldn't have to. Alright, gossip doesn't help me, but we still have plenty of time to chat. So again, the question's really just a matter of keeping track of what I need to level up. So we'll have the Faust in 39 seconds. I've already got 1 in here. We're going to get another element of the soul, in this case the Shapt, back in 10. So that's 3 for me to be able to just read books and get the memories that I need. And like I said, if Reverend Timothy winds up giving us a revelation, a fear, something along those lines, that is even better, just because it means that I'm ahead on some of the other tasks that I want to do. So no reason to spend money in the Sweet Bones. I have what I need. The bigger question is, what do I do now that I've read all of my books? Foresight helps. So now I can use one of these to catalog a book. I am going to take a quick second just before I commit to any of that stuff. I do want to take a minute here and make sure that I've judged this correctly. So, sight, cleansing, certainty, contradiction, gossip doesn't help, foresight does, so we need 2, we have 3. So I'm going to use the Faust to catalog the book just in case I wind up with a malady. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Now, if, again, we wind up with something that gives us more lantern or edge, then I will use the Tryst to go beachcombing. It's a little late for me to be considering that now, but, it's nice to preserve the option. And then, I suppose in a pinch, the Shapt, it's probably a little late for me to try and level up the T into... Alright, the messenger awaiting her destination. So another VAC text. So yeah, it's probably going to be a little late for me to try and, monkey around with some Glassfinger toxin, but I can use the Shapt to make some money, I suppose. And you know what? I am talking with Reverend Timothy, but let's not get clever about this. It's the last upgrade I need to do. read the Thyrza Blake work again for fear. And then the Watchful Tantra can give me revelation. Wait a minute, do I have the Watchful Tantra? Yes. Okay. So, just as long as the Faust remains available, and of course, naturally, I'm hoping that I didn't misread one of the memories. Although that is one of the reasons why it's nice to keep talking with Reverend Timothy. Like, the worst that can happen is he gives you a memory that you already have. But on the odd chance you misread something, you might get lucky, the 1 in a million chance that he gives you the memory that you need. So just as well to take advantage of it. So getting close to nightfall. Night from day, silver from gold, the vesper hour when the priests would honor the rising of the evening star and escaped. Okay, so in 30 seconds, nothing else to say to Reverend Timothy. There's our revelation. There's our fear. Auroral contemplations. There we go. At last I approach mastery. I contemplate the hell out of those Aurora. And I might see what the weather is tomorrow, but I think I do properly need to end it there. And it seems like a good place to end because I'm sort of on to another phase. It'll be sort of a long goodbye because I am going to do a bit of an audit in terms of the texts that I have access to and what I might want to try and do with them. So yeah, Solace is not changing anything. There it is. But yeah, like these texts aren't none of the texts in these two rooms are readable to me. So what I'm really interested in here is have things changed so far as my ability to read a given text. So the Book of Maya, yeah, so that doesn't help me. So the first of the two difficult texts is a rose text. So let's see what the weather is. Okay, rainy day, so that doesn't really change, that doesn't change too much in terms of my plans, but like I said, the plan here really is to see, of my existing texts, is there something here that I have a realistic shot of being able to read at this point? And if you'll forgive me, I am going to take a minute here I'm actually going to rewrite a few different lines here. I've got this really big kind of sheet of scratch paper on my tablet here, and it's like 2 games worth of, not just like Book of Hours, but it's a bunch of other games as well. I just want to clear this stuff out and start afresh. Okay. So, books. So I'm going to start with rows. I'm going to make a minimum value and a maximum value. So for rows, the min is 10. Nectar, 12. Wow, it really looks like it's just rose and nectar. Oh, edge. Okay, something wacky just happened to my... Let's try that again. Okay, so Rose was min 10, Nectar, I think that was 12, but let me just double check that. Yeah. 12. So the edge is something that might change because I moved up Auroral Contemplations by 2. Forge 14. Okay. Oh, and Heart. Okay, so we're looking anywhere between 10 to 14. Now, there's a couple of other things that I want to double check, and that is just the languages. So Ericapean provides Lantern and Winter, Hyksos provides Edge and Grail, Kilisimi, Winter and Moon, and Fusine, Heart and Nox. So for instance, if Nin's Cages were a Fusine text, I shouldn't count that as a 16. I should count that as 16 minus the language value. I don't think I'm going to be too... I don't think I'm going to run into anything too crazy. Yeah, most of these are in a language I already understand. Okay, so now what we want to do is take a look and see realistically what am I able to muster to be able to read these texts. So, Grail. Okay, so I'm assuming, yeah, 8. So Edge. So I can bring 8 skill, 1 tool, and then the catch is that I don't have much in terms of memories. Although there is one thing I want to double check. There's maybe an argument that I should try to make some... Yeah, Parabate would be Perniculate. So if I were to use Perniculate instead of the instrument, so I could get up to 12. Okay, so here's the deal. If I can make Perniculate... So 2 memory with an 8 skill is 10, and then with the 4 Perniculate, that's a guarantee. If I don't do it, so it would be 2 and 8 is 10, and then 1 from the tool would be 11. So I would essentially need two of the memories to angle my way, or I would need to wait for a day with a storm. I think we would wait for hail in that case. So I'm going to say that Edge is not out of the question, but it is difficult. Excuse me. So then we'll do this exercise for Rose, Nectar, Forge, and Heart. Okay, so weaving and not working is apparently my highest heart. So for that we would bring 6 from a skill. 1 from health. 1 from a tool. I don't even think I have a hard ink. Oh, and then 4 from a memory. So during a storm, that is actually within the realm of possibility. Again, both the edge and the heart text are very, very specific circumstances, but they're certainly not impossible. Alright, so Nectar 12. Now that I'm pretty pessimistic about, but let's just double check here that I didn't skip over something. Yeah, so I'm thinking Rites of the Roots. That's the best I got. Okay, so Nectar, 5 skill, 1 from health, 1 from a tool, 2 from memory, so 5, 7, 9. Yeah, so not only is that not only am I 3 short, but there isn't an event that would give me the 3 nectar required. Now the exception to this might be the Yugal ink. That's 2 nectars, so even then, realistically that just gives me 1 more, so that would be 5, 7, 8, 10. Okay, actually Yugal may change the equation. I think I'm still going to keep it in the 2 hard pile for now, though. Okay, so you've taken care of heart, we've taken care of edge, nectar. Now, for some reason, I skipped forge, because I know Discipline of the Hammer has forge, so let's just double check that here. I'm pretty sure forge hasn't changed since the last time I checked, but... Okay, so yeah, hammer time is the best. 5 from skill. 1 from shaft. 1 from a tool. I only have a memory with 2. So 7, 8, 9, and we need 14. So there's no way that that's working. I don't even think I have a forge ink, so. Which brings us to our favorite rose. And mostly because of a shortage of rose texts that I can read, I believe our rose is actually quite low. But as always, we will take a look and make sure I'm not running with unhelpful assumptions. Oh, you know what? If I had been thinking, well, no, I think I'd still settle for the choice that I did here. But we did have two foggy days. I absolutely could have been using that. So preliminal meter looks like the best. I could have used those 2 foggy days to make the really good knock drink. So I'm gonna bump that up on my list of priorities. So, yeah, it's looking like my best. So, Path and Pilgrim gives me 3 rows. Preliminal Meter gives me 3 rows. So the best I can hope for here would be to find a 3 with a rose. That's its primary. And again, the cards don't magically change. I'm just being thorough here. Okay. So this truly is going through the motions, but let's get it locked in just so I can have this as a reference. There's 3 for a skill right now. No no element of the soul. We can get 2 from a memory. Good God. Yeah, so the best we can handle right now is a 5. Oh, sorry, and 1 for a tool. So we can get a mighty 6 strength rose text. So yeah, even though I have a 10 rose, it's really just a question of the fact that I'm too weak at it. Amusingly enough, we could, like, if we had the FET, we would be in striking distance of getting lucky for rose. So like this is one that I'm definitely going to be struggling with for a while. But I'm not too fussed about it. Now, the other thing I wanted to do was catalog the curses that I have. So, just because it's a little inconvenient for me to click on all of these all the time. So, 5th eye curse. So that's a 7 heart curse. I'm assuming that's the same for both of them. Okay. So I've got Chionic Theoplasma, which needs 7 hearts. Witch worms. I think that's an infestation, so 7 winter infestation. Bloodlines is a 7 moth. Keeper Skin is a 7 nectar corruption. Okay, and Synthic Taint is a 7 knock curse. So, the reason why I'm taking the time to look at this is that I have a number of skills that can actually work with these curses, but the question is, do they even line up? So now I can slightly more intelligently look at this and say, okay, curses. Well, what do I need for curses? In this case, I need a 7 knock or a 7 heart curse. So yes, I can put Tridisma Hyra at it, but I'm not contributing anything with the Grail or the Moon doing so. So infestation, similar idea. Resurgences and emergences. Well, I've got 2 infestations I can work with, but they need winter or moth, so I can actually get rid of the bloodlines. I may want to do that right now, actually. So that will affect my Arab and Core, neither of which I have. So if I open this book at the right page, I'll find words that slowly ooze blood. Over time, these words increase in number. This infestation can affect your Arab and Core and spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against infestations. The thing that's nice here is this is... oh, actually, I think this is a book I've already read. No, I haven't. Oh, shame on me. I should have read that ages ago. Okay, so yeah, that's a second reason for me to take care of it. And again, this is why it's helpful to do these sorts of reviews. So, I don't actually need to bring anything else in. So the question is, what else would I be using my elements of the soul for? I suppose health and tryst would be used for... Right, health, tryst, and shapt are my 3 primaries. I can't really see... Well, okay. There is a possibility I use Reverend Timothy today. But here's what I'm going to do. It looks like the governor's desk allows lantern and moth. So a desk as severe and practical as Collars himself. So we take resurgences and emergences, which has got its moth aspect. And we will now... We'll now cure the Geminiad. Purge a bloodlines infestation. Each word must be treated separately. Okay, so that's a start. We'll cross off the bloodlines for that. Sacralamea, good for curses. We need knock or heart, neither of which are useful here. Hill and Hollow is an infestation one, however we need winter infestations. Sickle and Eclipse is good against corruptions, however for corruptions we need Nectar. The Chionic Theoplasma, so we've got a winter and a heart, and as it happens, we can also cure the witch... No, hang on. Sorry, it was the witchworms were the winter infestation. The Chionic Theoplasma was heart, so the Inks of Containment don't help us there. So unless I have winter for infestations, this doesn't help. All right, so herbs and infusions, that is something... So under Nectar Corruption, we're there, but it is currently only 3, so... So if I took 3 for herbs and infusions, 1 from my health, let's just... well, let's just assume that that doesn't affect it. So 3, 4... I could get 2 from a memory. Oh, and the tool. Yeah, so 3 from the skill, 1 from the heart is 4, 2 from the memory is 6, tool is 7, and we're good. Okay, so I'm not quite ready to deal with Keeper Skin because I need to generate the memory, but that is something I want to follow up on. That's actually a case of 2 curse removals hiding in plain sight just because I didn't bother to do this work. I'm looking for winter infestations at this point. Well, quenchings and quellings. Now, technically, I could use the Nillicant to get rid of that, but that's not... Oh, no, sorry, Nillicant is winter, so... That's 2 hearts. But I can get 4. Yep. So I can get 4 heart if I really try, and then 1 tool. Or alternatively, just 1 heart. Okay, looking good. So it's just the curses that are sticking around. Which makes me wonder if I'm missing a couple of skills to hand. Okay, so I've got a knock and a heart curse. But my skills for dealing with curses are Grail Moon, Moth Sky, You know what? Maybe it's just not a bad idea for me to deal with the rest of the day at this point. Okay, so if I were to do this, I'd probably wind up reading the Geminiad, which, fair enough. Did I already bring in Reverend Timothy? No, I didn't. So what I was originally thinking about was, what if I wanted to, you know, try and unlock a room using Reverend Timothy. But it seems to me here that I actually have quite a bit of work that I can do otherwise. So let's say I'm not going to worry about the Chionic Theoplasma right now. Oh, actually, the other question. Infestations. I didn't seem to find a winter one. You know what? I got enough on my plate. Let's not worry about that. So, so yeah, let's at least deal with the Keeper Skin. Oh yeah, especially because of the rain. That's great. So I don't even need to work for this. I think we have a Nectar desk as well, which is helpful. Yeah. So we add the health. We will add the rain as a memory. And then the kitchen. Cake time. Treat Keeper Skin corruption. Keeper Skin is persistent, but it has its weaknesses. While I'm at it, I put these in my inventory, but I didn't want to walk around with them in the library. I just wanted to... Okay. So the... Actually, I can just use an erase now. So that's 2 curses dealt with. I suspect we're still going to be... Like the Chionic Theoplasma... That's not going to be easy to deal with, but it is something that I can deal with. So next up... Okay, it actually bugs me that I can't deal with the witch worms. I'm going to double check one more time. It's a winter infestation I'm looking for. I think it's mostly just the idea that there has to be a card with an infestation and a winter on it. Nope, fair enough. All right, well, I won't push the matter. Oh, Lake Fusino recordings I don't seem to have read yet. Now, under Heart... Okay, so apparently if I think that I can read... So 6, if we get... Ah, okay, this gets a little bit different here, but yeah, so we would take Heart, we'd put our Weaving and Not Working, we take 2 memories. Okay, so we'd have 6, 7... Yeah, we can basically read this for the same reason we can read the other text, so I should set this in the common group. I believe all of the films are something that I can and have watched. Okay. I'm actually pretty happy that like this is some pretty decent progress that I wasn't expecting to make today. So I do want to read the Grail text today. And I see myself... No, okay, actually, this is cool too. So I know I can't get rid of the Chionic Theoplasma because I've already used my Heart. So, the last thing that I want to do, let's see if we can bring the Nun in. And I get 2 cracks at that with the Whist and the Shaft. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through? So if I can't attract the Nun, that's fine. We find something else to do with the day. And if we do wind up bringing in the Nun, that just means we're up another building, another room. And again, the Shaft would have been nice to maybe try and do something with the formulas and such. But in this case, we'll just say when a foggy day comes by, we dedicate the Shaft to improving the thing that we wanted. Okay, consulting engineer isn't... We do actually have a couple of forge challenges that might be possible. 15? Yeah, that's not happening. 12. So if I start with 4, memory brings me up to 6. Shaft brings me up to 7. 8 with a tool. Lapsang Souchong is 10. But I don't have a 2 forge food, so then I would have to use the fuel, and the fuel is actually something that I need to use for the item below here. So we'll say no thank you to the engineer. There's a Blake theorized that Keeper Skin was a debased carapace kind, or perhaps it's young, but she could never convince it to speak. Oh, we wound up with phosphorescent scrapings too. Cool. So this is written in Crack Track, so I need to find a new shelf, I think. Well, that's fine. We'll just expand the collection up here. Where does the blood come from? The Grail knows. Where does it go? The Moth remembers. These bloodlines contamination have been removed, so we didn't get anything fancy from that apparently. Not that I'm complaining. Do I have a desk which will take either Lantern and Moon or Lantern and Grail? Something tells me Collars is not a Grail man. Yeah. Perfect. So I'll take the Geminiad. I'm going to need to add Fusine to that. We'll do Tridesma, Hyra, Faust. We combine that with the Spice Scales. So that's our 10 Grail, but we also need to speak the language, which is in Fusine. There we go. I can master this mystery enough Grail to match Mystery Grail. The Geminiad, Volume 2. A fragile manuscript illuminated with the twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language Fusine is much older. The cover is dark and exotic leather with a smooth, almost chitinous surface decorated with jasper. So, that's a book I wasn't expecting to be able to read, but you know what? I'm happy enough. So, let's try the Sweet Bones again with our half crown, see if we can attract the nun. If we don't get the nun, I think a trip to Crowcross Sands is in order. So I'm facing sort of a similar dilemma to what I've had on other days, which is the further Numa gets into the, into the rearview mirror, the more I get worried that I'm going to be stuck with a lot of lessons at a time when Numa is particularly severe. But I don't know, I don't really feel like you should be living in constant fear of a season. So in terms of priorities, definitely handling the lessons that we get from the Geminiad. Second priority would be to get that curse removed if I can, just because it's nice to get curses removed. Okay, a second consulting engineer. Gather an autumn. What is the sea seeded today? One other goal that I didn't really speak of, which I should also pay attention to, is that I currently don't have my Omen. So, I think it would make sense to just bring that back. Admittedly, I haven't needed it, so that's, I guess, a nice to have, but I don't know, I feel like I should. I should probably have it set aside just in case. These pages outline the 7 bloody natures of the daughters of Legia, those corrupted immortals who gave birth to children in defiance of the laws of the upper heaven. Who devoured them in obedience to the hour's punishment and who have been left outside the law. The second volume of the Geminiad suggests that these 7 corrupted immortals have been accorded the privileges of names of the witch and sister, or perhaps the sister and witch. It reminds us that the twins unite what is apart, and that the crime of the sky is in some sense a supreme joining. And it speaks at length about the sadness of the 7, the sadness of mothers whose children are forever lost, and far worse than lost. So, satisfaction from the Jesus. Savage. I don't want to explain why I said savage to that. That's you all can find out what the crime of the sky is on your own. But we have pentiments and precursors here. That's actually going to be pretty straightforward to raise. So this is the sort of thing I'd be willing to spend money to restore an element of the soul for. We're only doing the one. And then I also need to do a little reorganizing because I want to keep these books together. So I think the simplest things for me to do would be to shift this book up somewhere. I don't exactly have a special order, so I don't exactly need to be doing it like this, but it's convenient. You're kidding me. All right, well, I'll not argue. I'm not going to be able to find anything on these shelves. Skeleton Songs, I know I'm going to be reaching for it here. I wonder if I remove this one. No? All right. Salt-strewn, salt-snarled stuff. Ava's Locks. A pale wreck washed up on the beach by Brandkrug. Alright, we should find a place for Ava's Locks, but while we do that, the health is already on its way. This room kind of feels like where I should put some of Ava's stuff, but there isn't like an obvious candidate for it, so... that on the shelf. Okay. New health. We will consider our pentiments and precursors, a health, a memory satisfaction, our understanding. We'll need 2 of those for tomorrow. I don't know if I'll go the whole time tomorrow, but I think I will probably just lock those in while I can. Yeah, it feels good to have a couple books out of quarantine. Most of these are not ones that I can read, or they're ones that I've actually already read. So it's not huge, but still. And we're gonna make you a level 3 before too long. The scale might have been helpful at some point, but... Okay. So what else would I want to do? So let's say in the worst case scenario for tomorrow, the health goes to pentiments and precursors. Let's say the 2 FOST get knocked down, generating the scale or the grail. So that still leaves me a Shapt, Trist, and a Wisp. So I've got 3 elements of the soul to play around with. I suppose this depends on the weather. So the other alternative is I try and build the big heart. No, I can't build the big heart because then I would need... Oh, I see. The big heart is actually a little harder for me to make because I need the health as an input to producing the big heart song. So maybe we just wait for a storm. Seeing as we've been kind of wasting the storms lately, seeing as I really don't need the extra heart from them. So before anything happens, I think we're going to go to the Sweet Bones and see if we can hire someone. What visitors might be passing through. Alright, so it's a rainy day. I'm trying to think if there's a use for rain other than, you know, my usual... Oh yeah, no, there is a great use for rain. So now I only need to use one of these things to generate a... something for pentiments and precursors. I'll just run and get satisfaction right away from Thackeray's Herbery. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So the whist is sort of my freebie right now. I guess at some point I should start trying to read these books that I'm claiming I can read. But yeah, it did occur to me that these are harder to read than I thought originally. Alright, there's the nun on the unusual pilgrimage. So I want to be a little thoughtful in terms of what my next couple of steps are going to be, but I think... It's like there's one side that says I'd really like the sagging dock, but let's not get too greedy here. Let's just... let's take care of the riddling stair, because that's been a long-standing one that I want. But I am going to work out my nun strategy. So the nun's got Knock, Moon, and Grail. Now, to my best understanding, the best moon that I've got is a 2 memory right now. So let's just verify that. Okay, yes, so I seem to recall, so I think it was Pickled Pilchards, and Mist-Kissed Water. So that brought her up to 12, which will help me with the Riddling Stair. Perfect, I've got it. Alright, so... Nuns don't usually travel alone. This one does. So, half crown it is. I'll hire this one for a day. I figure we can use the glass of water that's here. Hired. The Sisters of the Triple Knot are long gone from this corner of the world, aren't they? So we'll start by giving them the tryst. Now, at this point, I want to be generating a moon memory. So I figure a confounding parable ought to do the trick there, especially seeing as we're going to the Riddling Stair. Satisfaction and rain. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Okay. So I can employ my whist towards that. So I'll read 108 again because that's just... can't get enough of that book. Alright. So I wasn't expecting to get another room by the end of today, but then again I was also expecting to finish probably like an hour ago. So again, the permanent stuff is usually where I want to... What comes, neither of us knows yet, but we will. So normally what I want to do is commit the things that are renewable first. So here we will talk to the nun. I could encourage my assistant... Sorry. I could encourage my assistant, work with them for a little while, or for a little while exalt them. Or I could just listen to what they might have to say, add something to enhance your assistant's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. A nun may have a particular interest in omens. So that's interesting. So I will make a note here, ++ omen. Unfortunately, the only omen I've been able to make has been a nectar earth one, neither of which is relevant to the nun's task. So I think I'm going to settle for some of the old-fashioned work. Lunar globe. Should probably figure out what I'm doing with the shop today, but I don't need to rush on that. May just be an idea to pick up some money at the Sweet Bones at this point. Although I guess there's no shortage of moth orchids, so I might make some use of that. Right, this tool has boosted their aspects appropriately. We should have the memory now. We do. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. So we're up to 8 here. And I believe the next 2 steps were the pickled pilchards. No, that's blackberry jam. An acquired and unforgettable taste. And the miskissed water. We'll give them the water after the pilchards. It's the appropriate order. Alright, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. I feel a little less bad working with that simply because it's basically the same as a mackerel. So, you know, it effectively, as far as the numbers go, it's a somewhat renewable. Not guaranteed the renewal, but it's something that, given enough tries, I would be able to get one back. Alright, and finally... Miskissed water. The faintest of vapors still ghosts the water's surface. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. There's the 12 moon that we wanted. We'll have the Redling Stair, which was our connection to the rest of the house. This is mostly just to kind of overcome my slight annoyance at the fact that I only have one way down. Yeah, these other ones may involve a little bit more thinking on my part. I don't know. I'll need to sort it out, but I expect we should have a straightforward time opening most of these rooms, but I just haven't really been thinking of it because the you know, the moon's been my main focus. All right. Now, I could try and get some memories here, but I don't really see what that would accomplish. Anything I want to do with my shaft, I can, you know, there's other ways that I can get those memories. So we'll just start on the riddling stare now. Half-seen faces, mouth half-heard riddles. This is none of Van Loren's work. These defenses are much older than the Curia. The Curia found a way to answer these riddles, and so will we. So while I'm at it, I think I am going to mess around with strong toxins. So let's take Edict's Liminal. I'm going to throw the Ichor in it. Oh. Now I see. So I do still need a memory. But I suppose that doesn't stop me from making another Glassfinger toxin. It's kind of a waste of a Moth Orchid, though. Moth Orchids are not hard to come by. Actually, you know what? I don't think this is the right idea. So we'll put that tea on the counter. Nope. Doesn't want me to put it on the counter. I'm just going to make money in the sweet bones. Fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs, or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. I think the logic behind this was if I said, okay, so let's imagine I need to use the super knock each time. So we've got one sealed cell, second for trapped cell, third for incandescent hollow. So that's 3 different rooms with the knock requirement. So I've already got 1 here. Then I've got 1 Glassfinger toxin. 2, 3. So I could, in fact, with all of this Glassfinger toxin, I could leave the original one that I found on the shelf and still be able to open all of the different rooms. Okay, so let's see what we got here. The Whispering Stair. This was the stair that the priestesses walked in the time that this was the Abbey of the Black Dove. Their carved faces still guard the walls. Their prayers may still be heard when the airs of the isle are exceptionally still. And we got a candle, and that is it. So yeah, I mean, look, it's not... I wasn't expecting a miracle here. Was it worth giving up 2 consumables? I mean, what else was I going to use the consumables for, right? The one reason why I was okay hiring the nun for this particular job is the fact that I also gained the important information of what she can accept for a further augmentation. So the fact that she can work with Knock and Grail is helpful. The fact that she can work with Omens as a bonus is less helpful. So this means that possibly I may use the Surrealist Painter when it comes time to do... when it comes time to do the Grail stuff. The Surrealist Painter may be the better option. Winter, I can see the Poet. And Nectar, honestly, I don't know. I don't think there's a high-level Nectar character, so in this case, I think we're kind of committed. But you never know, right? It depends what... Because these are randomly determined, it's a very outside chance, but there's always the possibility that there is in fact one other visitor that I've never seen before. And you know, it's to me at least it's worth pursuing. I mean, the behavior is the same anyway, right? Like, I'm going to be looking if I can't find a nectar character, I'm going to be looking for a Grail character anyway. And we've crossed over into winter, so there may be some shifts in what the priorities are for the season. Okay, so the cloudy day doesn't get me too much on its own. This I would more safely consider sort of a free day, and this is the point where I want to say, like, what are my biggest priorities right now? If I can generate the 4 heart, I probably want to be thinking about reading some of these texts up here first. If I can generate the edge, similar idea. I want to focus on the appropriate text. We do have a visitor, so I suspect we will use the talk verb for that. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to go today. Number one, because it's very late, much later than I wanted it to be when I finished. But again, I do enjoy this game very much. So it never hurts to take a review just in terms of what the days are going to bring. When it comes down to these texts, these are probably going to be weather driven, but I'm not going to rule out the possibility of trying to generate it, because again, I have the capacity to generate the equivalent to a storm in terms of sky and heart. It's not easy, but it's something that I have the capability of doing. In addition to that, and then there's the edge text. I need to go back and review the reasoning behind it, but I think probably I was going to wait for a hailstorm on that one, if I remember correctly. But I think it's fair to say, like, I've definitely hit the limit in terms of what I currently have available to me, and the 2 things that are going to break that jam will either be talking to a character who has a language that I need, alternatively, finding rooms with more books. And so this is the point where, I sort of look at my elements of the soul and I say, what are the main things that I want to be focusing on in terms of, just doing the work? Like, what are the things that are most important to me in terms of achieving certain goals? And at this point, I would say, the way I'm going to get more books without getting a new language is by opening rooms. Most rooms are accessible to me, with maybe the exception of the sagging dock. I even think we can handle the incandescent hollow, if I'm completely honest. And it's really just a question of finding the right person at the Sweet Bones. So, as usual, it's not a foggy day, so we'll say that the shaft is open. So we'll say that the health and the tryst are set aside because it would be nice to, do things like explore Crowcross Sands and the more. And in fact, it occurred to me that if I wanted, I could also I could use the sky with the gull colony. So I mean, I guess in a pinch it would be I take 2 cracks at the Sweet Bones. I don't know if I want to be like pulling stuff from 3 sources all the time, but it also wouldn't hurt for me to just try and acquire some more items. So with that in mind, trying to open rooms sounds like a good default position. When the weather is right, I will read certain texts. I think that's a fair move. And then I suppose I can try either exploring the house or trying to do a little bit more with these altars. Obviously, we got 2 treasures from the house, and one of them was not exactly from accident, but that was really just a question of me following up on something that I had been neglecting for such a long time. So, yeah, I think that's a rough sketch of what the day is going to be like. I'm going to save the session now, but I think the other thing I'm going to do is actually catch up on that Excel sheet that I was going to write the other day. So, let's see who's on. You know, Dweeb90 was actually quite nice to hang out with. I suspect they've been streaming for a long time, but I would love to continue supporting Book of Hours. So, again, thank you everybody for hanging out. I know this was an extended broadcast, mostly unintentionally, but what can I say? I I like the game quite a bit. I did just want to give a quick warning in terms of, and this is a terrible time to announce it. I should have mentioned this at the start. It is a holiday on Monday. Oh, thank you, the Blue Belt. It is a holiday on Monday, and I have been feeling a lot of pressure in terms of just catching up on some things. So I am more likely to take Monday off, and I realize that every day has basically been a Book of Hours day, so that may disappoint some people in terms of in terms of where the stream is going and such. But it is, to me, it is important to take those days where possible. So just a heads up, I may take the day. I try not to do that too frequently, but usually if it's a day off of work, it's a good opportunity to do that. But on the other hand, I also really like this game, so if I'm feeling like playing Book of Hours, I'll possibly do that as well. But just a heads up, and I'll try and announce that on Twitter and stuff like that. But anyways, treat Dweeb90 well. They, I believe, have beaten Book of Hours now, but that they're starting a new playthrough. So take care. Have a good one. Bye.